Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Alt FCD. I'm your host, Russell Nolte, here with host
Neo Edmund. Wow, we are here for a whole second day of this. Seven
We
and a half
are.
hours we were on yesterday,
Yeah,
and it
so
went by like a blur.
it did. That's my favorite thing about going live is you just have this amazing there's this weird there's this energy. Me and you do a lot of shows, and the closest I've ever come digitally or virtually to being able to replicate that is having these like big live events where like a bunch of people are in, and you've got people coming in and out.
Yeah, seriously, when this was over yesterday, I felt like I had a full con day, like hanging out, talking with people in Artist Alley, doing panels, like learning stuff from people, and I had some really great takeaways from yesterday.
Absolutely. Well,
It was
why don't
great.
you talk a little bit about that and where we're coming while I make sure that all of the tech is right?
Well, yesterday, one of my big takeaways was when we were talking to the comic shop owners, and they were talking about Free Comic Day and, like how much of the blunt of it they incur. I never knew that they had to buy all those comics, themselves to distribute. That's crazy. So I was really surprised about that, and just how much expense they incur to even run a comic shop. So comic shops are definitely the backbone of this industry, and they take the most risk, and they deserve the most love and thunder. So should I go through our lineup today?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
Cool. So we're starting off here at 9 a.m. in just a few minutes with Kevin Eastman talking about his new comic, Drawing Blood, along with his creative team, David Avalone, Ben Bishop, and Tony Little. That's a pretty damn rad way to start the day. So,
yeah, absolutely. What is incredible is that book that sort of is loosely based on Kevin's own experience, and we'll get into that, has raised over $200,000. I believe it's close to $250,000 on Kickstarter across 2 campaigns.
That's amazing. I am super excited to see that comic and to talk with Kevin. So hopefully everybody is here to hear Kevin and hear everything he has to say. Because seriously, Kevin Eastman, woo, it's awesome. I'm excited. I'm fanboying a little. Sorry.
And I think I should give a shout out to David Avalone, who actually suggested this panel. And went to and helped bring it together and coordinate it. And he's one of the co-creators, along with Kevin, of the book. And I am I was just so thrilled. He asked me if we would want to do this, and I immediately was like, I think so. Yes, I think we can make that work.
Yeah, you messaged me. You're like, so Kevin Eastman and his creative team, and we're like, what? Yeah. Wow, what a great way to start. So, and then from there, at 10 a.m., we're going to talk about social media platform building with Ruth Ann Thompson and Raina Merritt. They are an awesome pair of people who do awesome things online, and we're going to learn a lot from them. So, and then at 11 a.m., we're going to talk about getting press, which is going to build right off of that with Dan Wicklin, the Wickline, it's old early, and Hannibal Taboo. That's awesome. And then at noon, we're going to have our first keynote, or our second keynote, our first one being Kevin. Wow. It's early and I'm time-tied. Richard Starkings, who is just a legendary editor, and writer of comics. He's done tons of things, and we'll talk about all of those. And then 1 p.m., wow, crushing your Kickstarter. And this one's especially cool because we have some people from Kickstarter that are, one, premiering their first Kickstarter created comic, and people from Kickstarter are actually going to be on here. So you will actually be able to ask questions directly to the people from Kickstarter, and that is Camilla Jang.
Yeah, Camilla Zhang is the comics outreach lead from Kickstarter. And so she's going to be here to answer questions about, a lot of people have been asking, is this a good time to run a Kickstarter? Is it a good time? Like, what should we do? What are best practices now? And Camilla can answer all of those questions for us, along with Roy Akupe, who has a Kickstarter running literally right now. And Amy Goff, who, along with Aaron Alexovich, raised over $40,000 for their book, It's Not Scary. a little over a year ago.
That's awesome, man. So I can't, and then they're releasing their Kickstarter created book in conjunction with our event, which is fantastically cool.
Absolutely. So this is their Kickstarter. So Kickstarter themselves is putting together a Kickstarter event. And they're doing their first sort of best of Kickstarter book, which you can get there. But before we get started, I had a chance to read Grimmstown last night.
Oh, awesome.
And it was so good. It reminded me kind of like of Will o' the Wisp, Megan Hutchinson's book, and Goosebumps. And the art by Renee DeLise is just incredible. And I really, I mean, I've been hearing about it. I've been seeing art for a long time, but to see it actually in a package was really incredible. And you were also giving that book away for free today.
Yeah, it's the Grimmstown Terror Tales. I did it with Storm King Productions, which is John Carpenter and Sandy King's company. They've been amazing to work with, and they just helped me put together this incredibly beautiful book. And I'd like to give a shout out to Everything Horror podcast for my very first review they posted this morning. It was a really great review. Everybody should go check that out. It's on their Facebook page, and it's on my page, and I reposted it everywhere because it's just such a nice review. So thank you guys for that. And that is available for free. So, which is the link for that is on our
it's right here, right at the bottom. It's bit.ly/Grimmstown, and you can pick it up.
And you can just download it for free. So right now,
download it for free, and you can have one of. So between the Facebook group, where we do have Kevin, David, Ben, and Troy's first issue of Drawing Blood, which you can pick up, along with 80 other free books.
Wow!
You can also pick up Grimmstown and the Kickstarter special book, which they are premiering literally for this event. I was so excited because we got covered by Comic Speed and Hollywood Reporter and a whole bunch of other stuff, and it was talking about our little book, our little convention that they're doing the premiere for. So I was very excited and honored to see all of that.
It is amazing how this started out as like a little, like, we should do something for Free Comic Day weekend. And then suddenly it becomes this whole 2-day convention with all of these amazing guests and all these amazing comics being given away. It's like, this is such a testament to the goodwill of the comic community and just the legitimate love and fandom of the people who work in it.
Yeah, it was so interesting to see, to see how it snowballed, because it started with just with that, and then we kind of had like a plan, and this was less than a month ago. We had a plan, and then we started messaging people, and within like 2 days we had most of everything full. You know, we had Marv pretty quickly, we had most of the guests pretty quickly, and then I started asking for people to go into the Facebook group and upload, and it started with like 10, and I was like, are we going to get to like a good number? And then 20, it took like a week, and then like by the next week it was like 40, and then like 80 by this morning, and it just like kept snow. And yesterday by itself there were like 20 or 30 books that got uploaded. So if you did go earlier in the day, you can go now, and I guarantee you there will be comics that you haven't seen before. I know that they uploaded Drawing Blood yesterday, and a whole bunch of others.
That's fantastic. 80 free comics, man. It is like a legit Free Comic Day, man. So
it is. In fact, you only get about 40 free comics on Free Comic Day. So this is like double Free Comic Day. Now you do get the tactile feeling that you don't get in Free Comic Day. But we also, I don't think we talked about this enough yesterday, is in the Facebook groups. If you go to altfcd.com, which I'll put back on here, I'm trying to altfcd.com, sign up, register. You get the replay links on Monday, but more importantly, you get into the Facebook group where you can not only download those 80 comics, but you can go into our creator AMAs, which we've been doing all weekend, and which we'll be doing all weekend. We had a ton yesterday with creators like David Pepos, who does who does Spencer and Locke, with Madeline Holly Rosing that does Boston Metaphysical Society, and it feels kind of like an artist alley. So you can go over there and you can still watch this show because we're broadcasting it in the group, and you can watch and you can read comics, talk about comics, post about comics, and check out all the other creators.
Awesome. It's so much, man. I don't know. This thing has just become so huge. It's amazing. And then we also, at 2:00, I should mention, because we have more programming. We have Matt Hawkins from Top Cow, the president, CEO of Top Cow, and the creator and writer of so many things. And along with him, Jonathan Mayberry, the legendary horror writer, named one of the top 10 horror writers of the world, creator of V-Wars, which was on Netflix as a series. So many awesome things. They're going to be talking about working with Hollywood, and
that is a question we get asked all the time, both me and you.
Yep, and how to break into Hollywood, how to work with Hollywood, what it's like to work with Hollywood. So anybody's got any questions, Jonathan Mayberry, Matt Hawkins, I'll be on there, and we can answer as many awesome questions as we can, and then we're wrapping up the day with Sandy King Carpenter of Storm King Productions. So she's the head of Storm King Comics and the Storm King Productions company. She's produced tons of movies. She's married to John Carpenter. You know, he may have heard of him. He's made some movies, and they're a power team. They're awesome people, and she's going to wrap the day up for us at 3:00. So that's a pretty stellar day. But now,
I agree.
Yeah,
and let us start this stellar day.
Yes.
So I am. I think I'm going to tease Kevin as the last person I bring on. We'll bring on the rest of the amazing team. Bring on Kevin last to really build the anticipation.
Yes.
So I'm just going to go. Kevin was the first one on, so I'm just going to go from last person on to first person on.
Awesome.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, Ben.
So that means me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So does that make me least important to the Drawing Blood team?
What?
No, it just means you were the last person on of the four.
Okay. I thought Kevin was on pretty early.
Kevin was on 20 minutes early, and I was kind of, we had to I was like, he's just listening to our back matter talk. I hope it's not this is not going to be too boring for him because we're just talking about how late we stayed up last night.
Yeah. He probably just was playing it smart, making sure his tech worked.
Nice.
I was worried about mine, so now we're good.
Yeah,
awesome. Sound great.
All right.
Perfect.
So next up, Troy Little.
Hey,
hi, Troy.
How's it going?
What's up, Troy?
It's going good. How about yourself?
It's good. Is it just me, or is Ben upside down for you guys on your screen? Because he's upside down on my screen.
No, he looks perfect for. Maybe you two would just turn your phone the wrong way. I don't know, but Ben
That's funny.
Ben looks right to me.
I think Troy's
to me.
It's my Canadian.
Seeing everything upside down because he's from Canada.
It's what I do.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Everything's all upside down.
All right, and next up, Hi, David.
How are you?
That's a nice mustache you got going there.
Thank you. I didn't want to shock the fans, so starting with a hat and a mustache, and
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to do the reveal of the Lex Luthor a little bit later.
Totally, I'm saving it up.
All right, and finally, let's bring on Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin Eastman.
Nice to be here, guys. This is awesome. I just want to say, first and foremost, what a great thing you guys are doing.
I can't anyway.
David brought us onto this and introduced to this whole thing. We're thrilled to be part of this free comic book day. This is great. You guys are doing an amazing thing for all of us in our community. So thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much for being here and being the first guest, being the keynote guest. And I'm sure that people know Kevin Eastman and the other team and a lot of the other team from their other work, but I think it would we always like to start doing a little bit of a round robin and introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about your career, but most importantly, we're here to talk about Drawing Blood. So tell us a little bit about Drawing Blood. And you guys, let's go. We'll do the order you came on. So Ben, Troy, David, and then Kevin.
All right, some nuts and bolts real quick, though. I'm not sure if I can hear Kevin. Was that just me?
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello.
I can't hear him.
We can hear him.
I can hear him.
Should I restart or something?
Ben's
Yeah,
down on my
we'll
screen.
go to Troy and let Ben work on his tech issues. Troy?
Yeah, I'll come back.
Cool.
All right. Well, I guess I started out self-publishing, so that was a big inspiration. Having the Ninja Turtles and Cerebus and all these indie creators was a lot of my impetus to getting into doing comics and indie comics. So it was back in 2000 I started self-publishing my own comic series, which got picked up eventually by IDW. And I worked with IDW on some of my other create-your-own stuff, and Gore Napkin, before I started doing a bit more of their mainstream things like Powerpuff Girls, the adaptation for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which is when I met Kevin. I was on the book tour for that, and they set me up as a signing next to Kevin. So I got to do a little Hunter Thompson Ninja Turtle sketch in a book for him. So that was really cool. And since then, I guess one of the big projects I've been working on was Rick and Morty versus Dungeons and Dragons. I did 2 volumes of that, as well as the working.
I love
with
Jim. That's Jim Zub's book, right?
Yeah, well, Jim Zub and
a lot of I know not, but like
I know he likes to take all the credit, but
well, I remember back when he was just talking about doing his first Dungeons and Dragons book, and now I'm like, you're like the Dungeons and Dragons guy.
Oh yeah,
he was. Yeah. So yeah, that's a great book though.
And I was splitting time doing that and working with Kevin, David, and Ben on Drawing Blood and developing the Ronin Ragdolls. So it's kind of where I'm at now. Is just having finished up the animated Ragdolls sort of comic, I guess.
Yes, and I have specific questions about that specific second issue, but we're going to go to David first. David.
That mustache.
Love the mustache, man.
The thing is, a couple of weeks ago, I realized I wasn't going to get a haircut in a really long time. So I took some to stay fresh. But now, now I can show everyone the full Lex Luthor. I think I'm looking more like Private Joker in Full Metal Jacket these days. I was the bio stuff. I was a movie industry guy for 30 some years, and only got into comics since 2014. And in 2015, I met Kevin, and we became fast friends. And he started talking to me about this. Dream project of his, and it sounded great. We'll get into the specifics of that as we move along. But mostly I've written comics for Dynamite, Elvira and Betty Page and Doc Savage and The Shadow, all of whom I would love to write again. And I've got there's some Elvira stuff in the pipe. It's not yet announced, but hopefully we'll be talking about that soon. And wrapping up my writing duties on Drawing Blood Volume 2.
Awesome. And what do you do on Drawing Blood?
I am the writer. Kevin and I co-created it and work on the story together, and I write the scripts.
Awesome. So I'm going to go back out here, and let's see. Is
Ben?
Ben left because you get mad and left.
Let's see if Ben's back. Hi, Ben. Can you hear us now?
I'm in a new location. Kevin, say something.
Ben, how's it going, Ben?
I got it.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking, Ben?
Whiskey.
I have never seen Ben without a drink in his hand when I've seen him live. This is very much on brand for convention Ben.
But it's also here. Don't judge me too hard.
No judgment.
So Ben, why don't you tell us a little bit about your career and your involvement with Drawing Blood?
Yeah, for sure. Forgive me if I overlap anything the other guys said. I wasn't here, but I've been self-publishing since I was 18 years old or so. My first book was a 300-page graphic novel called Nathan the Caveman, which took 4 years because I was working at coffee shops and lobster shacks and things like that. So it took a long time to be able to put something out that would allow me to then have that be my only job. And actually, after that book came out, it was about a year later that it became my only job. So since maybe 2009 or so, just been making comics, which is nice, and freelance. But I did this book called The Aggregate on Kickstarter. It was my first Kickstarter in 2016, and that raised a lot of money, and then got the book done, and kind of like if you make it, they will come sort of situation. It got in front of Kevin and David and Kevin's wife Courtney, and one way or another, they said, "Hey, this is awesome. We should have this guy drawing blood for us." And so I got this rogue email from Kevin one night at Heroes Con after somewhat of a mediocre day, and I was just drinking with my friends, and I get this email. It's like, "Hey Ben, Kevin Eastman here. It's like, would you want to do a book with me?" And I was like, "Shut the hell up!" And so I ran outside, called Kevin. We talked for almost an hour or so. Not the first time we met, the second time we met, but it was really great. And I kept saying yes. And he said, "Well, let me show you the script first. Let me show you what we got." And I was like, "I'm pretty sure I'm going to like it." But and so since then, we've been hard at work on that. Now we're in the midst of book 2, which we also kickstarted, and it's been great.
And I remember you are a longtime Turtles enthusiast as well.
Yeah. My other backdrop had more turtle stuff in it. This is wall. But yeah, no, I've loved Turtles since I was a little kiddo. I was born in '86, so it hit me right at the right age. I grew up loving the cartoon and especially the toys. Discovered the comics a little later. Obviously, the Henson movies were huge. I think the Henson movies are the biggest influence as far as the way I draw turtle, because they're just, those suits are perfect. So it was pretty crazy to, obviously working with Kevin, but not only that, but kind of telling a fictional true story of what he's gone through throughout his career, sprinkled with a lot of car chases and handguns and things like that. But it's been awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. That's a great segue into talking to Kevin for a minute. So, Kevin, I would love for you to talk about a little bit of your career, but really like the genesis of drawing blood. Because as I read it, I remember the first time it's like, I recognize that moment, like fictionalized. Like I recognize this moment, and I recognize all of these little moments, but they were clearly fictionalized parts. So I'll let you take it away.
Sure. Thanks. Again, thrilled to be here with you guys, and thanks for everybody, the whole team coming on board for this event. It's funny, we've sort of in smaller groups been together at comic conventions, but never all together. One day we're all going to get together in the same room. 2021. Yeah. My career started as becoming obsessed with Jack Kirby, which is one of the things when Pete and I first met. We immediately bonded over Jack Kirby, and I still remember telling my parents proudly, when I grow up, I'm going to be a cartoonist like Jack Kirby, and they had that kind of mortified look that we're going to have one of those kids that's never going to move out of the basement kind of things. Further that, as I continue to grow and evolve and enjoy comics and grow out of sort of more mainstream comics, I discovered underground comics through Heavy Metal magazine, and were introduced to guys like Dave Sim, who inspired Troy. Was a huge inspiration to me when I was younger. Brought me front and center with the whole self-publishing universe of comics like Rip Off Press, Kitchen Sink, Laughs Gas, Robert Crumb, Richard Corbin. And so Dave Sim was one of those guys that was such a great pioneer and on my level of interest, because he did this sort of animal character parodying Barry Smith's and Roy Thomas's work on Conan. And so when Pete and I got together, formed a little studio, Mirage Studio, that wasn't a studio, it was our living room. We were sending samples out to everybody trying to get work, and just rejection letter after rejection letter. So we just felt self-publishing was the way to go, because even if we only sold 2 copies of the comic book, we still got to do the comic book that we've been dreaming about doing, our whole life. So, 1983, one night, studio, one-upmanship, I did a drawing. First turtle here. That inspired Pete and I. That was kind of the spark that helped us formulate from one turtle to a group of turtles. Did some early crowdfunding from my uncle Quentin, who loaned us $1,200 to do the first issue. And when we put it out in May of 1984, to our shock and dismay, you guys, all you fans out there, started buying it. And that was our kickoff of our career. And we've sort of been, watching with great, it's humbling comes to mind right away. Just watching how the Turtles have gone out there and started. Initially, it's amazing it worked in the first place, to become the toys and so many other things. So now when Courtney and I do conventions, all over the world, or when we start doing them again in 2021, is that 36 years later, it's still something that resonates with fans, and that to me is again, it's completely mind blowing. It gives me the opportunity to do and continue to work in this industry that's been my childhood dream. So all you fans out there that have supported us, supported Pete and I initially, thank you very, very much. And I can get into some of the origin of Drawing Blood if you like, because that's where it came out of, was comic conventions.
Well, yeah, I think that that's a great segue into this, because this feels like a love letter to those fans in a way. Like, I know you've kept tight-lipped about like a lot of your experience over the years, and this feels like sort of letting it out in a quite cathartic way. So I would love if we have a question here about how you not that one, this one about outlines. From Tom asking about how to outline an issue versus an arc versus entire series, and I'd love if you and David could talk a little bit about like sort of the origin of the book, and then like how you go about outlining the book and making it so that you can make it feel real but also fictionalized.
Well, let me start just because. It's funny because I'm looking at Ben drinking, and that's how David and I start our process of developing a story, is with alcohol. No, it's just funny that first time I met David was at Emerald City Comic Con. We were in the hotel bar after the show and got chatting. We were talking about Russ Heath and guys, just general goofy, fanboyish stuff. And then we met again at San Diego Comic-Con, the Bayfront Hilton, and the same thing. We were sort of chatting about this and that. And like I said, Dave and I hit it off right away. And so we started sharing a few ideas, and I said, what I love about conventions in general, I've been to a million of them over the 30 years I've been in comics, now 30, 35 years, 36 years. And I said, the most amazing stories come out at a hotel bar or something after a comic convention, where you sit with other peers or legends that you admire, and you talk fan stories, Hollywood experiences, processes in writing. And I said I started this sketchbook diary like 10 years prior to meeting Dave, and just started making these anecdotes of my experiences, which to me were kind of boring in some ways because I lived them. But then you hear like what Alan Moore went through, what Frank Miller went through, and so many other people. I started formulating this idea of creating a character that was kind of like a Spinal Tap kind of version, but set within the world of comics. And I called it On the Shoulders of Giants, kind of the homage to the Jack Kirby's and all the people that inspired us back in the day. And so as Dave and I talked about it more and more, and that idea evolved, and I'm going to turn it over to David right now because I want him to tell this part because it's really great. So this is how the idea fully merged into one idea that was mine, then became ours, and now writes these beautiful scripts that fully embody this story.
So Kevin and I were on the balcony at the Odyssey Bar at the Bayfront Hilton, which is where we do all of our serious con business. And, he had to do a signing at the IDW booth, and I think that was the first time he had mentioned a couple of times. I think we had met after Emerald City. We had seen each other at a couple of events at IDW, and he had talked about working together. And I was like, that sounds great. But he hadn't said what it was. And in 2015 at the Odyssey Bar, he started talking about On the Shoulders of Giants. And he said, I hate the title. There's a better title, but what is it? And I've got all this stuff, and I've got this sketchbook. And we had to he had a signing at the IDW booth. And we were walking along, because we're smart, we walked along the harbor side, not the Crush of Humanity side, to sneak in the back door. And while we were walking that last walk to the signing, I was like, I bet I can come up with the title before we get to his signing. I was thinking about metaphors for pain and suffering and art and all of that. And I think right as we walked in the back door of the convention, I tapped him on the shoulder and said, Drawing Blood. And he went, awesome. And that's where the title came from. And then we started, and Kevin he basically gave me everything he had ever thought of on the project. This will kind of go to the outlining question. And he also gave me this 60-page interview that he had done with Comics Journal. Is that right?
Yep.
And it just had a lot. I had not followed the Odyssey of Tundra, Kevin's self-publishing thing after the Turtles, at all. So that was all fascinating to me, and the ups and downs and the rise and fall and all that. And the idea of taking your money and trying to give something back to comics and it not going the way that you planned and all that. And that formed the basis of the backstory to Drawing Blood. And I'm not a very precise outliner necessarily. Sometimes that bites me in the ass. Dynamite will sometimes approve a series where I have pitched them 2 sentences per issue. And I get to that 3rd issue and I'm like, wow, I wonder what I thought I was going to do here for 20 pages. Like, I have no idea how, okay, we'll just feel our way through. And Drawing Blood is a very non-traditional narrative for comic books. It's a personal, internal comedy drama. It's, we throw in visually spectacular things. It opens with a gunfight. It has hallucinations that Troy draws beautifully. But it's not a nonstop, violent action comic by any stretch of the imagination. And I've been thrilled that people who are used to reading stuff like the Ninja Turtles have absolutely accepted it for what it is, which is sort of an adult comedy drama. And that has different challenges for a writer in terms of what makes it interesting to maintain visual interest and personal interest for 22 pages. But Ben makes that easy because he is the reason Kevin wanted to hire him, and I agreed completely, is he's great at emotion and what we call acting on the page. And this could not work if you couldn't look at a panel of Drawing Blood and know what Shane Bookman is thinking. You have to know what he's feeling. You have to know what's going on in his heart. And I can put that in a script, but the world is full of beloved comic book artists who can't draw that necessarily. Ben can do it. Troy can do it. Kevin can do it. And that's what that's what makes the stories work.
I think it's what's one of the question that started this line of dialogue was just this approach to writing and doing outline. What is fascinating is that there was a lot of material to pull from. So I think, like David said, there was this big piles of ideas all over the place. And what we did through multiple conversations, phone conversations, multiple visits. He lives in LA, I'm in San Diego, and so we spent a lot of time just sort of talking about ideas. And I think it probably came down to, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, I think they were just like maybe about a paragraph of what we wanted to do in each issue.
Yeah.
And then from that, that's cumulatively you jump into the script.
Yeah, when we outlined the first 4 issues,
yeah,
I think it was like issue 1 is going to be, and not everybody's read it, so I don't want to spoil it, but issue 1 is going to be this event, centered around this event. Issue 2 is centered around this event. Issue 3 is centered around this event. And issue 4 is centered around this event. And how that was going to work out was entirely left to me. And every once in a while, I would think this goes really far into some personal areas, and Kevin's going to not be happy with how personal we got here. And every single time I would get an email or a text back saying, "Man, this is awesome! I love this." I'm like, "Okay, I guess."
I love it because it was better than what the real thing was anyway. So
yeah. But there's
by the time we get to the end of issue the 4 discussion, I think we knew we wanted it to be by issue 12, and that was where, But then it was all up to you and the devices when you start turning them in. But it was fun that I think around that time we started seriously discussing artists. And when I first met Troy, like you mentioned, when I met Troy at the IDW gallery signing when he was promoting the Fear and Loathing, I was like, well, awesome guy. Really creative, so bright. I loved all his other work, Angora Napkin, and so many other things. And I said, "Oh, I'd love that we can work together. I hope we can work together one day." And so he's one of those guys that because he is so good, he's always busy. so we kept the dialogue going between us, and then David and I, as we talked about what we wanted to have as an ongoing series artist, that it had to be somebody that could really pull off the acting and the emotion and everything that David mentioned earlier. So when I saw Aggregate, Ben had sent me a copy of it to give him a quote for to help promote it out there, and we were, Courtney and I, as we talked about everything, she's like, well, what about that guy? He draws really good. And so I showed it to David on his next visit down when we were brainstorming. He said, this guy could do the main stuff, but we'd also, at that point, I think you really brought to fruition the idea, David, that I would do the flashbacks, I think, and maybe that evolved shortly thereafter. And Troy, we then twisted his arm amongst the master schedule, got him to agree to do the original comic book, which was, if we're setting up this completely fictional true story of Shane Bookman, then we got to recreate the original comic book that Shane and his brother Paul did back in the 90s. So this is the lucky enough for us that Troy did have time in his schedule to do that, and lucky enough, if he didn't have time in his schedule, he lied, and we were lucky to get him. And I think Ben was the same way. I think Ben was really busy, and he also lied and said that, yeah, I'll do it. I have time. But no, that was the thing.
I always have time, and I never have time. Depends on the part.
Yes, exactly. So it was really kind of because I really think you have to leave it to when I think about how I first met Peter Laird and what evolved out of that, there's no reason, David and I should have been in the same bar at the same time in Emerald City. It's just how it sort of kept connecting, and then the same in meeting Troy and Ben. So I feel like everything that came together with the project Drawing Blood was supposed to be exactly that. That's how it was supposed to come together. And even when David and I said, well, let's take it to publishers. Let's look at an opportunity and a way to get it out there. And a couple false starts, and it just didn't really move forward. And Ben had such great experience in Kickstarters that we all sort of collectively said, well, let's come back, circle around, wagons around Ben's experience with Kickstarter, and help put together a plan that we can raise the money for at least those first 4 issues, 5 counting the Ragdolls, which was a critical part of the whole thing. And that's where we all started with the 2017 event. And it was actually fun because I'll digress just for a second about the Kickstarter, because we had so much fun putting together the aspects of the Kickstarter that, like, David started an Instagram account for Shane Bookman. There was the Twitter account. We got anecdotes from our friends like Bill Sienkiewicz and Lloyd Kaufman, and people like Rob Olson telling anecdotes about Shane Bookman. So people started writing going, where is Shane? Is he okay? And we would never allude to it, sort of let this air of mystery early on. I was like, this is a fictional.
It's worth mentioning that there was a really specific reason why we created a mythology that Shane Bookman was a real person and the Ragdolls were a real thing. One, it's funny. Like I don't deny that it's funny. I'm not a big hoax guy necessarily, but I thought it was funny. But 2, we thought people would get so obsessed with the reality of the story, with Shane is Kevin and his brother Paul is Peter, and Frank Forrest is he Dennis Kitchen, or is he Wally Wood, or is he Jim Steranko? That by making Shane Bookman a real person who there's 3 panels in issue 4 where he runs into Kevin Eastman, Ben Bishop, Courtney Eastman, and me at a convention. And Ben had this great idea. Ben is holding a copy of Drawing Blood, and I'm pointing out the panel that we're in right now. Going,
that is
oh
so
yeah,
meta.
Look, we're at the scene where Kevin and Shane meet. Look, Ben,
That is so meta.
which is a very meta moment. But we did it so that we did it so that people would maybe accept that it took place in a world where there was Kevin, where there was Ben, where there was me, where there was the Turtles. And we hoped it would take apart a little bit the looking for the quote unquote reality of the story.
Yeah.
Awesome. Wow.
That's a lot. I know. I was like, you just wind us up and let us go. And like
No.
2 hours later,
We're going to do a sequel
shut
book.
up.
the origin.
That's why I was just shutting up and letting you guys talk, because you guys are riffing so great. I could have just listened to you two all day, So
this is what all our three-way phone calls are. We're just like, yep. Oh yeah. 3 hours. We love
talkers.
So we had a question here, and I think you guys kind of covered it anyways, but I thought we just mention it here. This question is, how do you find a person who can draw your script? So how do you know? How do you?
I mean, I remember I didn't have to look at. I think Kevin handed me the aggregate, and I think I said yes. Maybe I might have looked at 5 pages before I said yes. Like I didn't sit down and read for an hour and stand up and stroke my beard and go, well, let's consider this young gentleman. I literally he handed me Ben's book. I flipped through it. I went, yeah, great. Maybe. And the same with Troy. I looked at a copy. Kevin gave me a copy of The Fear and Loathing, and I love that book to begin with. But the whole can this guy draw a hallucination? Well, here's 150 pages of that. And it was gorgeous art, and same with the aggregate. It's just beautiful stuff.
Well, maybe it's just me, but I didn't necessarily get the script going, yeah, I can do this. Every job I get, especially Drawing Blood has been the most challenging ever, which every new job should be. It's cars, it's cities, it's crowds at New York Comic Con. And the aggregate was my excuse to not do that stuff. I was like, I'll pick up fighter cat monsters, and it's a post-apocalyptic, so it's all desert. It's like Mad Max, and so I got that, and I wanted the job so much that I was like, I just have to figure it out. And you learn on every job. Hopefully, it's challenging you, and hopefully, you're working with people that are better than you, and better writers and better artists. No doubt, Troy throws me in the water all the time, but it's that's your drive, is to kick his ass and get better and do the best book as possible. And I feel like I am kicking Troy's ass. So,
well, right here in the
I'm
comment
having a hard
stream,
time sitting down.
right here in the comment streams, it says Ben draws outstanding hair. That's what makes Bookman stand out in Drawing Blood. So there it is, right there.
I'm gonna lob onto that. I'm pretty sure that guy was trolling.
It's a great comment.
It's funny because I love the Troy's Canadian, Ben's in Maine. I grew up in Maine, and I remember many years ago when I first came to Hollywood and I was doing different kinds of stuff, and I would sort of pick up a bit of an accent that I have sometimes. And they go, "Oh, where are you from?" And I go, "I'm from Maine." And they go, "Oh, we love Canada." No, back to Artist's point. It was really Troy's cartooning his artwork is so light and movement and squash and stretch and cartoony, and even I think that when we first discussed how we'd approach the original recreation or creating the original 1991 Ragdolls comic book, I did the basic layouts and breakdowns, and I think I just jammed everything I possibly could, which is I usually do, into those panels. So I think after Troy survived that, he sort of came back and said, "That was really fun, but next time could I do it more cartoony?" We can get into the what we then did with the second Kickstarter. But yeah, with Troy, I just Dave and I were like, look, we want to work with Troy because he's fantastic, and he's going to take. You just want him to run with it, and he helped. Both. Ben and Troy had input in the creation of what the Ragdolls finally looked like, and we went. Troy's final look with what they were designed as and what they become was what they were, and the same with Ben. When we approached Ben, was just, we want you to do what you do best, and like you said, it's step up and that's some of the stuff you see in the free. No, that's not the free comic book. That's the trade. You can actually buy the actual trade for $10, which is the
trade's out today, right?
And if you go to the bit.ly, the link that's on there, you'll actually be able. It'll direct you right to where you can get all of it. It'll direct you right to the Kevin Eastman store page that is all about Drawing Blood. Guys are talking all about this. I don't know if you know this story, but I was there when Ben came to Emerald City with 6 copies of of his aggregate book, and he sits it down on the table because my friend and his friend Walter Osley were there. He sits that down, a 6-pack of beer, and goes, "I'm going to pitch this book, and it's going to be big one day." And I was like, I look at it and I'm like, "Okay, buddy, whatever." I was like, "Okay, like sure." It's like what you have is a Kinko's book, and like I'm sure it's going to be great, but like. And then, like throughout the convention, he just keeps coming back, and he's like now got 3 beers and then 1 beer, and he's like, "I'm doing this thing," and I'm like, and then a year later, he's like drawing turtles. He's got this $30,000 Kickstarter, and like then right after that, he like starts drawing blood, and I was like, "Man, that is the worst read I've ever had of somebody of all time."
Actually, I printed out, this was before the book was done, and before I did my real printing, with an actual spine with glue and things like that. I paid like $60 a copy to get them all spiral bound at Kinko's, and they were full of Post-its of, spelling errors and things like that. But I went around that show and I got them in front of, what I thought were the right people. But Robert Kirkman looked at it and he was like, "Can I have this?" And I was like, "Yeah, hell yeah." So that's happened like 3 times with Kirkman since the book has printed. So he's got like 4 of them, but I'm still happy. But Image seems to like it. So, but again, it's like you make something, you hope it gets out there, and it leads to this, and this. And that's exactly what happened with my first book. It led to, several other things. And then that's what happened with the aggregate. It led to Drawing Blood. Drawing Blood has led to other things like Turtles, more connections. It's been great. And it's still ongoing, and you got to just keep hustling. Like I know you do. Russell's crazy hustling.
Well, I have a question for both you and Kevin, because Ben, you have the most rabid fans of anybody besides Kevin that I know. Like all of these comments, you're not even looking at all of them. Like 80% of them are about the Bish kids books, and like every time you do an auction, it like goes bananas. How do both of you two maintain this like rabid, like amazing fan base that just keeps coming again and again and again and again and can't seem to get enough of your art?
Kevin.
Well, I think between, I know Troy and I both still use MySpace to reach out to our fans, but I think Ben's a little bit more temporary, so he brings a lot of fans to my site. That's the only reason I work with Ben.
Facebook hasn't really hit Canada as much as MySpace.
And you might also have a rabid fan base, Troy. You're the only one in this panel that I don't know. Well, besides Kevin. So I just know that every day I seem to see 500 people posting about how amazing Ben's art is, and I was like, man, if only. How did he do it? How do you do it?
My fan club is on Friendster.
Yeah.
Very, very dedicated, but they're all on
Classmates.com, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like writers do very, very well on Twitter. You don't do as well there. It's really the only place I get like angry and political. Everywhere else, it's all art. Don't follow me on Twitter if you don't want to see that. But yeah, Instagram is huge. You have to build up your following. You have to engage. I found a nice balance. I don't know if it'll work for everyone, but I found a nice balance of like, oh, these are the beers I'm drinking and what I'm grilling, and then also here's my art. And I do a lot of work in progresses. Facebook user Ben pays us. That's great. Yeah. So I don't know. Just being relatable, maybe. And we have the Bish Art Kids Club is kind of like a fan club meets Loot Crate, where they get a quarterly box for monthly payments. So every 3 payments, a big box full of all of stuff. And I don't think it's just about the box. Like we have a group chat where we all hang and they're all helping each other out. And of course, most of these Bish kids are actually men. So it helped that I had done stuff with Turtles, and I'm working with Kevin to then have them be introduced to what I've got going on. But definitely all social media as an artist, if you're self-employed and you're do-it-yourself and you want to do Kickstarters, is engaging and caring about what those people are up to. And they're like some of my greatest friends.
Awesome. We haven't talked about yet this whole time.
Problem with being Canadian is this.
Yeah. We haven't, well, I think we should talk about the ragdolls, don't you, Neo?
We can do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we've talked about the ragdolls, but we haven't heard what the ragdolls are.
Yeah.
So
Could somebody explain that to everybody?
Well, like I say, it's one of the weirdest things to see Kevin Eastman is wearing a T-shirt that I drew of his characters, the ragdolls.
That's amazing, man.
Life is strange this way. Used to be the other way around. I'd have Ninja Turtle shirts, but tables have finally turned.
Yeah. No, and that's the animated adventures T-shirt, right?
Yeah.
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 So when I handed in the script for the first Ragdolls, and what they are is, when we started working on Drawing Blood, we needed the Turtles analog for Shane Bookman. And at first, it didn't really occur to us that we were going to have to really like put in the work and create it. Because we were like, we'll just refer to them abstractly and it'll be fine. It's just a plot device. It's not we don't have to make a thing out of it. But the further we went along, we really did have to know who those characters were and what they looked like and how they affected his life and all that. And two, we realized how much fun we could have with it. And Kevin and I I went down to San Diego, and I think we sat and drank and talked for maybe 18 hours and hashed out a ton of stuff that has not even begun to be published or written about yet. But we got as far as we agreed on what the origin story was going to be like, and talked about how that was going to work out, and came up with the 3 characters and all of that and how we were going to do it. And then when I handed in the first outline, Kevin said, I think I want to do that is the origin story right there. Kevin said, I think I want to do layouts for this, which you have to imagine as a comic book writer, having Kevin Eastman say, I want to do layouts on this, is pretty flattering stuff. And in fact, the only time I've ever really worked Marvel style, for those who know what Marvel style is, was the fight scenes in Ragdolls. Because I sat down to write them, and I started, breaking down panel by panel like you do. And I went, do you really want to tell Kevin Eastman how to draw a martial arts scene involving funny animals? Do you really feel comfortable writing that in a script, or should maybe he handle that part? So I did the Stan Lee. I called him up and I said, Kevin, I'm going to Stan Lee my way through all the fight scenes. I'm just going to say 5-page fight between the Ragdolls and the dogs. At the end, this happened and this happened and this happened. You go wild. I'll write dialogue and sound effects when I see the pages. And then Troy got the pages, which are, of course, Kevin Eastman layouts, which if you've never seen a Kevin Eastman layout, I'm sure every publisher since the beginning of time looks at a Kevin Eastman layout and goes, or we could just publish these. These are really nice. Like, why would anyone need to? But Troy applied his inks, and they're beautiful, but it was a lot of work because Kevin.
The thing is, like, I was doing the layouts like little Post-it notes, practically these tiny little layouts. So Troy fixed everything. Trust me.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But it's funny what the Ragdolls are is when David and I were developing the story about, like you said, Shane Bookman, and he was inspired by Eastman and Laird back in the day, and so we wanted this comic book to be period 1991-ish, and so we created this comic book world where everything in it was real except for Shane and Paul, and so I was part of it. Eastman and Laird were part of it. So he did this homage to his comic that inspired him, much like Dave Sim inspired me. Say, for example, Shane and Paul put together the Ragdolls, and it was I think originally Dave and I discussed them possibly being reptiles, but then I think it was one of those nights where I'd seen one more crazy cat video that our son had showed us on YouTube, and we have 2 cats, and David's got 3 cats, and so I called David, and we were going I said, hey, what do you think of us ditching the reptile idea and making them into cats? And that sparked this conversation. We said, well, the turtles were named after Renaissance artists. Maybe we'll name these 3 samurai cats after famous animators, Miyazaki, Otomo, Tezuka. And so the idea sort of just kept going back and forth. And I think that's how the first outline evolved, right down to the fact of even the origin story, because even back in that period in the 90s, you could still do one of those, exposed to gamma rays and exposed to radiation and exposed to some kind of mutagen, and suddenly you have a superhero. We did all 3 of those. And the point that we set up with the Ragdoll story was to tell it very straightforward as a quote-unquote Shane and Paul Bookman homage to, say, Eastman and Laird and funny animal comic books from years before. So the approach was very straightforward. I think we even dated it. And then on the inside cover, we even did the same thing like Peter and I did back in the day. It was, special thanks to, Frank Miller and Jack Kirby. And I think we elaborated on, Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird and those guys and some of the animators. So again, it was a very straightforward shot of it. So that was what how the first 32-page comic evolved. And again, Troy took these beastly layouts with an insane amount of detail that I was sending him, fixed them, made them beautiful. And I remember after it, we were in Montreal. We were doing a convention in Montreal. We were recording, and Troy and I were having drinks. And he said, that wasn't really fun, but it almost killed me. There's much shit in there. And he said, could you do, and that was where the genesis of the idea for the second Kickstarter we did in 2019. Troy really came up with this just fantastic, mind-blowing, cool idea where he said, I should let him explain it, but it was like, how the Turtles had the Archie Adventures, which is based on the animated Turtles. What if I did a story based on the Ragdolls animated show that we all saw, right? When we bought the toys. So that was the idea for that. And,
yeah, Troy, why don't you take it from there?
Yeah, so I mean, Kevin's right. Like working from Kevin Eastman layouts is an experience I both never thought I would have before, and like a challenge I can't even imagine replicating a second time. He's got a sensibility of like the way he lays out a page and stages his characters. That's just almost like only Kevin Eastman can do that. So anything I would do to it felt like it's diminishing how cool it could be if Kevin was doing this book. But so I was working very much outside my comfort zone and kind of trying to do my best with what I had there, knowing like, man, if I could do it my way, I would do it this way, sort of thing. And so, yeah, I had that idea that why don't we just take it like the Turtles had this iteration from going from that indie gritty comic, which is what the Ragdolls issue 1 was sort of like as an origin story, to the Nickelodeon version of it, the Archie comics, where it's a bit more like all ages kid friendly. And that's when the Turtles blew up. That's when the Ragdolls blew up in the 90s, as we all remember. And yeah, I just sort of like pitched an idea. Instead of just doing an issue 2 and continuing it, why don't we do like the next iteration of it? I could imagine like more iterations of how the Ragdolls would go in different versions too, which I think is cool because the Turtles themselves have been so many variations and versions of them, from cartoons, comics, gritty, dark things to totally comedic stuff. And some of the late Mirage Studios comics were all over the map. They were so great, so much fun to see what you can do with these characters. Why not do that with the cats too? Have some fun with it.
I think we need a body count Ragdolls book.
Yeah. And Kevin should do that one.
Kevin and I have absolutely talked about that, about like a super violent, dark, Shane Bookman after Paul Bookman wasn't talking to him anymore. Like, I think the concept was, if I remember correctly, that it was Bookman, Eastman, and Bisley working together on a super violent. But I think it's worth saying that this is a comic book about comic books. And most comic books about comics have been, like American Splendor, have been very personal and small and also very indie and not about the mainstream. And Drawing Blood gives us an opportunity, and the Ragdolls give us an opportunity to comment on the entire history of comic books, indie and big two and popular indie like TMNT and all that. And Troy's idea about doing Ragdolls animated fit in so perfectly with that concept of let's take a snapshot of where the Ragdolls would have gotten to by 1996 when Kiddyscope, who is our version of Nickelodeon, was in control of the franchise and was watering it down and making it very kid friendly and all that. And there's the cover.
Yeah. So cool.
I
dealt with the same challenges working with Kevin.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, and even like there were things when Troy showed us those designs, I thought, well, Miyazaki's a little fat. I'm not sure. But then I was like, no, that's exactly the way Kiddyscope would reinterpret what we'll have to call the Mirage era Ragdolls characters. Like, no, one has to be the fat kid, one has to be this, one has to be that.
Right.
And sort of turning them into and honestly, Troy has more experience and is better at the kid show side of it than I will ever be. Like, I haven't done 100 Rick and Morty comic books, and I never will. So like that, it's a voice I don't speak. It's a language I don't speak as well. And so that was it. And it's something we plan to do with the other characters. There are other comic book characters within Drawing Blood. Frank Forrest created a character called Night Avenger, who's Batman the Spirit kind of character. We will see more of that to comment on the history of that character. And there's a new indie creator named Amanda Cavallino who has a character named GTFO Girl. The great Amanda Diebert Staggs wrote a GTFO Girl webcomic, which I'm having drawn right now. So there's going to be a lot coming from this whole crazy empire.
Awesome. Well, we are almost at the end of our hour, so I'm going to turn it to Kevin because I would like for you, to answer this question that's on the screen for people for this person, but also spend a couple minutes talking about what makes Drawing Blood special, why people should get it, and sort of any closing thoughts. Sorry, all the other people, but y'all are loquacious, so like I got to try and get the next 5 minutes to just focus on one of the people. So Kevin, take it away. What is Drawing Blood? Why is it special? Why is it cool? Why should everyone go and get it? And then are you doing an availability for late backers?
Thank you. Yes, what's so special about Drawing Blood is, and I try not to carry on too long because I tend to talk people to death. That's why they get on a phone call with me and it's 3 hours later. But anyway, what I loved about Drawing Blood is, and any of you creative people out there, artists and writers, you look at that next idea. It's almost like the way the Turtles evolved is you can't force the idea. And what I love about this project is it came from a very sincere, passionate place where I started putting notes and ideas and anecdotes of my experiences in comics and meeting fans and Hollywood and stuff into this notebook. And then I started adding on top of that experiences and anecdotes of people that I've met, sitting and talking to Bill Sienkiewicz or, Frank or, different people. And so it started building this world. And I just felt like there is something that felt naturally organic of at least how that part of it was coming together and this idea evolving of it'd be more interesting to create a fictional character where then you can put all those experiences into one as well as take them further. And that goes right back to the early days of us promoting Drawing Blood. People said, oh, so this is Kevin Eastman's autobiography. And it's like, no, I said by page 6, David and I take you to Shane Bookman in a gunfight. And I've never been in a gunfight, at least not yet, and hopefully I won't anytime soon. But we were able to take seeds and kernels of when, say, my idea became our idea, David's idea, and that's where really things started to gel, again, naturally and organically, in that he had a lot of experiences with Hollywood, as working in comics, was a fan of comic books and his whole life. So you could sort of put these anecdotes together, and we could do things like, that scene that Ben pointed out at the end of issue 4, where Kevin Eastman meets Shane Bookman as he's going into a panel. Panel he's going into is because Shane is getting a lot of pressure from Morgan Harbour, which is in no way a reference to Michael Bay. Morgan Harbour is doing this radically dark reimagining of the ragdolls and making them aliens instead of mutants. I don't know where we come up with this stuff, but you can take a seed and an idea and a kernel of something that was a real experience, and then take it that much farther and make it more interesting as a character opportunity. And again, the stories that David and I have come up with that tell the first 12 issues of what's going to happen in Shane Bookman's life during these 12 issues is broken out in broad strokes that David is then taken and again crafted into beautiful scripts that Ben Bishop is bringing to life so beautifully. And what's great about that is, even though Troy, we sort of did the ragdolls, we felt it was critical to have him still be part of the overall series, because he's, it's kind of, we're the group and we're the team. So this idea that Troy's doing these hallucination scenes and some other stuff, and I'm doing the flashbacks and sepia tone, like the old duo shade, like Peter and I did back in the original Turtles. So the beauty of Drawing Blood is it's something that comic books have never seen. They've never seen a world like this. They've never seen something so true. Even though it's completely fictional, true story, it is, some of it's placed very real. It is exaggerated, and it is fiction, and it is a lot of this and that, but it's based on some real factual ideas. And most of all, we're having a blast. We're having so much fun doing this story, because it's it came from such a good, heartfelt, solid, creative place. It wasn't fabricated. It wasn't, invented to try to sell more of this or sell more of that. But as a team, we've come up with something that we're all very passionate about. And then to answer the question, besides the digital version you can buy of Drawing Blood Volume 1, which has all 4 issues, and the Ragdolls one shot. Once we wrap up the Kickstarter 2 support, which is the next 4 issues, plus Troy's adventures, Ragdoll's adventures, which is so funny. We just got color pages in from Leo, the colors, and it's like laugh out loud, funny stuff. But we do want to start offering some of the back. Once we've serviced all the Kickstarters, we want to have everything offered again for sale and in as any capacity possible on kevineastmanstudios.com. You can find anything out about what I'm doing, what's going on with the Drawing Blood of the Ragdolls, with all our collective social media. But Kevin Eastman Studios is sort of where you see a lot of this material come and involved. So there'll be opportunities to pick up all the material at some point. Once our comic book business gets back to some level of normalcy, which I can't wait so we can all hang out in the comic shop again together, because I know we love to do that. So.
Wonderful. So that brings us. So Kevin should have done his wrap up. So we've got 2 minutes for each of the other 3 of you to tell us where we can find you, and any last thoughts. So each of you, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I'm going to give Troy last because he spoke the least. I'm going to give Ben second to last. So we'll start with you, David, because you had quite a few words so far.
Oh, yes, I always do. And I'm sorry about that. David Avalone, freelance.com is where you can follow what I'm doing. That has links to all of the social media stuff. And what Kevin said, we're making number 2. We're having a good time. Ben is happily drawing, and I'm sending him some reference for Los Angeles for issue 6 sometime later today.
Awesome. Ben, to you.
I've always got the aggregate in stock at my store, which you can get to at bishart.net, bishart.net. And then we mentioned it a couple times, so you can join the Bishart Kids Club and get all exclusive stuff, and join the funny group chat where they all just pick on me all day long, every day. BishartKidsClub.com. And other than that, I'm stoked to be almost right in the middle of Drawing Blood Volume 2, and every page I draw is I feel like a step up from before, and I'm looking even back at Drawing Blood Volume 1, and I'm really excited for you guys to see the growth in writing and the art and the story itself in number 2. It's going some wild places. It's very exciting.
Awesome, man. All right. Troy, you can have a full minute.
I just gotta say, it's been really cool. Like the Drawing Blood Ragdolls project, like everyone just meshes so well to like all the creative levels that come to this, as far as the writing, the ideas, and then blending the different art styles in together. It does make a really cool and unique comic. So I really hope everyone goes checks it out, get the free download. It's really awesome. As for me and my wife Brenda Hickey, we both draw comics for a living. She's known for My Little Pony and Agretzko and stuff like that. We've started our own little publishing imprint, pegamoosepress.com, and kind of following along the lines of young Ben here, we're kickstarting our books and trying to make some really nice hardcover editions of our creator-owned work. Next one will be coming up in a couple months. Will be my next and final Angora napkin graphic novel. 2-time Eisner nominee with that, but so far no awards, because awards make you soft.
That's what we tell ourselves.
That's what we tell ourselves. And so I'm working on that now, and we're working on our new books. Brenda and I are collaborating on a project, and waiting to see what's next for Ragdolls and Drawing Blood.
Awesome. Neo, you want to take us out?
Guys, thank you so much for being on with us. Kevin, David, you guys are this is so much fun. I hardly talked this hour because I was having so much fun listening to you guys. And I'm just more excited about Drawing Blood Volume 2 now than ever. So thanks for being here. And I just keep making awesome stuff, dude. And I love that mustache.
All right,
not easy to keep it on.
We're going to say bye to you in the order that you came on. So bye, Troy.
Bye.
Bye, Troy.
And bye, Ben. And bye, Mustache.
Bye, Mustache.
And finally, bye, Kevin.
Bye,
Thank
Kevin.
you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
And there you have it. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
we got through that panel. I thought for sure we were going to go long, but I could have talked to them all day. And I say that at every panel, but in every panel it feels true.
Well, they could have talked all day, and they just had so much awesome stuff to talk about. Drawing Blood is just such a fantastic concept, and they're just doing amazing work with it. So that was great. That was a great way to start the day. So.
Absolutely. I feel energized. And please, guys, don't go anywhere because we have that's like just the kickoff of the day. Like, if you like that, you're going to love everything else that we have for you. Next, Neo is going to be moderating a panel on building your audience. So we talked with Kevin and Ben and all the other people about how like they built this amazing, rabid, huge social media presence. And we're going to go through that really in detail with Ruth Ann, one of my, I think our favorite people.
Yes, Ruth Ann's awesome.
She does just amazing work, like building hype and like helping brands and just always bringing positive energy. And then our dear friends Raina and John Merritt, who have built one of the I remember them when they were just like they had like one tentacle kitty. And they've now built it into like an empire with books like Dark Horse and Kickstarters that like routinely go over $100,000. And so Ruth Ann has sort of the big picture, and then Ray and John, who are having a little bit of technical difficulty, are going to be joining us in a second. But cool. I think we should bring on Ruth Ann. You two can kind of get it started, and then we'll go from there. Think that's good?
Yes, absolutely.
Hi, Ruth Ann.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
So good to see you from so far away.
Yeah, you're across the pond there.
I am. I did the crazy thing of I didn't want to be in my tiny studio guest house for months and months, so I just escaped to England. But I'll be back on Tuesday. So on the 5th, I'll be back in LA.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. And so I am now going to let you and oh wait, I think they're on. I'm starting to see them. Hang on a second now.
We may have
I'm going to bring them on, and we might have a whole panel now.
Oh, snap.
Hi. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Fantastic.
So these are literally 4 of my favorite humans in the whole world, and I can't believe I'm leaving now to go and take my break. But I'm going to let leave you in Neo's capable hands, and I will talk to you guys in about 50 minutes.
All right, see you then. Bye.
Bye.
Wait,
just kidding.
Hi.
Hi.
We're going to watch you leave.
All right.
Hey, how's it going?
There we go.
Hi.
Good morning, everyone, and Ruth Ann, whatever time it is where you're at.
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. here.
Where are you located?
So right now I'm in England. I'm about 45 minutes east of London in a tiny little town called Biggin Hill, and it's just lovely.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, I escaped LA for as long as I could, but I'm heading back on Tuesday to my tiny little apartment to be locked in for 2 weeks. But it was a great respite.
That's nice. How long have you been there?
I've been here, so it's been about a month and a half because I basically bounced right on March 14th because I already had a flight planned to come out here in April. And I just did something crazy and changed it to that night, which was a Saturday night, and just got on the plane and got out. So,
wow, cool.
You made the good choice. So, okay, I guess today we're going to be talking about building a social media platform and branding and all of that stuff. It's things we all have to do as creators. And so why don't we start out with you guys telling us about what you do, who you are, and what you, go off. We'll start with Ruth Ann.
Oh, start with me. Okay. Hi.
Yeah.
So I've had a pretty crazy time of just basically creating a spot for myself in the geek pop culture world, where I went from being an actress about 7 years ago to just switching everything to the geek pop culture world. I started out with a company that me and my best friend Chris Simon designed called Geek Chic Promotions. Started off as an event company, but then turned into, we were doing the paneling and programming for about 5 to 6 different conventions, as well as doing all of their inviting their guests. And then I started doing a lot of the sales and sponsorships type packages for not only the conventions, but also some comic books, some websites, and then actually started doing it for influencers. So if you look at my personal social media, it's not anything special because I'm not getting paid to do that. But I've throughout the years randomly learned like all the weird algorithms and weird tricks. So I'm happy to be here to share that with all of you.
Algorithms and tricks. That's very good.
Yeah.
And then you also have your own little podcast thing, right?
I do. So with Geek Chic Promotions, it's on hold right now, but we do every weekend, we do a live stream that's called Nerd Rage. And so we take all the news. Yeah, we take all the news throughout the weekend. You know, me and Chris get very passionate about things. So we have a couple drinks and then we go over basically everything that happened over the week. And it's just, you know, with all this craziness going on, we're like, it's probably a good time to take a pause. But I do that. Yeah.
Rage right now.
It is more
Right?
time than ever to
one good
Nerd Rage.
episode. Yeah.
Cool. And our team Tentacle Kitty.
Hi guys, how are you? We're the creators of Tentacle Kitty, which is a collectible plush brand. We also have comics and I don't know, we go to conventions all over the country and eventually hopefully all over the world, and we sell kitties and it's really fun. And part of what we do obviously is online stuff, because you can't just do stuff in person, you know, you got to do stuff online. So that's why we're here today, is to kind of talk about that aspect of our business.
Well, and for those of you people who haven't seen you guys at shows, usually you have this huge booth and it's just swamped with people.
Always.
Like
yeah,
just
I've seen you guys at a lot of
grabbing up
cons.
Tentacle Kitty like all day long, all weekend long, just like, I gotta get this. It's like people walk by and they're immediately drawn to that. And it's been amazing. Yeah. And as Russell said, you guys started with like the one thing and now you have the whole super 10 by 20 booth, you know, so much stuff. And would love to talk about how you guys built that out. So for so like where to start? It's like, you know, social media branding is so, like, a lot of people don't seem to get it. They seem to think like, oh, send a friend request and then, or follow somebody on Twitter and then immediately send them a link to buy your thing.
Yeah.
People do that in the author space all the time. They'll join like, you know, some of these book promotion groups, and as soon as you friend them, they immediately send you a link to buy their thing. And you think they think that's what social media marketing is like, buy my stuff, and they hound you with it, and you're like, that's an immediate turn off. Or you know, people who buy email lists and start just, you know, you get random spam emails pretty much, and I know that's been a thing lately that I've seen some people complaining about actually, but so why don't you start off with, like, what is the basis of even building a brand and building your following? Whoever wants to take it. I love the Tentacle Kitty.
Yeah, I'd love if you guys start, because obviously, like, you had a very specific product and a very specific brand, but it all kind of happened very organically, it sounds like, from you guys, and it just built so quickly. So I think it would almost be better to hear, like, your guys' story, and then I can add all those silly nitty gritty, like, technical stuff.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead, John.
God, where do we even start?
Well, how did you get started?
Yeah, tell them the story of how you created a character, and we'll go from there.
Okay, all right.
Give us the origin.
All right, the origin story. All right. It was a dark and stormy night.
We were in Portland, so it seriously was dark and stormy.
Seriously dark and stormy. Yeah. And I was waiting for her to get off of work, and I was in a Sherry's, which is basically Denny's, only with Sherry's instead.
And wine. They have wine.
They have
there.
wine, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so there's a nice little bonus. But yeah, then I was like, I'm going to make something really cute for her. And I love kitties, and she loves tentacles. So we just put them together. Yeah. She was studying marine biology at the time. And she's like, she came home and like Bill Nye for like 30 minutes. She's like, tentacles, they're the coolest things. And just like went on and on and on about it. Like, okay, well, this is a thing. So now we have like octopus and cuttlefish and all sorts of stuff all over in your house. And so I was like, all right, cool. I'll just put them all together and see what we come up with. You know, put a little bit of pink on there, and it's like poof, tentacle kitty.
And that was like, that was before we ever made plushies or anything like that. So it was like 11 years ago. We've only been making plushies for 7 years, but we started by sharing it online, right? We were like, well, this is pretty cool. Let's share it with people. And we put it online, and people's reactions were very, they had strong reactions to it. There's mixed reactions. They're like, wow, that's really cool. Whoa, burn it with fire. Like, so we just leaned into the cute side of it. And, you know, and I think it was about the time we got married and decided to have a family. And we're like, well, I really love this thing that you made for me. So let's make a plushie out of it and see how people like it. And so we designed the plushie, and it took like 4 months of like fine tuning the actual design. How many?
No, it took about a year.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
How many iterations did we go through?
We went through, I think it was 13.
Yeah, it was like 13
prototypes.
iterations. And before we got our first prototype. And so that was like the final prototype. And we took it to our first convention, and we sat at a little artist table, and we didn't have a tablecloth. We had like 10 prints that we made, and we had one tentacle kitty inside of a glass case and nobody can touch. And look at our thing. And like people like just embrace the character so much, and all of the stuff that we were doing with it. And so, but it's kind of funny, instead of just going directly into production with them, we actually approached Think Geek, and we talked to a buyer there, and we're like, we have this character, we really love it, and people seem to really like it. And they're like, well, that's interesting. Can I see it? Sure. We share the picture, and they're like, okay. And then we're like, well, we're thinking about making plushies. They're like, well, we'd be interested in that. And then it was like, they're like, we need to see a prototype. Oh crap, sweat. We got to make a prototype. And so we went through all the iterations. And as soon as we had that done, we were like, all right, share the prototype. And they're like, we'll take them. We're like, yes. And that's how we started.
Yeah, we weren't willing to start full production until we knew that we had a buyer, basically.
Right. Yeah. And so I see a lot of people who are bringing art plushies to conventions, and I can see that they're kind of doing what we did, where they started with this idea for a character, they're building its world, and like I think that might have been where we were different. We found a partner to be a buyer to begin, and that made it so that, you know, that gave us a good foundation. Yeah. So I don't know.
And of course, as we were going through all this, like it just started off as a cute little picture, but as we were developing like the plush and all that, we're like, what is she? Like, what does she do? Like, what is she all about? And then we started coming up with all of these like crazy stories about like her just going to Earth and just trying to interact with everything, and just none of it making any sense. So it's like, you know, basically a tentacle kitty's view of what Earth is, and it was all wrong.
And that sort of fits the question we have right here, which is, when did you create the wonderful backstory and persona for Tentacle Kitty?
Well, it started with the creation of the character, but it also changed a little bit before we went into full production. So, and then even after we went to production, we brought our first batch to convention the following year, and like people were asking questions, and so we just started making up stories. We're like, wow, let me tell you about this. And then we would come up with jokes. We're like, that's funny. Let's share with every person. And then we made people laugh with it. So
when we went to our first convention, like we were surprised. Like we thought they would be more for like young adults, but everybody loved it.
Yeah,
like, even little kids. And we're like, oh, we're doing this wrong. We have to, you know, change this up and make it, you know, focus on the cute.
It's always really hard when somebody's like, what is your demographic? We're like,
yes.
Well, which
everybody who wants to give us money. So you went to these conventions and you had this popular thing, and all these people were connecting with your thing. But how did you manage to, like, you know, stay engaged with these people beyond being at a convention for, you know, a weekend and maybe having those 5 minutes of time with somebody at your table? That's really where we get into the nuts and bolts of this discussion.
Well, initially we posted her on DeviantArt. That was our initial social media. And so I would draw a picture and, you know, post it up, and everyone's like, oh, this is great. Oh, do Tentacle Kitty with this character or this people, you know, and draw them up. And, you know, like I think we had one of them was from I can't remember the name of it. It was a horror game. The main character was Isaac.
It wasn't Dead Space, was it?
Dead Space, yes, Dead Space. So I had I had Isaac.
Little side
like
note: the person who designed all of those monsters on that was Ben Templesmith.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Nice
So I built Isaac, and he's got like a little little like water droplet on his head, and he's Tentacle Kitty's just hugging him really tight, and that one just kind of like took off, and they're like, oh my god, we need plushes now, and then that's kind of what started the whole transition into like the plush market.
Yeah, but how do we get them from convention onto the online stuff? We invite them. We talk like when somebody would walk up to our booth, we didn't just talk to them, right? We like approach them as if we already have known them forever. We treat them like a family member or a best friend. Like we give them 100% of our attention. And then when it comes time to talk about, oh, you know what really helps is to talk about your future projects. Once you make a connection with somebody and you get them to fall in love with what you're doing, you say, hey, this is what we're doing right now that we're making. It's going to be here in a month. And we're like, come join our Facebook, come join whatever it is. And we will tell you as soon as it's ready. And that's one way. We also, collect newsletters, like emails for newsletters, and that gets people involved with us on a even more personal level, because when we send newsletters, we literally ask people to write us back, and we have like full pen pal conversations with people. And we always send them to our social media, we always send them to our shop and stuff like that. So I don't know, we build it first off of a complete personal connection, and then get them excited and just invite them to the thing where we can tell them more about it, and they just come. So
plus our website's super easy to follow. They're like, website, and we're like, tentaclekitty.com. We're like, oh, that's easy. Awesome.
And maybe that can transition us right into this question. I know part of keeping an online presence is regular updates. What is a good schedule to keep people interested? Not to overflood people with way too much, but not to give them enough where they sort of forget you exist. Maybe Ruth Ann could.
To
hear what she said.
So this is a much more technical thing, and it's kind of weird because you want it to be much more organic. And first, I'll say just how the things that you guys did right that you probably didn't even realize, and I obviously, like, you have a product and a brand that you are very passionate about. You love, you made it for your wife, it's this very thing that you love so much. And you're both very personable, like you said, at your booths and on your social media. You're very connected and interacting with your fans, whether it be, like you said, making like requests for artwork, that sort of thing. But when it comes to like the algorithms of each social media platform, it is kind of indicative of how the consumer goes to that platform. So if you're on something like Twitter, everything is very immediate and then it's gone.
Right.
So the algorithm for that, and again, these are algorithms that I studied about a year or two ago when I was doing influencer type sponsorship, branding, all that kind of stuff. But so for Twitter, it's 10 tweets a day, and that includes mentions. Wow. So so you want to stay between 1 and 10 every day, and also like it's kind of the time zone that you're in. So for like platforms like Facebook, 1 post a day, and you want it to be in whatever time zone you're aiming for. You want it to be around lunchtime, because Tuesdays and Thursdays are generally the best around the week. But that is also dependent on who your audience is. For example, like if you have a audience that's more family based, you'll want to avoid Sundays or holidays or that sort of thing. One of the things that kind of shocked me the most of social media right away was I was in this very nerdy live action web series based on Dragon Ball Z. And I did it super for fun, like had no idea. It was, like I said, back when I was acting, didn't even tell my agent about it because it was totally for free. And within the first day, we had 1 million views. And it was each day after that, we got 1 million views each day for 10 days in a row. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Like, that's when I didn't have any like public pages, like specifically Facebook, so I had to like shut down my private one and like create one, like go over there, I don't know, oh god. But it was just mind-blowing. And the only hint that I had that it was going to happen like that was because I got a message from somebody who was doing the translation in Spanish for Brazil. And that's when I was like, is this It's gonna be around the world? Like
normal?
What?
Cool.
But one of the last episodes that we filmed, the last scene that we filmed was on Super Bowl Sunday. But obviously, our fans are not sports people, so we did a live stream of like the last shot we ever filmed, and it was just insane how many people were in it and interacting and talking. But if our brand was sports related, we obviously wouldn't have done it on a Super Bowl Sunday because we wouldn't have had anybody. But since our demographic wanted something to do because everybody else was doing sports, So let's see. So Facebook, like I said, one. Instagram is the same way. It's one post a day, but then between 1 to 4 stories. And I know that's like a new thing for everybody.
I haven't played with those much yet, so this is really cool.
And I feel that the platform is also important for what fan base you're going for, because it does like if it's more artwork stuff, like DeviantArt was so huge. It's not quite as big now, but I know that like when you guys were starting was the absolute perfect time to be on DeviantArt, and you can kind of like, that's very Instagram, you know, like I feel like that's a pretty straight line for that. And then if you are like doing video content like YouTube, the latest, so what's crazy about the YouTube algorithm is they actually turned it into an AI. So YouTube doesn't even know why it does what it does now. It's kind of completely out of their hands. But that has a lot of, Skynet, right? That does have a lot of like parental controls and age like restrictions. So you have to like really dive in and make sure like what words you use, this kind of stuff. And you want 4 videos a week and 1 live stream a week.
Wow.
So that is like
content to me.
Yeah.
You basically have to be doing nothing but content the entire time, or have a team that helps, which it sounds like you help, like from your description of what you do is you help make the content and then time it, or do other people make it and you just kind of help set up when it goes?
So right now I actually work at like I was going to say earlier, my career has kind of got all sorts of places. For a little over a year now, I've actually been with Aftershock Comics, and I'm their retailer relations manager. So now I'm doing nothing to do with social media and that kind of stuff. But I still, I love comics. And I love Aftershock Comics. So it's been an absolute blast working with them. But what I was doing was when I was doing sponsorships and branding partnerships for, companies, for influencers, for comic books, that sort of thing, it was very much using those pieces and connecting it to like when it will get the most interaction and like what social media platforms to share it on, and just the best way of doing that. And I've also helped different Kickstarters for their project, of how like the best way and the best timing to start your Kickstarter, to the best timing for your social media posts and your update videos and like all that kind of stuff. So it's a weird thing that I just kind of absorbed from going to so many conventions and just being a huge nerd for stuff. So it's just one of those things.
Yeah. So let me ask you on that note about, you're talking about 10 tweets a day and 1 Facebook post a day and such. What are we talking in terms of like content of these posts? Because some people think just dropping a link 10 times a day on Twitter is, doing the job, and I see people just do that all day long. They just keep dropping their link and thinking, to their Amazon account or whatever, their store or whatever, and thinking they're promoting. And generally that stuff just sort of goes into the Zygote immediately. Nobody ever sees it. So
because it's not organic, it's not fun. Like I was saying that you guys did so well, and just because you're you were so excited about the stuff you're doing, and you're still working on stuff on a daily, of making the drawings, making the backstory, and all the kind of fun stuff that goes along with it. So it kind of like you said about how annoying it is when you friend somebody and the first thing they're like, buy my stuff, watch my YouTube channel. Like, it's like, okay, just never mind, unfriend.
Yeah. I actually don't post my business stuff on my personal hardly at all. And I'm kind of like you, where like my personal social media is sad.
Crickets.
Like, my Instagram's got like 6 pictures on it. For the last 5 years. It's bad.
Yeah, so, I forgot for a while that I had my own personal Twitter.
Yeah, a lot of people have. Yeah. And you guys actually nail it on the head, because it's very similar to the way of networking. Because like me and you are out in LA, and that's what it's all about, is the networking. And for me, and especially when I was acting, that was the thing I hated the absolute most of any industry. It's like, let's network. For me, I'll just talk to somebody. And if I like them, be like, how can I help you? Like, how can we work together? But if the first thing out of your mouth is like, here's my reel, here's my this, like
the finger gun.
And you said it the best way of when people come to your booth, you interact, you're there and like talk about the next project, like be interested in what interests them about your product or your brand. And it's just having the passion for it. And I gotta check out more of you guys' social media, but I'm guessing it's not just you're only talking about like the next convention or you're only talking about what you're selling. It's all the kind of fun stuff that happens around your lives and around like creating each new plush and each new story.
And some of the stuff that we do also is we ask our fans what they want, right? And that's something that a lot of people talk about. I've heard Russell talk about that too, but it's like, what do you want? Like, do you like A? Do you like B? Well, how does this make you feel? Like, what is it that you get from what we're doing, so that we can better gauge what it is that we need to be making for people and how do we fill that thing that they're looking for. And social media is the best way to do that, right? Because you can reach so many people at once and you can get all of the answers back, right?
And you can interact. And that's
exactly.
I'm like looking at the question that's on the screen now, and it's so.
Yeah, I'll read that real quick.
Yeah.
Do readers/consumers prefer story-based posts or behind-the-scenes posts or a mixture? What do people who consume story want from us creators?
That depends on
really good question. It's a really good question.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So it is a mix, and it's kind of also dependent on what your product or brand is. So like you guys, again, did everything right, and you probably didn't even realize it because as soon as you started doing, you're like, oh, I should create a story. And like, that's what the fans are like, yes. Like even the one commenter earlier was like, how did you come up with it? When did you come up with it? That was what got me involved. And so it kind of depends. Like, so if you're, for example, if you're doing a comic book, for instance, and that's the brand that you're pushing is one single comic book, then it's more focused on the story of what's going on in the comic book and building that one comic book. But if you are an artist who does bunches of different comic books, a bunch of different, caricatures and that sort of stuff, it will be a mix of both. So that's a great time to use, because every cell phone has it now of this, not the slow motion, but the where it speeds up what you're doing. I'm blanking on words.
Draw.
Yeah.
Yes.
Speed draw.
So
cool.
yeah, so you can like watch somebody draw something and show the before, the after, whatever, or just a little bit about your life. Because that's the thing is once you get fans, they do want to know what draws them in is having it be personal, having that personal connection with you. So it's to Tom Levine, that's kind of it's a bit of mix of both, and it kind of depends on what your brand is. And I hate the word brand. It's one of the worst because especially influencers are like, yeah, I really focus on like what my brand is, and it's like,
okay,
oh, you're just a person. Settle down.
I understand what they're saying. It's one word to describe a very complex idea. So, I get that. But
I would say that the best way to put it instead of what your brand is who's your audience. Because that's what you've got to curtail everything to, whether it's the language of your content, but like you guys have everybody, so you almost have to do it where it's kind of very soft. And luckily, and you have kids yourselves, right?
Yeah.
So like the type of language that's appropriate or not, and that kind of thing of just making it kind of blanketed so everybody can enjoy.
And that's actually a really good transition into this next question. How do you interact with people online if your demographic is younger people who aren't online, or even aren't the ones with the money?
Well, that's where you aim at parents, right? Parents are trying to find things for their kids that are interesting, teach a lesson, are funny, something lighthearted, something that's going to engage them in some way. Maybe even it can be light and just be something fun, but sometimes parents also like to have a little bit more meat to it. So you just got to find, that's just what toy branding is, right? The parents are buying it. You have to make it for the parents as well as the kids. So
yeah, like look at it as some of the best Disney, Pixar, kids movies that they're obviously it's for kids, but it's good content. And then it has little nods and little jokes for the parents. Like one of my favorite references for that would be in Wreck-It Ralph 2 at the very end when you have the two characters who have taken on those 12 kids and suddenly they're being angels. And he's like, well, the trick to parenting is, and then like all the noise happens so you can't hear what they're saying. And she's like, yes. And the other thing you always have to do is all the cars go by so you can't hear what they're saying. And then the main guy's like, man, I wish more parents could hear that. And that's like, again, it's funny for kids because they just get the bit of like, you can't hear what they're saying, but the parents love it too.
Right. And on the same similar note, how do you deal with interacting with, you know, younger people on social media, like kids that want to follow you and engage with you and such? Because I do a lot of kids stuff, and I sometimes will have, you know, an 8-year-old kid following me or something and interacting, and I'm just like trying to be really, you know, careful about that.
Well, yeah, you have to be. I mean, we're adults interacting with children, and that's like, for me, it feels like I want to interact with kids, but it also feels scary because if you do something wrong or it's misread in some way by the parent, like then suddenly you're in trouble for being inappropriate or something. So I personally handle it very delicately. I talk to them as I would my own kids, and I double check what I'm saying before I send it because it's
usually I'll just be like, that's awesome, or thanks, or high five or something, you know.
I respond a little bit like as Tentacle Kitty too. I'll be like, because she's very innocent, right? So I'll give like Tentacle Kitty's voice to whatever the message is, because they're reaching out to Tentacle Kitty, not us. Right. So
yeah, that's I was going to say, like, if you can have it be whatever character that they're actually like, your guys is all your handles are Tentacle Kitty and Tentacle Kitty, this, that, the other. So those, but like you nailed it like right on the head of you just have to act like you're acting, you know, talking to your own kids. And like, luckily I've had experience working with kids either through doing children's theater or then for a couple of years, I was a princess for princess birthday parties. And like, at first I was terrified of the same thing of just like I need to be me, like I'm a real person. But you find it, and you're the character, and like whatever that might be as your brand. But also, Neo, you were correct, especially like as a man, it is also, you have to be very careful, and depending on what content is on the rest of your social media, because like you, Neo, write and do a lot of different stuff. It's not just YA titles, it's kind of all over the place. So that is an excellent question that I kind of feel like all you can do is just be as delicate as possible, and probably emojis are your friend.
Yeah, exactly. Thumbs up, high five, that's cute, whatever, you know, and just, you know, I'll get little fan art and stuff of Red Riding or something. I'll be like, super cool, you're keep going, you're awesome, you know, and stuff like that, you know. And so it's a tricky balance, and I mean, you have to deal with it at shows too, you know, and kids coming up and wanting to engage, and so it's just really, you got to play it really careful. But you're
their idol. You're their idol. You're the writer of their favorite thing. Like they look up to you. You're like the sun, right? They're like, wow, you're so cool. And so it's kind of an interesting position to be in too, because you can, I think that at that age, you can make a lasting difference in their lives by being a like encouraging role model for them. And so I feel like you're talking about fan art, right? Somebody brings you fan art and you're like, awesome, high five. But it's like, you know, you did such a good job on that. Like, I just cannot wait to see your next picture. Like, you know, because and that's how we are with our kids. It's like, if they're doing something positive and good, like, I feel like it's almost our job as a public brand to push them into blossoming into who they are. So I don't know.
Yeah. When I have kids come up with fan art, especially at a convention, I'll just be like, you know, if you keep this up, you could be here you know, 5 or 10 years from now, you could be one of these people here selling your art and doing your thing and drawing comics. It's like, you know, and just trying to be positively encouraging, and the same with the writers, you know, it's like, keep writing. I was a kid like you, and, you know, and here I am now, you know, so it's mostly just trying to be as positive and encouraging as possible, and, you know, and I like to get down and speak to them at their eye level.
That's what I was going to say, is be respectful and never talk down. Like any fan, like just don't talk down, and just like actually listen and actually respond, like honestly, because every kid feels like they're a full-on adult. I don't know about you guys, but like when I was 16, I had my life figured out way more than I have it right now. Like I knew everything. And now I'm like, I don't know. I guess I don't know nothing.
I wish I was that together.
Yeah.
So let's move on into the next thing. There's another question here. I guess this is probably more for Ruth Ann. How do you build your brand if you're doing a bunch of different things? Is it better to have one overall brand or a bunch of different things?
That's an excellent question, because that is another reason that like my personal pages are just like, I like all the weird nerdy stuff. So it'll be like random modeling shots, or it'll be like Dragon Ball Z or Doctor Who, or like just like all over or like suddenly I'm playing D&D. Who knew? So it kind of depends on what each project is, because like we were talking about earlier, each social media platform kind of has its own flavor of fan base. So if, let's say, you're an artist on one thing, I would say maybe that you keep everything as your name or your like overall brand, but each one is just hyper focused on that. You could also do something where if it is all artwork, maybe a certain day of week is that certain thing. That is also dependent on if you have something that's very like, if you have one project that's YA and one project that's like rated R, then that's when you're going to have to separate things out.
So then you have like two accounts, one that's like for your older stuff. And I know that people write in different genres too. Like you might have horror, you might have romance, you might have kids book, right? So you almost have to, it's like mini companies within your company. Using different faces.
That becomes my split table at a Comic-Con or something, where I have, this stuff here and this stuff here. And
I'm
sometimes it's tricky,
with
so
myself.
it's like, I have these Red Riding YA books, and I have some Power Ranger books, and I have this 1,000 Ways to Die book I wrote, and it's
you
like,
have like a different hat for like each
like
set.
that's sort of hidden in the corner.
Exactly. One color here, one over here.
Yeah, exactly. But I think for most, for most of this, I think it's best to try to figure out where you fit best, like where your niche is. And for me, it's like kids and YA stuff is where everybody keeps pushing me towards, as far as the publishers and such. So I've sort of accepted that's where I belong, but occasionally somebody will be like, oh, you want to write the story for John Carpenter's Halloween horror, anthology? It's like, yeah, of course I do. But, so it just becomes this juggling act. So,
and I would say the biggest cheat, and everybody should do this, I've done it,
please tell us.
Yes, I have a little
please
cheat
tell
for
us,
you.
Ruth.
Whatever is the most similar to what you're doing or your brand, look at the accounts that have the most followers. Look at the ones who have the most interactions and that kind of stuff, and just look at how they do it. Do they do, and what they do and what they're planning. So just whatever you're a fan of or that you see fits the same genre of your brand or your product or, whatever creative endeavor you're doing, then just kind of use that, like their platform, and see what their algorithm is from how they do it, and just copy it. Like, don't obviously directly copy paste, but just kind of use it and as kind of a building block for your own stuff.
Interesting.
That's actually pretty similar to something that one of the concept artists at a video game company I worked at, I was like, hey, how do you get so good at art? And he's like, copy everything. Like, just find something that you really like and just emulate it until it becomes your own, and you're able to like take that information and mix it with something else that you like and just make it personal.
Yeah, so, like I kind of equate it to baking or finding a recipe online. Like you take the recipe, but then you're like, oh, I don't like olives, I like this better, and like just kind of mix it and just create your own thing that, yes, it was the building blocks from this recipe that's very popular, but now it's your own product, it's your own brand.
Very cool. Let's see if we have any more questions here. Not right now. Oh, wait. Maybe Russell's telling me something.
Before
how do you know? Oh, here's a good one. This is a really good one. It's the tough one, but how do you know if a project is worth pursuing and doubling down on?
Ooh.
That's a tough one, because sometimes you got to like really look at a thing and decide, like, is this worth where I want to put all my energy into? Or
I would say it's where your passion is. If you are extremely passionate about that thing, then do it. Go to town. if it's something that, it's also dependent on where you are in your career. So let's say if it's something that's going to be so time consuming that you'll have to leave, your 9-to-5 job, or, whatever it is that's actually paying the bills, that's where it gets a little tricky, is always have a backup, always have. And I always find it interesting, especially for creatives, when they feel that like having a 9-to-5 job or working as a barista or, in a grocery store is beneath them. It's like, no, you pay your bills. And honestly, working those jobs and being in the real life is where you're going to get the most inspirations and the most organic material for whatever product that you have. So I would say it's a bit of mix of both, but it's to make sure that you love what it is, and even if it can't support you right now, that you can manage your time in a way and your energy in a way that it won't be detracting, because there is nothing worse than if you are super passionate about something, it makes you happy, but now it becomes your 9-to-5 job and all the joy is taken out of it.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, and on what you just said, I would say that probably 90% of people in Artist Alley have a day job.
Yeah.
At any given con, it's like, this is like, you have your day job and this is what you do on the weekend or whatever, or you do at night. And there's definitely no shame in that. And, at some point you may be able to build it into a full-time career in business if you're willing to. And if you want to, it's a lot of work. And it's the thing I tell people, when they get into this kind of stuff, is like, you really got to define what your expectations are. Like, what do you actually want to get out of this? Publishing a book or a comic or whatever you're going to do. Like, do you want to just do it? Like, oh, I published the book, the novel, the comic, I've done that. It's the experience of it. Or are you willing to go out like me and you guys and do, 25 cons or 30 cons a year and live on the road and live in hotels and, spend a lot of time in airports and all sorts of stuff. I mean, you got to decide if you're willing to do that. Because a lot of people get into this and then they realize, oh my God, this is exhausting. A weekend at Artist Alley is actually really exhausting, because you got to talk with like 1,000 people in any given day or something,
while you're drawing.
And always beyond, even
friend.
this kind of thing.
Eat ramen
Russell and I are on here for 8 hours a day doing this for 2 days, I mean, yesterday when we were done with this 8 hours, I fell on the couch, so.
Oh yeah.
But no, it was amazing and great, but it was like, it's a moment where you're like, God, this is really work, And so I think for anybody, you really got to decide how much of yourself you're going to invest in that thing. And if it's not like, if you're not willing to go all the way, then I don't know if you even should,
Yeah, if your goal is the money versus just doing something you love, like I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think
if
you're truly passionate about the project and you're willing, like with Tentacle Kitty, just to put in so much into it and so much time and love and energy, then the money actually may come, and there's a lot better chance it's going to, if it's like organically from a place of like true passion and not just like, oh, I can make this thing because people are going to like it and I can sell it. If that's the case, go into corporate business or something, and don't try to sell an Artist Alley at a Comic-Con, that's for sure. So, because people will smell your BS so fast.
And your desperation.
And walk right by you. So, so
it's interesting.
Cool.
I have a question for you, Neo.
Yes.
So you put together with Russell this online convention. Tell me, how did you guys decide that this project was worth your time and energy?
So today would be Free Comic Book Day. We did it yesterday and today, but because it became 2 days. But today would have been Free Comic Book Day. And for me personally, I have my new comic book out, Grimmstown Terror Tales, which literally the first issue is dropping like today. And I would have been sitting at Golden Apple Comics in Hollywood with like Sandy King and John Carpenter signing comics today. That's what I would have actually been doing if I wasn't doing this. But the world got shut down. So when we realized it, Russell and I were messaging one day, and I'm like, Free Comic Book Day is going to get canceled. We knew it was going to happen. We just knew. We were like, we could smell it's going to happen. And I'm like, we can't let this day go to waste. Like, we got to do something, And Russell was like, yeah, cool, what do you want to do? And I was like, let's just do an online con or something. And originally we're like, we'll get a few panels or guests and we'll just talk about comics. And then that's just like, it blew up so fast. We asked a bunch of people like you guys, and And everybody immediately was like, yeah, we'll do that. And it was like, okay. And then suddenly we were looking at all the people who said yes, and we're like, oh wow, this can't be even 1 day. This has to be 2 days.
Your lineup is great.
And it was like 4 hours, and then it was 5 hours, and then it was 6 hours, and like Kevin Eastman was like, I want to come on. We're like, okay, it's 7 hours, you know, and it just blew up so fast. Hi, Russell. Oh no, we lost Ruth Ann.
I know. I didn't cut her off. I just
put the perfect time for you to pop back in.
It was not.
Way to go.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe you would want my opinion on the question. So a different thing that we did that was important to me was like I already had all the capitalization for it. So sorry, I didn't think I did that. So like I already had the blueprint of doing it because I did WannaCon. I already literally had the system done. So one of the things that for me is important for like what you can do is the like return on investment for capitalization cost. So the WannaCon was so successful, and I really wanted to do another one with all the things I learned in the first one, because one of the big things for me is like do a proof of concept first. You guys talked about that, and then like have then you can do the real one and like the good one when like you've kind of worked out all the bugs. So I was like kind of itching to do that one like something with again. And then two of my friends reached out, Neo for this show and my friend Nick for the online writers conference. And I was like, yes, I desperately want to test if my things work, if my assumptions work. And a lot of my marketing and a lot of my efforts for building a brand are like, how much is it going to cost me? And how much can I return from it pretty reasonably? And I already knew from my time doing anthologies that like the greatest way to like build yourself up really quickly and like sort of move to the next level is to excite and organize a bunch of amazing people together to push at the same lever quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of thing, to me, this is such a great way to, for one, you know, there's a little like, well, there's a little self-promotion. Obviously, we all have to do that. But then there's this huge amount of goodwill here. You know, we're getting you guys on, and all these people are getting on to talk about their projects and their experiences and what they do. Exactly. And I think, you know, it's a community-based event. So to me, to put in all the energy into this is the best thing to do, especially right now, since the world is, this is it. So, but I think what Russell and I are doing here, it feels very like just naturally organic. Like all of these panels we've done have been very like, oh, we're all just friends at a con, just having a conversation, but then giving people information. And like the will has been just great and the response has been great. So why would we put our energy into this? Because it's freaking awesome. Like, you know,
another thing I think you have to think about is like you guys are running this huge Kickstarter right now, right?
Oh yeah.
I just ran a Kickstarter, and I always like to do a bunch of free stuff once I've asked people to give me money, and I've spent a month, like not even just for the build like the Goodwill bank up, because I think of like the Goodwill is like a bank, right? You deposit a bunch for doing stuff like for your audience, and then you spend it asking them for money for like a month. And so you always have to fill it up and take it down. But more importantly, one of the ways that I get over the fact that like, no, it's never easy to ask people for money, even if you're doing it in like a nice, fun way, is to be like, okay, I have now spent a month after that, like giving free books out, putting together events, like recovering my own sanity and showing my audience that I'm really there for them. It's not just about the books. So I think that not that I owe, but I always want that Goodwill bank to be growing. I never, but it can't grow forever because you've got to, like, you've got to ask for money at some point. Like, you've got to run a business. So you're always trying to do that. Like, okay, so I made 10,000. Now I got to deduct 8. But if it's growing up a little bit, and the more I ask, and the more intense the campaign is, the more I feel like I have to do to build it back up. So,
yeah, totally.
Our give back is we're actually going to be donating a bunch of our plushies after this to different hospitals, organizations, and stuff. And so for anybody who's watching, if you guys have an organization that you think might want some like unopened plushies, feel free to PM us later, like through Tentacle Kitty or something, and we'll like definitely
there you go.
Questions for that. So
your Kickstarter's rocking. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
it just jumped up literally while we were talking.
I think it'd be really interesting too, because you're talking about getting a lot of people who are already respected in the industry to all work together to kind of push something like the online convention. Everybody's pushing on their social media at the same time. Like, I think it'd be really interesting to see what would happen if we did like some guest artists like design sets and see and kind of see how that would affect a Kickstarter. I think that'd be really interesting to see.
Well, we also do that, though. We've done that before when we both ran Kickstarters together, right? We a year and a half ago, we were both running the Kickstarter at the same time, and I was running the first Cthulhu anthology, and you had, I think that was the first $100,000 campaign that you guys ran. It was certainly close, and you said, And you said, I was like, hey, can we do like a swap? And like my artists are willing to like do a book, like do like some art for you, and then like you could do like an email post, and I can do an email post. And I think, I mean, I don't know how you did on that, but I think I got close to like $800 or $1,000 just from like that one interaction.
Oh, that's awesome!
Nice.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm not as A-type personality about counting things. And I think that's one way that you're way stronger at stuff than me when it comes to marketing and business stuff. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, we kind of fly in the seat of our pants. We're like, maybe this will work. No, how about this? Yeah, that works. All right, let's do more of that.
Yeah. And they did the pictures, which they were really cute, and it was so much fun to see all of the different styles. And I think it'd be fun to see like something similar, but with actual plushies, right? Like we give them their Tentacle Kitty, and they can kind of design what the Tentacle Kitty's features will be, what their colors will be, and stuff like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking about.
Sorry, I didn't want to be the buddy to have a love face.
Oh, no,
but I have like
I was like, where did they go?
So I have an original Tentacle Kitty. I think this is the first one that I remember seeing at HawaiiCon.
We released that at HawaiiCon, and we have never re-released that one. So you have a limited edition.
And I brought it to shows for years. It was my good luck charm, and her name's Hermione. And I've watched it go from this, where we're at that show in Hawaii, to they had an exclusive at New York Comic-Con last year, which I grabbed.
Actually, last year's was this one.
Oh, sorry, 2 years ago.
Hold on. This one's really cute. Oh God, I lost you.
Oh, that is cute. And I have a glow. I gave my glow in the dark one to my wife, and I got this as I was having a nervous breakdown in Phoenix a couple of years ago.
I remember that.
You guys were there together, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have some
Russell was clinging to that thing with so much love. I think it saved him.
I did. It literally did. I was literally walking around the hall for it because I don't go gaga for brands very much, but I love like the building. So I loved listening to the story and how you guys built it, and Ruth Ann talking about all of that stuff. And I also do not often back more than $20 on a Kickstarter, and I dropped almost a C note on this one. So that's how much I believe in the new Kickstarter.
That's cool. Which ones are you getting?
I don't know. They're gifts for certain people.
Did you see the accessory kits?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, so we couldn't make plushies for everybody. So we decided to make accessory kits. So you can pick your base kitty, and then you can, like, after it closes, you'll get the option to add on which accessory kits you want. And you can get a mask, you can get a blank hat, so you can decorate your company's logo on it. And then it's got things like all different medical field stuff. It's got home, like stuff at home. It's got
a headset
going down.
Oh my God.
Gamer kitty.
So we've got stuff for like. Yeah, so these are some examples that we put together. So we'll have like little gamer streamer, online art teacher, sketcher journalists. We've got therapists because they're really important right now. Farmers are making our food still, and they're having a hard time. Just we're doing our best. There's a lot of occupations we still need to we can build for people just with the accessory sets that we've made. So because we didn't make this to make people feel left out. So it was really hard for us to be like, okay, we're making this thing, and some people are sad by it. Okay, let's fix that. Let's somehow. And so
it started off, we were just gonna do like just the one careers and all that, and then like we started talking to our manufacturer and be like, is there any way we can make these that everything can just switch out, and we just swap out the hats and swap out swap out all the things. Normally we just sew them on and just call them good, and then it's just an individual kitty. But with everybody wanting to have all these different things, having that customization really helped.
Let me tell you how scary it was to release the first image of the characters, because we were originally planning on doing a different Kickstarter when the pandemic outbroke and everybody was getting locked inside. Everybody was losing their jobs. We just lost all of our income for Tentacle Kitty. Like, everything was gone. And we're like, if we make something in a Kickstarter, people are going to be angry and upset because they won't be able to participate, or they'll, everybody's upset right now. So what do? We're like, well, let's make something that's like, thanking people for what they're doing. And so we went to release it, but we were afraid because we weren't even planning to make plushies out of it, right? We just want to make something to be like, to give back, because we're stuck at home. We don't work at the grocery store. We're not a doctor. We're asked to stay home. I'm literally in my purple robe with my coffee cup going, well, how do I help? And so we just set it up as a thank you. And John was like shaking. He's like, how are people going to react? Are they going to be upset with us? Oh my God. And then people were happy, and it was like the sun came out, and I don't know. And so we decided to make the plushies, and it's going well. So I think we're making a lot of people happy, and that I think the world right now more than anything needs comfort and a little bit of joy, because everybody's been really scared, and I don't know. I'm getting emotional. Like, this has been a really hard experience for me personally. Like, my mood goes like this every day, right? And I don't know. I'm just ready for it to be over, and I just hope that everybody in my family stays healthy. And it's hard. It's hard. So
it is hard. I'm sorry for barging into the conversation.
Oh no, that was perfect timing, really.
It sucks that we're at the end of our hour. I literally could have talked to you guys for
another hour.
Ever. Yes, forever. And I have talked to you guys forever, at shows, and I can't wait to do it again. Ray and John are actually going to be at 1:00 in our creator AMAs in the Alt FCD Facebook group. So if you go to altfcd.com and sign up and register, you will then be able to access and see all of our creator AMAs, including the ones coming up in about 2 hours with Ray and John. And you'll get replay links for anything that you missed. What do you think, Neo? I think we should give Ruth Ann the last word.
I think Ruth Ann should absolutely have the last word.
Well,
Always.
I just thank you guys so much for having me. There was one little note that I forgot to kind of talk about, since we are talking so much about building a brand and social media and all that kind of stuff. And it actually had to do with one of the last things that you said when you guys were so nervous about putting something up, whether it is your first artwork or to do with the times that are going on. Always be ready for negativity online, unfortunately. Do not let it take you down, because you'll see the difference between just trolls and something that might actually be a constructive thing, or oh, I didn't realize I was crossing the line there. Oh, take down, fix it. But just be prepared. You are going to get some trolls, and you will have people that just want to press your buttons. But if you love what you do, if you're positive about it, just keep doing it, and it'll all work out.
It'll all work out.
Yeah.
And where can we find you?
Oh, yeah. So you can find me on all the social meets as at RU_Thompson. And then for my Facebook page, it's Nerd Girl Rue. It's been there for forever. So
I love that name, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
So cute.
And then you'll see me. We'll be back doing Nerd Rage for Geek Chic starting Saturdays, hopefully next Saturday, but we'll see. And then if you do want any more news about the comic book world of the Aftershock comics, I do a live stream every Tuesday at 12 EST, or I guess it's EDT right now, or sorry, PSD, and then 3 p.m. on the East Coast every Tuesday to talk about all the new comic books coming out. And usually I have creatives on there to discuss those books as well.
Awesome. Yes. So if you were like this would have been a lot better if there was way more Rue, which I agree. If there's more both of them, just forever, you can catch can catch Ruth Ann twice a week, Saturdays on Geek Chic and Tuesdays on doing Aftershock stuff. John often does stuff on Twitch too, right? Are you still doing that to get your stuff to doing the drawings and the talkings, John?
Actually, no. I've been doing them through a Patreon group.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Mr. Matt has decided that it'd be a good idea that I start.
I just had an idea. Go ahead.
Awesome.
You remember Mr. Matt, yeah.
I do remember Mr. Matt. So
he's kind of he's the president, but also my agent / handler at shows.
Yes.
Artwork cut out in the background, like poorly colored. Anyway.
Yeah, but I'm gonna start doing some co-op games with some streamers and stuff.
Nice.
Where do they find your stream stuff then? Like, do you just?
It'll be live on Tentacle Kitty.
Okay, cool. There you go.
Awesome. Neo, any last words before I let all of you go?
That's it. Thanks, guys, so much for being here. It seems everybody had a good time. So
bye. Well, I had a great time listening to it, and I always have a great time looking at all of you and talking to you. So bye, Ray and John.
Bye.
Bye, Ruth Ann.
Bye.
Bye, Ruth Ann.
And bye, Neo. Oh wait, not bye, Neo yet, because we have to talk about the next panel.
Yes.
Which is we are doing press now.
Yes.
And now I'm on for 3 hours between press and Richard, and then I'm doing the Kickstarter panel.
Oh, goodness.
So could you talk to people for 2 minutes while I get some more water? Get some more water, yes. And get rid of some more water. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Wow. So that was super fun. I just wish we had more time with all of these people. These hours just blow by so fast. Thank you for everybody that's been popping up with the awesome questions in the comment stream here. So much positive feedback for us. It really, thank you. Wow, helps us know that we're actually doing a good job and that we're not just talking to the air. So yeah, coming up next, Russell will be talking with Dan Wickling and Hannibal Taboo about getting press, which builds, I think, really well off of this particular the panel we just had. Man, this is being here by myself is really different. It's like nobody's here. I'm sweating. No, I'm kidding. No, this has been great. Thank you for everybody that's been sticking in with us. We were on for 8 hours yesterday, as I said. We've still got about 4 more hours or so to go. Do you trade publisher sales numbers follow you forever? You could always message me on that question, Tom. Yeah. And thank you for following me forever. I think you're muted, Russ. Muted. Yes, I was muted. All right. Yes, that's a good question to get Neo out on, because you can go and message him privately for that. And while he's taking his break until Richard comes on in about 50 minutes. Cool. Awesome. Bye, Neo. Out. Hi, Dan. Hi.
Oh.
Hi, Hannibal.
Hello, Russell. How are you?
I'm doing well. Dan, can you hear me?
I believe Dan's the guy in the conference call on mute.
Yes, well, I can't. Dan, I'm going to text him really quick. Hannibal, talk about you for a minute while I try and make sure that Dan is on and who you are. We're going to talk about press this hour.
Yes, sir. My name is Hannibal Taboo. I'm the head comics reviewer at bleedingcool.com. I worked for many years.
No, I'm not hearing you guys at all. And I'm not seeing you either.
There's Dan now. He's got some technical difficulties, but we can hear him at least now. Or maybe not. In any case, yeah, I worked at Comic Book Resources for a lot of years, doing both the Buy Pile, a column that I did that I've now moved over to the iHeartRadio podcast, Nerdorama with Mo and Tawala. And I did, for a long time, a column called The Comic Reel, which is about TV shows, video games, and movies that were made from comic book properties. I also have won the 2012 Top Gal Talent Hunt, 2019 Cultural Trailblazer Award from the City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs. I've written, about 30 or so comics since I went pro in 2013. And I'm just kind of a all around raconteur and ne'er-do-well in that regard.
Yeah, and I was thinking this morning, I was thinking 2 days ago how bad I was at press. I was like, man, I'm really bad at like getting press. And then like literally in the last 2 days, we got covered by Comics Beat, Bleeding Cool, thanks to you, Fan Base, Newsarama, Hollywood Reporter, and I think there's a couple of others. And I was like, wait, am I not bad at am I maybe not as bad at, have I been giving myself the wrong narrative all these years?
It might be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, because you are also very smart in striking hard while the big boys are lying fallow. That's a very good thing because, for example, in my position as a head comics reviewer at Bleeding Cool, normally I get between 70 and 80 books. And I get to cull through those to see what I'm going to actually review, trying to, because of my personal inclinations, give as much indie spotlight as I can and so on and so forth. In the last few weeks, I've gotten 6, maybe 5 books. So squeezing those and like, if you get a Batman book that's digital and doesn't really tell a story and really doesn't leave an impression on you, there's not much reviewing I can do, especially trying to hit a 350 word mark on that. So yeah,
I'm gonna bring on Dan, but I really want to talk to you about after we introduce Dan about something that you said on social media a couple of days ago or weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, can you hear us now?
I can hear you through the screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, but I don't see my picture.
That's okay. Everyone else can see you, so we're good to go as long as they can see and hear you. So we just introduced Hannibal. Could you introduce yourself and what you do?
Well, I'm Dan Wickline. I'm a writer, and I used to work at Bleeding Cool for about 5 years. I left a couple years ago, but now I'm working with Dynamite to do their Dynamite Books line, editing and writing for them.
Awesome. Yes, I'm very excited for what you guys are doing over there. I've been anxiously anticipating how it was going since last CCR when we talked about it, last Comic-Con Revolution.
Yeah.
So back to Hannibal for a second, because you don't traditionally shout out independent books as part of your buy pile in the past, but since you've moved to Bleeding Cool, you've done a lot more of it. But I have never seen you do so you share these little clips on social media about with like a link with like one panel with like your thought for the day, right? Or and I've only seen you do it once. It was from an indie book, and it was recently was that part of this like sort of new paradigm where people are not sending you stuff, so like that person was able to capitalize? Or how did that go down? Because it feels like, I mean, you're a huge supporter of indie books. I'm not trying to say that you're not a huge supporter of indie books, but it feels like, especially with that one, it connected you in a way. And I'm wondering if it was just because you had more time to review it or how that all came about.
I think if you're referring to Alethea number 13, which is the book that I think really hit me emotionally a couple weeks ago, that was a case of just the panel in question. A lot of indie books, when I'm reviewing them, like if you see me take a single panel and post it, it's because it had some specific resonance in my own personal life or in something that I had going on. With a lot of the indie books, for example, one of my favorite indie books is a book called Super from Unlikely Heroes Studios. And I was probably, according to them, one of their main champions in mainstream comics reporting that talked about their book. But every panel that cracked me up or amused me was a spoiler. So if I posted it, I'd be spoiling the story. So as much as I loved that book and as passionate as I was and still am about that book, it wouldn't have been right to post the things that really amused me about it because it would have spoiled the story. Anything that I post has to not spoil, as a single panel, has to not spoil the story or has to be a specific point that I will refer to. Because sometimes if you read my reviews, you'll notice there's a link that will link you out to the Instagram where I refer to the specific panel, so people can get a little bit of an extra gag there. I would not say that I have altered my ratio of things. There's some things that there's more of an interest in covering, that the audience has more of an interest in me covering. For example, what was that last crappy crossover that we did? I don't know. Anyway, but whatever Heroes in Crisis. So whenever a big event is like, what's going to happen about this? I'm like, I suppose I have to review this. But, sometimes that's a little bit of a chore. On the other hand, when I discover a new book like Alethea number 13, which was a writer, artist who did everything that I had never even heard of. I was looking for new books, and I reached out to the artist, and she was overseas in Asia and said, I'll send you the book right now. I'm sorry, I was asleep when you messaged me. And it was this amazing new thing that I discovered. So for me, I'm never wanting to lock myself into a big 2 or even a big 4 mentality. I'm always like, what's the next thing that's going to catch my imagination? What's the next slice of wonder that's going to inspire and amaze? And, sometimes I can do that with spoiling things, and sometimes I can't.
Right. So you said something really important, which I think is one of the things that people tend to get wrong about the press, which is that they're all gatekeepers who only want to review the big 2. And I would love for Dan to talk a little bit about what misperceptions do people have of the press? What do they get wrong? And then what do they get right when they're reaching out to you? So you can take that sort of any way you want, but that's, yeah.
Well, the thing with the press is that pretty much we're driven by, we serve 2 masters. As a writer, you want to tell a good story, whatever it is including as a press person. You want to write an interesting article. You want to get people's attention. You want to give them information they don't have. But you also need to get clicks, because that's pretty much online. You're driven by clicks. So that's why we get these insane headlines we get today of, the greatest comic book movie you've never seen. Yeah, it's The Rocketeer. We've all seen The Rocketeer. But you get those headlines, so you'll click on it instead of, hey, we're going to look back at the Rocketeer after 25 or 30 years or whatever it is. Because everything is driven by clicks. So if you're trying to get someone to cover your book, just saying, hey, here's my book, that doesn't give them anything. You've got to give them something that's going to make you stand out. That you got to give them a headline. You almost have to force feed it in a sense. I mean, you've got to help them to have a reason to put up the thing. I mean, we would get so many I worked with one particular publisher, and when I was at Bleeding Cool, who always wanted coverage. And he would call me up and say, hey, we've got this. And he'd pitch a story idea. And it's like, that's not a story. That's an ad. If you want to do a story, then we need a different angle. That's an ad. And we'd go back and forth over and over again, to get that. Yeah, a hook is a good way to put it, Tetsu. You need something that's going to make it stand out. When I was at Bleeding Cool, my top 2 stories the entire time I was there in 5 years was the death of Lisa Spoonhour, who from Clerks. And I only found that story because Kevin Smith posted it, I posted it, and no one else had covered it. So it got everybody's attention. Half of it was that people going, who's Lisa Spoonhour? The second story that got the most attention was I did an article about you put in a certain code on the O'Reilly Auto Parts thing and you get the flux capacitor. Seriously, you can ask Mark Hannibal. Those are my top 2 stories in the 5 years I was there. It wasn't, anything else. I broke stories on things. When Bryan Singer was working on a Red Sonja TV series, that should have been huge. And it did well, but it didn't beat those two stories. So you've got to have that thing that's going to get people to click.
Absolutely. Hannibal, I would love for you to talk about sort of how you develop something that has newsworthiness for your own project and make it so juicy that like a person wants to cover it or has to cover it, or they can justify to their boss writing a story about it.
Well, one of the problems with that is that as an indie, especially, a lot of people have books, a lot of people have pitches, and there's going to be a deluge of things. The number of press releases, the number of review copies that people get is really large. So you really have to change people's minds. For example, when I was writing about Alt-Free Comic Day, the way that I approached the story was not indie superstars Russell and Neo. I didn't even mention your names in the headline. I said Wolfman. I said Starkings. I said, I mentioned the names that everybody's like, oh, wait a minute, I know that name. Because if there's one thing we learned from the gubernatorial election of Arnold Schwarzenegger, if you're on TV enough, people will vote for you. It doesn't even matter if you know what you're doing. So I picked names that were big enough for people to notice. We're working on a thing right now called the Rent Party, which is going to be another online Comic-Con at the end of May. And I'm not talking about my name in the story. I'm talking about Sebastian Jones from Stranger Comics, who has the HBO series. I'm not talking about my name. I'm talking about Malcolm Barrett from Timeless, who's going to be coming in to a moderated panel, because those are the things that get the clicks that people want. The bigger names you can attach to something, the more success you're going to achieve, which is a problem if you're a self-starting shop. Then you have to tell a different type of story. I did a story with Jeffrey Thorne recently, who's doing a webcomic called Sisters, a fantasy webcomic that's amazing on Webtoons. And what I had to do with it was, first of all, I bracketed it with the art to make sure that it showed what was really happening and gave people a real sense of what was going on in it. But second, I also kind of tricked him into dropping some tidbits. I tricked him into giving a tidbit about the fact that, there's two tiers of people at Marvel pitching, because he's like, I can get a pitch in the door, but they're not going to read it immediately. I'm not one of the people who the pitch comes in, they read it immediately. It'll sit around for a while. And below that tier are people who can't even get a pitch in the door. So to show that kind of stratification was a detail that no one else had and was in no other story. So when you do SEO on that story, that will pop up. That will be an interesting thing that will show up differently. These sorts of kind of little tricks and tidbits are the best that you can do to break through the noise. As an individual who's, just by yourself, milestones will work. Oh, we just put out our 1,000th page of a webcomic. You did what? You did 1,000 pages? Let me go see who this is, because that's a big number. Things that
you said you made. I love that face that you just made when you're like, what? I have to cover that. Like it's like that moment of buying. It's like, you've got what? Oh, whoa. Like, I know when we did our Lovecraft anthology, I always try to get one or two big names. Mm-hmm. But then if you don't have a big name, even if we didn't have a big name, we still would have done like a Lovecraft and our take on it. But then, Stefan Frank is doing his Palomino Kickstarter. I think it's called Palomino. It's about a music club in the 90s that used to exist and no longer exists, but it's fictionalized. So that was a way for basically, I mean, I don't know what their deal was, but like if they partnered together, or if he just like took the public name or what. But like and he has a name, but had he not had a name, do you think, Dan, he could have gotten coverage by talking about just like this club that everyone loved and like maybe focusing on like the bloggers who would have cared about that?
No, probably not, because again, I don't work in the media anymore, so I can be completely honest. That you're covering a club that didn't exist. I mean, there's no real hook there. There's nothing. I mean, to flip that, when I first sat down to write a novel, I wanted to get people's attention. And so what I did was I put a press release together and announced to everybody that I was going to write my first novel live on Twitter, which that got some attention, because this crazy idiot was going to actually write a book in back when there was 144 characters, going to write an entire novel live, not pre-write it, anything. And that got some attention. But if I had just come out and said, hey, I've written a new book, it'd be like, okay, who the hell are you? Why do I care? Yeah, and those are the two things you've got to answer and give them. Who the hell are you and why do I care? I was part of an anthology. He was talking. Hannibal was talking about anthologies. I did an anthology called Red Phone Box that I was part of, and if he had just put it out normal, probably wouldn't have done well at all. Salome, our editor on it, talked Warren Ellis into doing a short story. Suddenly we had sales. Suddenly we had attention. We could do stories because Warren Ellis was on the book.
Absolutely. We had a thing. We just did an anthology last year that I was part of that was able to have Jim Butcher as the headline, but we didn't know if we were going to have Jim Butcher. So it ended up, I don't know how much I should talk at school about this, but I'm like the book was like, we had to wait for his schedule to open. So like it was a question that the editors brought to us and we brought to each other. And we're like, hey, is it worth waiting for like this person who like is not available for 6 months or 4 months or forget how long? And we decided, of course it is, because you have that person involved. That's potentially thousands of copies sold and press, and like literally you're bringing something from this person who've never seen before that like has a ton of buzz.
Yeah. With Dynamite Books, we just did that. I'm writing a lot of the novels over there. But we were able to launch with a Nancy Collins Vampirella book to start with, which is going to get a lot more profile, being with her, Sunglasses at Night, her lineage of writing vampires, and her time on the Vampirella comic made that a much better draw than, hey, Dan Wickline's going to write Vampirella. Nancy Collins is going to write Vampirella in a novel, the first novel since the 70s. That got a lot more attention.
Is that why so many smaller books use like variant covers by big name artists, Hannibal?
Absolutely. So, for example, perfect example, on my indie project Wildfire, we did a cover with Ray Anthony Height, who was really big on Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur at the time. And he just basically did it as a favor because he's a mensch. He's a wonderful human being. And that changed the profile of the book. The next book we had, I believe it was Jeremy Simser, who did the storyboards on Game of Thrones. And he did so far as to take the cover illustration that he did and make it his convention banner. So now when people come up to him and talk about it, he's selling our book when we're not even there. Those are advantages that you can get as an indie, but they are hard-won advantages. They're not easy to get. What Dan said about, why should I care? Whenever I do an interview with somebody, that's the first question I ask. Who are you and why should anybody care? Because if they can't explain that to people, then it's going to be harder for me to make the case for throughout the article. Sometimes I'm able to guide the questions a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's also how like this is a paramount question for creators to have before they launch their book to anybody, because the first question that anyone's going to ask before they buy their book or give them a second, media, no media, is why should I care, right, Dan?
Yeah. Well, why should I care? But also, and this may be sliding a bit off topic, but it's something I think is important, is you've got to focus on what you're trying to do. You and I both do a lot of conventions. I see you at conventions all the time. When I first got into doing conventions, I looked at them as a loss leader. I don't go to conventions to make money. I go to conventions to make customers. Get people to know who I am, stuff like that. You got to start looking at the media that way as well, because you need to advertise for everything you're doing twice. You need to advertise in March to the retailers. You need to get their attention so that they order your book. Advertising to the fans in March, not going to do you that much good, because people want, if you advertise a movie, they want to go see that movie. You advertise a book, they want to go buy that book. Pre-orders, they'll do it, but very few. So you need to advertise them when the book's on the shelf. But 2 months earlier, if you're doing a comic, you need to advertise to the retailers. So you need to figure out your marketing as well towards the two different avenues. So you got to get the retailers to order your book, and then you've got to promote the book when it's in the stores separately. So you've got to plan your thing out that way. So whenever you're putting a marketing idea together, or a strategy to use the media, look at it as a two-prong attack. How do I get attention of the retailers? Then how do I get attention of the fans 2 months later?
I love that. It's so you're planning your strategy and putting the marketing behind who is going to buy it and when, and it's about really knowing what the market is. Hannibal, you've been nodding your head a lot, and then I know you have an answer for this question on screen, which is what does make you care? Hannibal, go for it.
I'll talk about two things. First, in terms of what Dan is saying about if you're going through Diamond, if you're going through the traditional distribution routes, or Lunar, or whoever they are these days, then he's absolutely correct. One of the publishers I work with, Wonderman Comics, of which I've done Irrational Numbers, Scoundrel, Time Core, and I've got another book in the works now, doesn't do Diamond. He doesn't believe in Diamond. He's from Europe, and he's like, that's not how comics are done. That's not what we're doing. He does everything digital and direct. And he tells people, you don't even need to buy my stuff. Go to Hoopla, go to your local library, and you can check out my stuff. He doesn't care if you physically need to get a copy of things, because he's driving through other channels to be able to drive sales. That's more of what Dan says is the second market of reaching the people. So that brings me to the question, what does make you care?
Well, there's two questions, actually. The first question is, how do we build confidence in our product, and what does make you care? So you can answer one or both of them, or build on each other.
I can build on both. What gives confidence is reliability. The reason why X-Men sells the way it does is because day in, day out, as long as there's an industry, there will be X-Men comics. You're never going to have to go to the store and be like, oh man, they ain't doing any X-Men for a whole month. That's not what happens. Whereas with indie comics, we often have an issue where life happens. Our job gets crazy. People get divorced. You hit yourself in the face with a pie, whatever your issue is. And those things will make schedules slip. And when you're not reliable, it makes people think that you're not always going to be there. We do Project Wildfire. We do a weekly web comic, one page of the comic every week consistently, most of the year. So there's not a time when you can be like, oh, there's no new content coming, because I'm always slinging something. And that kind of reliability lets people think, okay, you might be a thing. So in my earlier example, that's why your 100th page may not be a big deal, but your 1000th page will be, because that will show people that you're not a flash in the pan, that you're not somebody who's just come and gone. And as you say, Russell, you only got to make it once. You can sell it forever.
Well, I think that's one part of the question, but I think the question he's really driving at is like, Tom, for instance, is a successful author. And I think he's asking, he's written on Spawn. He's been nominated for a bunch of stuff. And he's asking, like, how do I, Russell Nolte, as myself, like get confidence in my own work enough to push it and make it successful? So you've talked a little bit about how fans can get confidence in you, but how do I have confidence in me enough to push it the way that I need to get press?
I apologize. Yeah, that's not what I thought was happening, because my wife always tells me I'm overconfident about my work, but and maybe I am, I don't know. But with that, if you are building, if you're sitting with your work, you have to have an application of craft that shows what you're really doing, that you're leveling up from some previous point. Because as Gladwell says, your first 10,000 hours, you're not going to get it right, but you're eventually going to master it. So the work that you are doing will get better and better through the craft. It also helps to have peer review. When I submitted for the Top Cow Talent Hunt, I had Jeffrey Thorne, I had Brandon Easton, I had Vince Moore, who had written for Dynamite's Total Recall. I had all of them go through the book, and I was like, does this suck? Do I know what I'm talking about? And these are people who like me, but don't like me well enough to lie to me. Some of them were at my level. Some of them were slightly above my level at the time. Some of them have leveled up much since then, but in either case, doing that gives you the opportunity to see, okay, it's not just me. I'm working on this. I'm building something, and I can make this important. And if I believe, I can make other people believe, which brings me to the hook question, how to make people care. Everybody's story is a specific story to their perspective that no one else can tell. There's a Russell Nolte story. There's a Dan Wickline story that Dan Slott couldn't tell it. Bendis couldn't tell it. None of those people could tell that specific story. What is interesting about that story is what you have to build into your hook. For example, if you were, I don't know, a kid from the streets of Baltimore who self-taught yourself how to draw and built up a whole content library, or my creative partner, Quinn McGowan, who's a U.S. Marine veteran who went overseas. He's killed people, but he came home and he learned to draw himself as a tattoo artist, and he developed his skill, he developed his sequentials, and now he's a professional. That's one of those feel-good stories that you would see on John Krasinski's, Some Good News or something, or something where you see the human interest of it, and that's the hook. Is it as big a hook as Bendis shows up? Maybe not, but it's the hook that you have, and it's the hook that you have to push.
Awesome. Dan.
Yeah, let me add. Can I add on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and also a great way to build confidence in your own work is kind of how I'm taking this, is when you're at a convention and talking to people and you're reading them and their reaction, the more you do that, the more you're going to see what gets their attention. I've got a series of novels I wrote, the Lucius Fogg books, and I have found that as I'm pitching it, if I add a bit about a side character who's a golem, who has OCD, and I talk about how he can't have he eats waffles, but he can't eat them until he filled every nook and cranny on the waffle with butter and syrup. Yeah, see the way Hannibal just reacted? So many people are that way, and that particular thing about filling waffles, that gets people. If you personalize it to yourself, you can also personalize it to the people you're pitching it to, which is great when you're one-on-one. If I'm trying to sell Russell my book, I can read his reaction and stuff and see what's getting his attention or see where he's wavering. And if you're trying to pitch to a large group, the more you personalize it, the more you put yourself into it, the more that's going to come across in the story. I see a lot of people who do press releases in the third person, and I've seen a lot that are in first person. If you're a small person trying to get started, acting like a big company never works. Be who you are and focus on that. Focus on the personal, why you're doing it. You're taking the time to tell something from your heart or from your inside of you as a story. Don't stop when it comes time to market it.
Awesome. So I have I'm going to cut in here and tell you my theory. But first I'm going to say, I totally am stealing your, like somebody, like you enough, but not enough to lie to you. I'm stealing that because I've been trying to figure out how to talk about the kind of person you're looking for to develop your audience for a long time. And it's very long now. And now it's going to be quite short. But it actually comes down to that a little bit at first is it's kind of part lying to yourself to me, but also I'm a quite objective person and rational person, despite the fact that I have a lot of emotional stuff that I deal with. And I learned a while ago, I was putting down my work, not like a comic. I was just like, I don't think I'm that good a writer. And somebody said, well, please don't insult me. And it was one of my fans. I was talking to them at a show, and I was like, excuse me? It's not. So I was like, yes, because I think you're a good writer. And if you say that I'm not a good writer, they're not a good writer, then you're saying I have bad taste. And so I was like, oh, well, that's true. And I tell people that all the time. Don't put down your own work. And they're like, well, why not? It's my work. I'm like, no, it's not your work. It's the fans' work. And if you're saying it's garbage, then you're saying that your fans have bad taste. And objectively, it's just not true. Objectively, let's say you were nominated for a Stoker Award. Well, if you're saying that you didn't deserve that award or you didn't deserve to be nominated, then you're saying that the people who nominating committee are idiots that have bad taste. If you're saying that your work is not good, well, you're really putting down that editor who hired you, aren't you? Because you're saying wow, you really don't know what you're doing, huh? So I kind of objectively can look at it and be like, well, am I really ballsy enough to say that other people are have bad taste, or do I have to kind of accept that I'm good? And if I have to accept that I'm good, if I accept that all of my friends and fans and people who spent hundreds, thousands of dollars on my work, are not idiots and I don't want to insult them, then I have to quit saying that my work is bad. I just have to do it. And it was an objective truth that like it really helped me to personalize it. It's like someone, it's like, can I put Hannibal, who put this alt FCD on Bleeding Cool, and look at him and say that this show is not awesome? Because then I'm saying that he is wrong. And I can't say that. So like, I have to admit, I like Hannibal's taste. Dan agreed to be on this show. Hannibal agreed to be on this show. All of like, they're not just, their taste isn't bad. So it must be doing something right. But the personalization is a point that I want to get to before we, as we sort of hit the middle point, because what I found to really work for press for myself is if I can go to Hannibal or Dan and say, hey, I know you really like this thing. I think you'll like this because of that. Here's the hookiness like that, like I think is newsworthy, but like for you personally, this is why I think you'll like it. And I would love it if Dan, Hannibal, either one of you sort of talks about whether that's an effective strategy in your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do that when you're writing. You know, when you come up with a story idea, you don't just send it to everybody. You know, it's like, oh, this is something Matt Hawkins over at Top Cow is going to like, but Nick over at Dynamite, that's not his thing. Or this is going to work for the, you know, for the Image guys, or this should go to Marvel. You funnel those things based on the audience when you're doing that. You do it when you're marketing a book. So why wouldn't you do it when you're working with the media? You know, Bleeding Cool has a certain type of reputation and type of stories they cover that's different than Newsarama or CBR. So focusing on how you pitch those stories to them, yeah, that makes absolutely perfect sense.
How about you, Hannibal?
I agree to a certain degree. For me, because, you know, my background in J school and whatnot, if I see a press release come in the first person, it's gone. I'm not even going to read it. But if, like, I'm reading a comment from David Avalon, if it's funny, if it's interesting, if it does something very interesting in the first couple sentences, I'm like, what do we got here? What is this? What are we doing? What you're talking about when you go to somebody and see what they like specifically, that's what Vince Moore taught me about retailing, because he used to work at Comics Inc. in Culver City. And he would, when people say, what should I be reading? He was like, what do you like now? And then he would guide them to things that were like the things that they like now. Oh, they already liked George Romero. Why don't you check out The Walking Dead? Oh, you already like, you know, I don't know, Hancock. Well, why don't you check out Icon? Things like that. So, figuring out targeting messaging is one of the most important things as a marketer that you'll have to do. And the hard part for us as creatives is that the job of making the work and the job of selling the work are not the same job. They're drastically different jobs that are both completely full-time jobs. So when you stop doing the making the work and start doing the selling the work, you have to approach things in a much more mercenary sort of fashion. Like, what's going to work? If I can send a personalized sort of thing to Dan and know, oh, he's going to read this. But, oh, gosh, if I put too much first-person perspective, it's 9 quotes, Hannibal's going to chuck it. You have to know that going into the door. And that's something that you can learn from market research. You can really learn that sort of stuff reading people's Twitter feed. You can learn a lot of stuff about people from their Twitter feeds because they're giving up all kind of information, their favorite movies, their social security. Oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't have started that thread. But you get the point.
Yeah. So this is a great point that I would love to explain, because I do think that, like, I write the press release and then I attach it, but I put I write an email of like why you should care. It's different. They're two different things. Like I said, Hannibal, will you cover this? Here is the press release. And I am very snobby about my press releases too, being as I also went to J school. But one thing that you talked about was that they give the farm away. And like the press, by definition, write articles. They almost all write reviews of some type. They almost all talk about their personal preferences. And if you have a Kickstarter, or if you have a book that is like Walking Dead, you can type in Hannibal Taboo plus review plus Walking Dead into Google, or just Walking Dead plus review, or Walking Dead, or whatever the show, whatever your comp is, and you will say, okay, these 20 people have given Walking Dead a good review. Let me cross-reference that to see who was my other comp is I don't know, Rocketeer, because we talked about it earlier. Then like, which ones are comparable to that? And then I can tailor my initial email. I generally don't tailor the press release, but at least the initial email to them when I'm meeting them for the first time. Generally, after I've met them and they've reviewed my work and they like it, then they just get the, here's a new thing because like you liked my other thing email. Is there any validity to that?
Absolutely, because in that regard, you've built yourself as the brand. People don't necessarily think, oh, this specific Beyonce album is important. They're in for Beyonce. They've built a specific brand that people follow. And in doing so, that lets people know that reliability that I was talking about earlier is something they can count on. They know, oh, well, I'm going to get, this is going to have certain production values. This is going to have certain yada, yada, yada. I'm going to understand that this is going to be something that fits my personal milieu, my personal sense of aesthetics.
Dan.
If you think about this industry, the comic industry took off. I mean, there have been comics since the 30s and the 40s, the superhero comics altogether. But what really took off was the Marvel age. And look at Stan Lee, not as a writer. Look at him as a marketing genius. The man made it personal. Every person who read the comics felt that they were part of something special, part of a club, part of a group. He talked to everybody directly. And that was kind of the building block for this industry. It's a very personal industry. We go out and we talk to the fans. We sit at tables. They can come up to us and tell us what they think. But as a creator, you are your brand. You are marketing you first. Because, I did the Freeze. I did 4 issues of the Freeze. I thought they were great. People liked them. I'm on other projects now. I don't want to have to rebuild that marketing. I want to take my name, and that's the marketing. That's the Coca-Cola brand. That's what. So making it again, I'm big on making it personal because that's the basis of this, and that starts all the way back with Stan Lee. And did we know who the creators were at DC then? But at Marvel, we knew them all. They all had nicknames. We all got into it. Stan and Jack, and that. So personalize it. Market yourself, and go with that.
I'm going to read this question because I think just so we can put a clarifying message on it. Tensu asks, okay, so one should still focus on making their press release sound professional, but accompany with a more personal message. I have a feeling both Dan and Hannibal are going to have different takes on this, but I'd love to hear Dan first and then Hannibal take on it.
For me, when you're an independent person or you're marketing yourself, personalizing it is the better way to go. If you're Marvel Comics, then you're a brand in itself and you're marketing that brand, and so making it as professional, but they still want it personal and fun. You want to personalize it to the person reading the press release. If you make a press release just sound like what every other company does, hey, we've got this new book, it's got this cover and these people, I'm going to fall asleep before I'm done reading it, and I'm not going to cover it. But
what do you think, Hannibal?
Personally, you get my attention, then you're going to hook me much faster, and then I'm going to look for a way to help get your book attention. If I feel like I'm talking to you and not, you hired a marketing guy to write the press release.
How about you, Hannibal?
Towards that end, to answer, I believe that the question has the right approach. That if I get the email and somebody has done some time to research me, then they're going to know how to approach me in a certain way. Hey, like, hey, Hannibal, I saw that you like blah, 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 blah. We have this new book, this blah, blah. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm reading this far. I get through a lot more of those personal messages than I get through press releases. I get through probably about 75% of those personal messages and about 25% of the press releases, because mostly I'm like, yeah, it's a book. It's got some people. Yeah, the headline's pretty much everything I need to know. That's me. That's from my experience working in a newspaper when I was deluged with stuff, and now as a reviewer, my main shtick is as a reviewer now. So I'm like, whatever, just give me the book. That's one of the reasons why people who ask me for advanced reviews, I'm like, I don't do advanced reviews. do reviews when people can go buy the book. Because as was said earlier, as Dan said earlier, being able to review something that people can't get for 2 months doesn't help me because it's not going to have a lot of clicks. And it doesn't help you because they're not going to be able to actually get the product. It helps for like, if you want to put a little blurb on the book or whatever, which is great for you, I guess, whatever. But it's more profitable for me to be able to have the review when the stuff's in the market. So in that regard, I do believe that making the message personalized and the release more corporate sounding is the right approach, because in that regard, you'll be able to target more effectively and you'll write the emails individually, but you only have to write one release or maybe 2 releases, depending on, I have the hometown hero release, which I do whenever Quinn does something, I send it to the Memphis newspapers. And then I have the more general market release.
I think we should talk about something before, as we work to wrapping up. I don't want to end on a downer note, but I do think that often people put too much stock in the press and like what one good press release can do for you. I was talking to Neo literally this morning, and I was like, we talked about me getting covered on all of like these sites, and we maybe like 1/10 of the total subscribers that we got, and I think I'm being generous, came from that traffic, and that's from free, like to get something free that like has all of these huge names attached to it. Could we talk for a second about just like realistic expectations of if something launches and how much stock you should be putting into that? Because I always feel like the press release is for long-term branding. I love that all of that stuff is in news as Hollywood Reporter and all of that stuff, but I only love it because now I can like that stays there. My advertising doesn't stay. My marketing always stays. There's always backlinks, and all of that stuff is really important for the long term. But when you're looking at like project by project basis, like what can we expect? Hannibal or Dan, either one of you can take this.
Well, I worked in telemarketing as a high school student because I learned that my voice was more effective, kind of like the film Sorry to Bother You. My voice was more effective if people couldn't see me. And out of every 200 calls, I'd probably sell something. Press releases are like that you can write a lot of press releases, you can send out a lot of things, but people aren't always listening. So you will send a lot of things out into the void. You will send a lot of stuff that will seem like it's screaming into nowhere. And then once in a while, one will catch and you'll get, oh, here's 20 new subscribers. Oh, here's 40 new sales or something. But that doesn't mean you don't have to do it. That just means that it should definitely not be your main focus if you're finding sales in other ways. For example, one of my good friends, Sebastian Jones, his specialty was what I call hand-to-hand sales. If somebody walks up to him and starts talking to him, they're probably going to give him some money because that's the way he's able to, whatever he does, I don't really even understand it. He's able to hand-to-hand retail people to ridiculous numbers. He used to sell these mixed CDs at this place called the African Marketplace here in Los Angeles. And in a weekend, he would clear $20,000 selling CDs of songs that had already been published by other people on other albums in little collections. What? So that was his specialty. That's not my specialty. I can't go hand to hand. I don't have the patience for it. I don't have the inclination for it. What I can do with my own talent is I know to market the stuff because those backlinks matter, as you say. I've got a whole, on my HannibalTaboo.com site, I've got a whole list of things. Oh, here's me on the Huffington Post. Here's me on this. Here's me on that. So when people come to hire me or people are interested in me, they're like, oh, wait a minute, this is a serious person. But again, what does it affect on sales in the immediate sense? I have to look at a longer game. For me, I especially as an indie, because I'm not going to be selling 5,000 copies of Project Wildfire this month. It's not going to happen.
Well, I do want to say that, like, as a person who's had some success and has some fans, I do now get people who have found me on Bleeding Cool or CBR or Comic Beat when I have a press release and say, oh, I already knew that about him. And now I know who he is. I've bought his book before, and now I'm going to go buy the book, as opposed to when I was first starting, nobody knew who I was, and it took like 6 or 7 articles or touch points to get there. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I'd love you to add, but that's something that I've seen is now it's becoming more of a benefit to me because there are people dispersed all around the world who have read my books but are not on my mailing list or part of my social media campaigns. Dan?
Yeah. And you are a great example of how important social media is. And every press release, every article, everything you do as a creator should include that and try, because I mean, that should be what you're gaining are people's contacts, stuff like that. That should, because you can try to get a sale, but getting a fan is the more important thing. Because if they become a fan, they're going to buy over and over again. So hitting the press releases and stuff, as much as we think the internet is huge and everybody uses it, there is just so much of it that when you put out a piece of information, it's like a tiny drop in the ocean. You know, I mean, and I'm going to use a political thing here, but look at Bernie Sanders. Look at the coverage Bernie was getting. Look at all the people talking about Bernie, loving Bernie. And then when it came time for the youth to go to the polls, they didn't show up. But if you just gauged it based on online coverage and how many people were talking about Bernie, you would think he was running away with it. That's the problem with social media. That's the problem with the internet and stuff like that, is that you put a press release out there and it gets picked up by 10 websites, but how much of that is going to translate into actual sales? That gets tricky. I mean, you can sit there and figure out, okay, the best day to put out a press release is Monday morning because most people are back to work Monday mornings and they're goofing off in the morning. So they're surfing the web while they're at work. So I'm going to have a bigger audience. You can do all that minutia and figure it out. But still, when it comes down to it, your best sales for a comic is going to be the retailers in the shops pushing the books they've already bought. You know, and then the word of mouth when somebody buys it. I learned about most of the comics I bought when I was younger because someone said, "Have you read this?" and then handed it to me. And
Absolutely.
then suddenly I was an X-Men fan. I was a Captain America fan. That's, you know, you can't put too much emphasis on the internet and marketing in that way. But if you focus on getting people for mailing lists and contacts and get them to follow you on social media, you're going to get a better return on investment of your time that way, because you're going to retain them as fans more so than you are, you know, here, buy this. I can, even on my Facebook page, I can post a link to a new book I just put out. You know, hey, I got a brand new Vampirella novel I just wrote. Here, click on this. Here's a picture I took of a girl from 10 years ago. Ding, 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 hit. So, yeah, try to get people to know who you are is probably more important than pushing for sales, because people turn off when you try to sell them something a lot of times.
You know what's really funny also is if you focus on that part, I'm not saying you shouldn't do press. My point is, like, instead of spending 95% of your time on press, spend 5% of your time on press and 95% on the other thing at the beginning, because once you build a name for yourself, you are suddenly like newsworthy. Like, you are suddenly newsworthy. You drop a $40,000 Kickstarter, I'm going to tell you your next Kickstarter is newsworthy just by the fact that it was the first one raised $40,000. It wasn't because only 3% of people, and that suddenly moves the needle. You know, Amandla, see, that's funny that you said it about Sebastian, because I think his superpower is getting publicity and like getting into Vogue and getting into Vanity Fair and doing all of that stuff. But and making connections with people, because he got that by having Amandla Rue from Hunger Games as like one of the writers on that book, and being able to push all of that stuff. And that part came down. But the reason he got all of the deals that he got, and they're now developing a show at HBO, is partially because of the press, because they like to see the press. But it was because he went to shows and sold. Not just him, but him and Josh and Daryl and that whole team went out and sold like 5, 10, 20,000 copies of their book a year for years at shows. And literally just doing that made them more newsworthy, and making them more newsworthy got them bigger deals. And all of that came from, not that they didn't spend time on press, and I absolutely think press is important, but the thing that drove them forward and built them a brand, the reason that Sebastian was finally able to break through with Asunda after like 4 years, however long he's been building it,
30.
Is because he had this sort of integrated strategy, and he knew that he was using publicity to drive the overall brand image, and like so that people knew who it was, so that when they met him at a show or they went to their site, like he could bring them into their ecosystem, build a fan, and that would lead to bigger press. And those people would then see it more and more often. And it was sort of populated by having all these spiders back to him. But it started by like him building that brand. And if he didn't build that brand and get people excited, like he would not be being covered by Vogue and Vanity Fair and all of this stuff.
Yeah, press drives the brand, but he drove the sales. You know,
right.
brand ain't gonna put no money in your pocket.
Exactly.
You know?
Oh, I was just talking about this with my wife. So we are about to end. So I would like you to do a thing for me. Pick one book, any project or article or thing. You get one chance for these people to go out and try something of yours that is the most you thing. Tell me what it is. Tell me why. And then give us where we can find you online, and then we'll say goodbye. We'll start with Hannibal first, because he dominated, and then give Dan the last word. Not dominated the conversation, and then.
Sorry. Well, I will start with Project Wildfire, which is got a free webcomic right now called Smoke on the Water. It's available at operative.net or at bit.ly/combat shaman. And it's great because it's a multi-layered story about a college sophomore who unexpectedly got superpowers to fight giant monsters in the streets of his southern hometown, and has no idea how deep the rabbit hole goes. And we're starting to dig into the rabbit hole really, really deeply into this. And it's free every week. So can't beat free.
Can't beat free. And Dan, we'll end with you.
You know what? I'm going to pitch what I'm doing right now, which is Dynamite Books. And it may sound weird that I'm going to pitch a brand for a company, but basically at the moment I'm Dynamite Books. I've got a couple other people who are helping me, but I'm doing the writing on a lot of the books. I'm putting the covers together. I'm doing all the interior. I'm doing the products. I'm even doing sound engineering now for the audio book. So basically I'm working my ass off to put these books out. We've got Vampirella novels. We've got SEAL Team 6 novels. We've got, I'm probably not supposed to announce this yet, but there'll be a new Purgatory novel and maybe The Boys. And those are all coming out. And when they come out, when we announce them, they are ready on Amazon in print, in digital, and audio at the same time. So when you hear about it, boom, there it is. So,
and yes, I would love if Dynamite Books got a lot of love, because I'd very much like to write one of those books one day. So let's.
You are on my short list.
I know. So let's go and we can get them 1,000 billion sales, so we can build the thing up, and we can and I can go and write some cool pulpy stuff. And Dan can keep writing the pulpy stuff, and Hannibal can cover the stuff that he covers and keep doing his thing.
I could write.
You're not going to
write a book.
I could write pulpy.
I know you did, and you have. Thank you guys so much for coming on and talking about the press. I hope you guys have a much more better appreciation for press, how to work with press now. And now I'm going to bring on Neo again to say goodbye and talk about our next panel. Hi, Neo. You are muted.
He'll get it. It's fine.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna just keep typing. Nah, he's muted still. He'll figure it out.
It took you a minute. It's all good.
There we are. Sorry.
Hey, Neo.
Cool. Thanks, guys, for that fantastic panel, and thanks to Hannibal for a lot of truth there, man. I think Hannibal gives the hard truth, but it's the truth we all need.
You guys can still hear me. Who's coming up next is a great guy. You should stick around and listen to. Richard is brilliant, knows a lot about the industry, and I love the guy. I've known him for years, and actually, when I first got into media, I started my own website called Comic World News, and he ended up buying it out. So, Richard, stick around for Richard Starking. And
Richard's a genius. He's an unmitigated genius.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I think let's say bye to Dan and Hannibal.
Later, Dan.
We love the endorsement. Have a great day.
Y'all take care.
All right, man.
Nice. Wow.
So that was a great endorsement, and I endorsed that wholeheartedly. And Richard was my first heartbreak in comics, and turned into one of my favorite stories in comics. When I met Richard, it was early in my career, and I handed him a book, and shakingly, and he's like, I was like, I made this comic. He's like, you drew it? I was like, no, I'm a writer. And he goes, oh, well, like, it's very hard for writers. You should probably just do something else. And I was so angry at him for 5 years. 5 years. I was so angry. I built up a stack like this high of books. And I went back to him at Long Beach Comic Con. I was like, hey, so you said this thing to me 5 years ago, and I just and I slammed the books on his table and was like, I just want you to know that I made all of this partially in spite of you. And he goes, what did I say? He said, oh, it's very hard for a writer. And I published it. And it's like, oh, yes, of course I would. If you would have listened to anything that I would have said, then like you didn't like if you gave up because of something I said, then like you should have. But good for you. And like it became one of my favorite stories, one of my absolute favorite stories. And like that he was looking out for me, and it showed me that people are looking out for you, even if you might not know that you're looking out for him. And since then, he's become a friend of mine. He's been on my podcast. Right. He's done so much amazing stuff, and I can't wait to talk to him about his work and bring him on. And cool. And Richard, you ready? You ready, Neo?
Yeah, ready.
All right. Hi, Richard.
Hello.
Hi.
There you are.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
I am doing wonderful.
Yeah.
How's isolation treating you?
Well, this is helping. How's isolation treating you, Neo?
This is helping. Having been on for 7 hours yesterday and already 3 hours today, and just actually getting to talk to people and engage like we're at a con has really been fantastic for me. So.
I agree. How's it working for you over there?
Not a lot changed for me. I mean, still working at home alone. Not getting out to eat at restaurants.
Yeah.
Kind of a bummer. Standing in line, 6 feet apart at the grocery store. All the things that everybody, white man's burden, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I will say that except for cons, pretty much nothing has changed for me either. My wife was pretty much working from home now, most of the days. Now she works from home every day.
Right.
I usually don't leave the house except for a walk. I don't usually leave the house except for a walk. The only real change is like days like this, Free Comic Book Day, or when WonderCon canceled, or like something where I knew I was going to see a bunch of people. That's like the only major disruption in my life.
Well, it's going to change convention culture, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So we just had an amazing, the Dan and Hannibal before did a very good job of hyping you up, and I hyped you up as well. And I love your work, and I can't wait to talk about it. And I especially can't wait to talk about Ask for Mercy, because I have just so many questions about it. But could you go a little bit through your career and what you've done and what you're doing now?
Words or less,
or as many words as you want.
Well, it's kind of difficult for me to talk about my career. I mean, recently, what I've been working on are books for Comixology Originals, or Amazon, if you prefer. Comixology Originals is a program that launched 2 years ago at San Diego Comic-Con, and I was one of the first 2 titles out of the gate. I relaunched Elephant Men through Comixology Originals, but I was also very excited to launch a new book, Ask for Mercy, with Comixology, and it's a supernatural horror comic with a team of characters who may or may not be monsters themselves, and they track down monsters first in Nazi Germany, then during the Battle of Little Bighorn in the second story arc. And the current story arc, which I'm working on right now, is set in 2023. So sort of time traveling monsters.
Yeah, so here's my Richard, so I booked Richard a couple of weeks ago, and literally since I booked him, he's like, "Did you read Ask for Mercy? You didn't put Ask for Mercy in my bio. You didn't say anything about Ask for Mercy. Have you read Ask for Mercy?" And I was like, "Richard, I'm going to do it." And he's like, "You better do it before the panel." And I was like, "I get it. Like, I mean, I know your work." But then I read Ask for Mercy, and I was like, "Oh, like this is like you wrote a book for me."
How do I show that? There we go.
There it is, right there.
Yeah,
that's a great cover. That's beautiful. Nice.
Yeah, this is the work of Abigail Jill Harding, who's a fellow creator from Yorkshire in England.
Wow.
And we met at Thought Bubble about 4 or 5 years ago. Thought Bubble is the best comic convention in the world. I hate to say it, but it's true. It's in my hometown of Leeds, or Harrogate as of last year. And Harrogate is where my brother and my sister live, so it's just perfect for me. And Abigail came up to me at a signing in York, where she lives, and she showed me her work. She was an unpublished artist, except for one page in the Thought Bubble anthology, which is published by Image every year. And I'd already seen it, and I remember seeing it and asking, "Who the heck is this?" Because she has a little bit of a Bill Sienkiewicz, David Mack type vibe. And I asked her to bring her portfolio to Thought Bubble Convention. She did. And I said, "Do you want to draw an issue of Elephant Men?" So she drew. The first thing we worked on together was Elephant Men 72, which was a little bit of a Doctor Strange homage. And a year later, I'd sent her work out to various editors in the industry, and she hadn't had a nibble. So I said, "Let's do a book together for Comixology Originals." And
wow,
here we are on year 3.
That's awesome. So
that's awesome. You gave somebody their career, their start out of the gate.
Well, you know, I always say that I can give them their break, but they have to do all the work. You know?
Of course.
I also hired, I gave Brian Hitch his first work.
Wow.
Dan Abnett. Who else? Liam Sharp did some work for me way when I think he was a teenager. Andy Lanning, Dougie Braithwaite. I love Dougie. But you know, they do all the work.
Sure.
It's great that you give me credit for giving somebody a career, but they do all the work. I know I've had to do all my own work for some reason.
No, but I think that it's like it is a part of having the opportunity, but then you walking through the door. But you need both. Like you need somebody to give. I think of Juan Fergari, who now draws for Marvel, would draw on Star Wars when it was at Dark Horse, and a whole bunch of like he's done a whole ton of work. And like the first book he did was mine. And so like I still feel good about like that. My eye was good, that I was like, oh, like. No, my taste was good at least. And then it helped them get to that next stage, which they probably would have done anyway. But it definitely is nice to be like, I in my own little way, by having good taste, helped this person. And I don't know, I get a warm feeling whenever I think about it.
Of course, yeah.
I definitely like to give credit to the people who, you know, gave me my first opportunities, you know, my friend Andrew Robinson, who gave me my first shot in animation. I mean, those are people who actually had to go to bat for you, you know, and you deliver for them, and then things worked out well if you do. But I think it's definitely important to pay respect to the person who did give you that first shot. So.
Well, you do now giving a bunch of people their shot and them not really taking advantage of it, or like not delivering their best work. I do also think that like you are putting yourself on the line for these people. Like at some level, like you're saying, you're putting your own, like Richard Stark. You're saying, Richard, trust this person to do. You're putting their like yourself on the line a little bit to make, and then they're delivering for it. But like it's sort of your credibility that you're risking as well.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. No, I agree. And you have to deliver for them in the same way they have to deliver for you. And I dare say there are a number of people that I've worked with, either at Marvel UK or independently, who did not deliver. And those tend to be the people you don't hear from again.
Yep.
You know, it's nice to want to work in comics, but usually the best creators are always drawing. The best artists, they just can't stop themselves drawing. I'm very fortunate with Abigail. She's just, you should follow her on Twitter. She just can't stop drawing. You know, she posts things all the time. She does stuff after she's finished a few pages of Ask for Mercy, and she's just getting better and better. And, you know, the people I'm working with at Comixology love her stuff. So, again, you know, we're in season 3 and she's just going from strength to strength.
Awesome.
I think that it would be, I want to talk about Ask for Mercy because I did read it this week in preparation.
Thank you.
I did my homework and it felt like it did feel like it was made for me. So thank you for making something for me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
How did you know that was the idea? So we started this talking about like having an idea and like what makes a great idea. And like, how did you know that like this weird time travel book that like it kind of doesn't make sense for the first issue, and you're just kind of like looking around and you kind of feel like Mercy does, like what the heck is happening? Why are we in what just happened? Is this fantasy? Is it sci-fi? Is alternate reality? And like you have that sort of
World War II,
right?
know?
And just how did you know that was the one that was going to resonate?
I didn't. You know, I had been developing this character, and originally her name was Divinity. That tells you how long the character goes back, because of course, I think Valiant put out a book called Divinity, and I was like, oh, God, such a great name for a book, especially for, you know, her name would have been Divinity. And when Valiant put out that book, it's sort of, you know, if anybody's ever had this experience where you have an idea and somebody else publishes it straight away, or comes out with that title, it's happened more than once in my career. So you sort of feel a bit deflated, but I actually came up with the name Ask for Mercy. I was on the 105 freeway, driving home from my daughter's school to Long Beach, the long way around at 4 o'clock. And there was a bridge. There's you know, often around LA, you'll see those yellow Christian signs, and it's black type on yellow. And I'm sitting there literally stationary in traffic, staring at this sign that said, Ask Jesus for Mercy. And I was like, that's it. And I wrote it down I had a piece of mail in my car, and I wrote the title down. I just took out Jesus and put Ask for Mercy. And I knew that was the tone that I wanted to hit. And in fact, I had edited a book called Dragon's Claws at Marvel UK, which is kind of like a rollerball science fiction story. And it was an all-male team. And this was the 80s when most hard-hitting sci-fi were all about men beating other men up. And I said, this needs a female character. And I said, I've just got the name for you, Mercy. So Mercy was a character in Dragon's Claws. And I said, never forgot. I love that name. So when I saw Ask Jesus for Mercy, I was like, Mercy, that's the right name for this character. And I sort of paired that together with a character from Elephant Men that was really popular and kept taking over the storyline in Elephant Men, and that character was Yvette, a sort of French freedom fighter. And I always like World War II stories. I grew up in England. It's in our blood. And of course, Nazis make great villains every single time. So there's a little bit of Raiders of the Lost Ark in it. There's a little bit of Hellboy in it. There's a little bit of Elektra in it. You know, I always feel like whatever you've enjoyed in your life, especially as a teenager, tends to bubble up in your subconscious and reinvent itself in your books. So Mercy, all I had really when I pitched it was this gate that appears in front of Mercy. And, you know, where does that gate lead? And when I got together with Abigail, we started throwing ideas at each other. And I had told her that I'd always thought that if we could do Ghostbusters, where the Ghostbusters are actually ghosts, that would immediately be interesting to me. And so I pitched that idea to her, and she had been having nightmares about giant insects. And I said, well, what if these are monsters that hunt monsters? And we were away, and we came up with the team, we came up with the werewolf, we came up with, amazingly, the character of Casa, who plays a big role in season 2. That was just a character that Abigail plucked out of her imagination, and it's a real character that in Native American folklore. She's called the White Buffalo Woman, and I wanted a character that was not human, which is the character of Budgie, which of course is the most popular character in the series. I don't know, Russell, have you read season 2? Have you just read?
I didn't read season 2, but I'm so happy that you told me what the name of it, because it was killing me. It's like, is it Budgie? Like, how am I pronouncing this name in my head?
Well, Budgie is, means songbird in England, budgerigar, and it's just such a cute name. And Abigail and I both have cats, and really Budgie is sort of like the cat of the group, very childlike, more of a kitten, a childlike monster, and he's got the most mysterious origin. We did a prologue to season 2 called Ask for Budgie, and we touch upon what his origin is, and he plays less of a part in season 2, but he did have a whole issue to himself, and we're just really enjoying exploring the backstory of these characters when it's appropriate to explore the backstory. I remember when I read Avengers as a kid, I didn't know who Captain America was. I didn't know who Hawkeye was. They just suddenly turned up. And then slowly you learn about the backstory of the characters. And that's something we're doing gradually over the course of the series.
Absolutely. We have a question from the audience, but Neo, do you have any questions?
Let's just go with audience right now. It's cool.
I have one question that I have to ask you, though, to clarify, because when you do the first issue of Ask for Mercy, did you intentionally try and like confuse the audience, or like left them confused? Like, because I feel like you're in the place of you're as confused as Mercy. I found myself going back, like being like, wait, what? And like before I could read forward, and I was like, and I felt. I sort of like, once Mercy understood, I understood the world, and I felt grounded. But that feels like a very dangerous choice, and I'm wondering if it was intentional or how you came about doing it. Because in retrospect, it's brilliant if you did it intentionally.
Thank you. I knew where the story was going, and generally with Elephant Men, I have a vague idea of where the story's going, because having written over 100 issues of Elephant Men, I have to always keep going. So sometimes I start a story with only just a vague idea of where it's going. And I have learned over time as a writer that you have to trust your instincts, that, you will get to, I was writing the 3rd issue of season 3 of Elephant Men on originals. And I just couldn't write the last 5 pages. It took me like 2 weeks. And then finally it clicked and everything made sense. And what I expected to happen issue 4 was thrown out the window.
Wow.
With Ask for Mercy, I deliberately wanted to throw Mercy into an adventure starting on issue 1. I knew I wanted to be in Nazi France, Nazi occupied France. I knew who the villains were. I knew what the goal was. A lot of the story of her origin, if you like, was a constant conversation between Abigail and I during the course of the series, and that crystallized in issue 4, and is also bubbling under in season 2, and we get to learn a lot more of it in season 3. But we wanted to do a sort of Doctor Strange and Clear type romance, and often the best romances are the ones where you keep the characters apart for as long as possible. And there are still aspects of Mercy's story that I am yet to reveal. Let's put it that way. But I'm glad you felt that way, because I also, Mercy, we don't know her last name. We've revealed the minimum about her. There's a great Hellboy story called Into the Silent Sea that I happened to read a couple of years ago. It's with Gary Gianni. And I was very fortunate to be with Mike Mignola in a hole-in-the-wall pizza shop in Glendale. We went to the Paperback Book Festival in Glendale. And he wanted to talk to Gary and pitch him Hellboy meets Moby Dick, And Mike just totally winged this story with Gary and sold Gary on this story. And I was in awe, because it took 10 minutes. Wow. And I watched Mike say, you'll be able to draw the ship and the ocean. And he pitched it. He pitched the tone of the story and the content. And I didn't hear a plot, and I thought, wow, this is amazing, because Gary seemed to be very hesitant. And 1 year later, that book was done. And I don't know if you've seen that book. It's beautiful. It's almost like Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein. It's a beautiful piece of work. And I recommend the gorgeous big library edition that they made of it. And I think on page 3 of that story, Hellboy gets involved by pushing out a boat to sea and getting in. And then he's in the story. And wow. I really admired the economy of storytelling. And that was something I wanted to try to do with Mercy. And Mercy's a character, unlike Hellboy, that you don't actually know very much about. But what's stopping you from pushing her into a story straight away? So, because we then get to learn about that character. And if Hellboy Into the Silent Sea is your first Hellboy story, it's a great place to start, because you're like, wow, monsters, witches, boats, rough seas and gorgeous artwork. You're hooked. So I increasingly try to push my characters into a story as quickly as possible, and I think we've been living through this sort of era of decompressed storytelling where things take 6 issues to get nowhere. And I'm sort of trying to get back to that point where I'd love to do a done-in-one Ask for Mercy story in 1 issue, because those were the stories that I grew up on.
Should we try some of these questions, Russell?
Sure.
Is Russell still with us?
He seemed to have
frozen. That's
interesting. Let's see if he's in the private chat.
Yeah, I don't know where he went. You know what? How about we just try a question here? And
sure.
Okay, well, let's just try a question here. Richard just mentioned tone. Can you talk a bit about how a writer can develop that aspect of a comic book script?
How can a writer develop that aspect in a comic book strip? Well, I highly recommend, you don't have to be a Doctor Who fan, but I recommend the book A Writer's Tale by Russell T. Davies. It's one of the best books about writing that I've read, because the beautiful thing about reading that book is that you realize somebody that I admire is winging it just like me.
Nice.
But not winging it, because of course Doctor Who is a very solid concept. But in that, he talks about having tone meetings before starting production on a particular episode. And if you watch Russell T Davies's era of Doctor Who, you'll see that like there's a storyline that has a green palette to it, or a red palette, or a blue palette, and that's just all I'm talking about. There is color.
Right.
But color influences tone. I'm a big believer in trying to make the cover of the next issue very different to the previous issue. And also there's a conversation in that book, I believe, with Stephen Moffat, who realized that if you do a two-part story, make the story in part two very different in content to part one. So in Ask for Mercy, we start out in the French countryside being attacked by Messerschmitt monsters, the Zeitgeists, and then we move to Paris. So part of the tone is, well, when you're fighting monsters in the French countryside, it looks very different, feels very different than when you move into a town. And then, and the color, the cover of issue 2 is one of the Nazi officers that's possessed by a demon. It's very green. And again, I'm talking just about color and environment, but tone is something that the writer needs to initiate in conversation with the artist, obviously. But, you know, if you're going to have a sepia sequence, that's also part of tone. If you're going to have a black and white sequence, somebody just mentioned one of the Batman books that I worked on with Tim Sale, and he did the flashback sequence to young Bruce Wayne in wash. And wash inking, you know, it's watered down ink, gives you that sort of dreamy quality to a sequence. So yes, I think it is very important for the writer to be thinking about the tone, the color, what's on the cover. You don't want a cover to look like the previous cover. You know, we all want things to keep moving. And I think comics is at its best when, you know, it's kind of like the episode titles of Friends, you know, the one where Joey, you know, sleeps in the fridge, you know, because that's how people talk about comics to each other. If I say to you the Frank Miller Daredevil issue with the white cover where he's sitting on his knees, you can probably picture it if you've read that issue. And I think, you know, I think Frank Miller is someone who's very good at creating sequences, cover art, splash pages that are very memorable. You know, you remember that image of Matt Murdock curled up in his bed. You know, you remember him staggering through the alley. There's, you know, you as a writer are just as responsible for the look and tone of the book as the artist is.
Interesting. That's really good advice.
Welcome back, Russell.
Thank you.
Russell's back.
You were such a pro. You didn't even notice it. You just kept going while I was back. So that's great. I assume you were talking about this question from Tom Levine.
Yes.
Awesome. We were talking in the last panel, I don't know if you covered this, about like knowing what like a Russell Nolte or a Neo Edmund, or do you have like a deep gut feeling of like what kind of book is a you book that you like that's really like strong in you? And if so, like what defines a Richard Starking's book?
I don't really know the answer to that question. I think that's for people to tell me, because when I wrote issues of Elephant Men for Shaky Kane, because it was Shaky Kane, I wrote something that I would never have written for Ladrone or for Axel Medellin on Elephant Men. And when it was published, I couldn't believe I had written it. Because different artists bring out different strengths in you. You know, I do think that my strength is characters. You know, I do try to make you care about the characters first, and let the story emerge from them second. I know writers that work the other way around. I'm in an unusual situation in that I'm known best for comic book lettering, but as I've said to Russell before, that was my way in. I just happened to be massively successful because I hit that digital comic book lettering wave right at the beginning and was able to handle. I created a studio. I really wanted to self-publish, and my way to do it was to build a graphic design studio and offer lettering and design, and then quietly make my own comics, which I've done. So I didn't think, when I was working on Elephant Men, I found it very hard to imagine I'd ever write anything other than Elephant Men, and that would be, that would be what I was remembered for. And ironically, while I was doing Elephant Men, I was remembered for Comic Craft, and now I'm doing Act for Mercy. I'm remembered for Elephant Men. Anastasia, there you are. If you were shocked by your work with Shaky Kane, how was the process with the beef? Thank you, Anastasia. So can I answer that?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
The beef was, I have it here. Actually, you can see it back there. Those are the issues of the beef up there.
Nice.
I keep forgetting that you can see me I can see me the right way around. So the beef was, I'll tell you the quick story. Tyler Shaneline, who worked at Image back in the day, he was at a New York con with some friends of mine, and they called up and they said, we're talking about our favorite characters. Who's your favorite character? Marvel character, I think. Or superhero character. And I said, I don't know, maybe Silver Surfer. Who's your favorite character? And Tyler said, I've got 5. The Goon, the Hulk, the Thing, the Beast, and Hellboy. And I said, they're the same. They're all knuckleheads. And he said, no, you're a knucklehead. And I said, you know what? Knuckleheads is a great name for a team. What if it was a team of characters that like the ones you just described? And we started talking about having a team of knuckleheads. Of course, there's already a comic book called Knuckleheads. So that had to go by the wayside. And I thought, well, let's do a sort of pastiche of the Hulk, the Thing, with the word the Hulk, the Beast, the Thing. And I thought, well, what does that boil down to? They're all beefcakes. And then I thought, well, what if it was the beef? And because I'm vegetarian, all my books are about something. And I think we're all always attracted to strong themes. And I knew I wanted to work with Shaky, partly because Eric Stevenson once said to me, anything Shaky draws, I will publish.
Nice.
So, and Shaky basically said to me, anything you write, I'll draw.
Oh,
so
well, there you go.
We've had a shoe-in right there. And what I love about Shaky is he has this sort of David Lynchian quality in that everything that he draws is kind of disturbing to look at. So you can write I wanted to write a book about Americana. And in fact, the whole time I was writing The Beef, I was listening to Lana Del Rey, of all things.
Nice.
Because Lana Del Rey really captures Americana. And I actually saw her in concert a couple of years ago, and she had the American flag flying behind her on big screens. She really sort of captures that lost quality of an American girl. Yeah, thank you. You're Googling The Beef.
Wow.
Look at all that.
All that.
I mean, I had to just show how the art style is so vibrant and unique. I had to show it while we were talking.
Yeah,
about it.
It's like Andy Warhol by way of Jack Kirby.
Yes, that's great.
Yeah, and it's sort of it's very bright, very colorful. Shaky's such a joy to work with. He's such a pleasant human being. And then you see what's inside his head, and you ask him to draw things that are inside your head. And it is definitely one of my favorite projects. Tyler helped me co-script it. I plotted the whole arc because it became about, funny enough, Tyler grew up in Stockton, also known as, can I say Shitsville? I just did.
Yeah, you did it.
Fair enough.
Stockton, if you've ever gone to WonderCon in San Francisco,
yes,
with the windows down, you always wind them up when you go through Stockton because it's a cow factory and it stinks. You can smell.
Stockton also has like 5 prisons.
Yes, it also has some penitentiaries. However, you see these sad cows on dirt by the road. So I started talking to Tyler, what's this book about? And then he told me about where he grew up. And I said, well, this book is about you, and he's a big meat eater. Shaky and his wife actually became vegetarians while Shaky was drawing this book. So, that's partly it. Also, I've worked with John Rochelle, who's designed Astro City and a whole bunch of books, and we wanted always to do books that had a very design quality to the covers. So, Shaky did the artwork, but there's a before where we made it look like a 70s Marvel comic, and the last issue is, these were physical objects that JG created. Wow. And the can on the cover. So, and I wanted something that was very clean and clinical, and I wanted that branding like McDonald's or Carl's Jr. And I'm very proud of the part that Gandhi plays in the Beef because he's a supporting character, and you'll be shocked at what he explains to the reader if you ever get a chance to read the Beef.
Well, that is a good teaser. There is a question that I think goes right into that, Neo. Do you want to take this one and read it out?
May I ask, when you begin a project, how do you find inspiration to create the perfect style in graphics and lettering?
Well, there's the Beef is a great example because when I talk to other writers, I realize that I don't necessarily think like other writers because I do think about the design of a project. Probably the closest to me is somebody like Jonathan Hickman, who, is very much, he designs the look of the books. If you look at his recent run on X-Men titles, it's a designer writing a book, and I relate to the way he works because it's very graphic. Also Ryan Hughes, who's a lettering artist, font designer, comic book creator. We're very similar in our outlooks. And on the Beef, we created a font style based on Shaky's lettering. The murah there is based on Shaky's own letter forms, and the lettering in the balloons is also based on Shaky's hand lettering. This back to front is really messing me up. So that was a book where I had a very clear idea about how the lettering and the graphic design would look before the first issue was written. Because I definitely wanted a Mike Royer style of lettering. Mike Royer was the inker and letter of Jack Kirby, particularly when he was at DC Comics on Commandy and New Gods. And definitely Shaky Kane is very influenced by not only Jack Kirby, but also by Mike Royer. And if you look at Shaky's work elsewhere, you'll see that. Shaky is a very easy person to work with. He loved the idea of the images in the Beef on the covers being part of physical objects. This is something that John Rochelle excels at. If you've looked at the Astro City hardcovers, the way he designs those, one of them has got fridge magnets on a fridge. He will make postcards, he'll make fridge magnets. And he did a design for one of the volumes of Elephant Men, the 3rd volume, and he literally filled a bathtub in his backyard with pig's blood and floated roses on the surface of the pig's blood because because Elephant Men can be a very violent book, and he ziplocked issues and dipped them in blood. Maybe it was volume 4, I can't remember, but you know, I'm very sympathetic to that as a graphic designer myself. I love to see quality graphic design. I don't think it's necessarily something that everybody looks for in a comic book. It's certainly something I look for.
Well, I think that's a good place to actually go as we transition here to actually lettering, because I'm becoming more snobby in my old age. It feels like I open a book, and if the lettering's not good, it's really. It used to be if the lettering was bad, I could get through it as long as the art was good. But now I open books up, and I'm like, oh, this lettering, just I can't even. It's not even worth my time. Can you talk a little bit about like what lettering can bring to a book, and then give some tips as to how people can like just up their lettering, like maybe not easily, but maybe the biggest mistakes that you see make and the things that they can correct to really make their lettering pop? I know it's a big question.
Choose one.
So what can lettering bring to a book?
Well, what can a letterer bring to a book is a better question, because you do have to have sensitivity to the artist's line weight. You need to, if you're using fonts, you need to pick a font that is sympathetic to the story. You know, I'm lettering a book for Legendary Comics right now. It's a Dracula graphic novel licensed from the Bela Lugosi estate, and it's using Bela Lugosi's likeness as Dracula. And we have a font called Cutthroat, which is just perfect for this book because it's a very sharp font. It has a heaviness to it. The story is about a guy that bites you in the throat. We definitely name our fonts suggesting uses. So Cutthroat is definitely a sharp font. When I worked, I think somebody back there did, Taylor Esposito is a very good letterer. It's very true. Somebody asked about design and lettering on Batman, and I can speak to that in this part of the conversation because Tim, firstly, Tim Sale has lettered his own books at the beginning of his career, Thieves World and Billy 99. And he loves the work of Sam Rosen, a letterer in the 60s. So when we started working together, I called him and said, what do you want the lettering to look like? And he said, Sam Rosen. So we created a font with that kind of rhythm and stroke. But this was Long Halloween. And I remember looking at it and thinking it doesn't quite work because Sam Rosen used a speedball nib that was quite thick. And Tim's work has a lot of brush work, which has a lot of thin strokes and fat strokes. So I said, Tim, can we go back and look at Billy 99 and extrapolate a lettering style for either Dark Victory or Superman for All Seasons, whichever project was next? And he said, sure. And the moment we created that lettering style for it, Tim was happy thereafter because the line stroke was his line. The line weight matches the line weight that Tim uses. And we created a brush lettering font based on his own brush lettering because then you've got the same values. So sometimes you're sort of hiding the lettering in the artwork because lettering is the invisible art. You know, you don't really want to be too flashy. Some letterers are flashy. I think Tom Ozakowski is somebody whose work really stood out in things like Warlock, Jim Starlin's Warlock and Uncanny X-Men and Spawn. It's very flashy. And it works because the artwork was also very flashy. You know, and other letterers you don't notice so much because it's very simple. It's very effective. I know that, you know, Stan Sakai, you know, often wins best lettering in the Eisners. And that's because his lettering work, pen lettering, he uses a pen in his hand to do the lettering. It fits his artwork. It belongs there. other lettering work sometimes is discordant. And I've worked with artists in the Chattanooga Comics Co-op here who choose completely the wrong font for their art style. And oftentimes that's what I advise them on is, pick a different font that matches your line weight. Don't, make it legible. Making it legible is number one.
Wow.
You have to be able to read it. And getting out the way of the artwork often is number two. But it's all about storytelling. And, the answer to the question is, I don't think of myself as a lettering artist. I don't think myself as specifically a writer. I'm a comic book creator, and I have to focus on all aspects of a comic book's production, especially as a independent creator, because nobody's going to do it for me. I don't want anybody to do it for me. I've worked in that situation, and I have a very strong idea of what it is I want, both as a writer, as a lettering artist, as a graphic designer. I try to work as closely as I can with the artists. In some cases, I do breakdowns for the artist. It helps with speed. It helps with getting what you want. With Abigail, she is, I just push her in the right direction and let her go, because she's got an incredible imagination. But the reason I wrote the book, where is my book? I wrote this book so that I wouldn't have to keep explaining myself.
Nice.
Everything that, and you can get this digitally from Comixology or from comicbookfonts.com. We put everything in here. There was no book about lettering when that book came out.
Oh, wow.
And I always felt like I wish somebody had written one for me back in the day, in the same way that we started releasing our fonts commercially, because I realized, I would have bought them. I would have wanted to work with a font based on some of my favorite lettering artists and have that choice. And we still make new fonts because I want people to have a vast library of choices. I think the downside is that sometimes writers and editors choose a font for a lettering artist to work with. That's not using your lettering artist to the best of their ability. A lettering artist works with that stuff every day. Listen to your lettering artist.
I think that's really important to talk about. Just like I talk to artists so often, and like I'll see their pages and they're beautiful, and then they'll finish the lettering themselves, and it's like it was lettered by a fourth grader. And I'm like, I understand why. I don't understand how you could think that like that is like good, because what comics look like, and like it's like the word balloons are like they have very wide sides, like they have a lot of space on all of the sides, or they're just like oblong, or they don't look right. So I really am happy that a lot
of people have a blind spot when it comes to lettering. They don't think it's a part of the art, and it is a part of the art. It's where the story and the art are married together. And I think if you don't realize it's a marriage, there's going to be a very messy divorce. You really have to respect the artist, you respect the writer. And oftentimes, and I remember with Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale, Jeff would ask me to move something, and I would say, Tim won't like it. Or I'd say the same to Tim, I'll put that there, and Tim would always say, put it on the back of the character's head. I don't care. And you learn a lot from working with different artists. So when you're engaging a lettering artist and paying them what they're worth, because we have bills too, when you pay a lettering artist what they're worth, and you're buying all that experience they have of working with writers and artists and seeing the results in print. Oftentimes, young artists, young writers think they can read the lettering on the page, and it's way too small, or the kerning is really bad, or the leading is off, and then they print it and they realize, oh my gosh, I made a mess of this. There's a reason why mainstream companies work with professional letterers, because they know what they're doing and they turn the work in on time. And we're used to working with way too many cooks in the kitchen.
Absolutely. So we talked, Neo, do you have any final questions? I think we're out of the questions here, but do you have anything? We're nearing the end of our time together already.
Wow. We are almost to the end. I mean, you've covered so much. I think the big takeaway here is like respect everybody's position in the process and let everybody do what they do well.
Yeah.
And don't assume that you can do their job. So So
one thing I do want to bring up, I waved this copy of Ask for Mercy.
Yes.
I do want to point out this is print on demand comics.
Oh wow.
This was printed one copy at a time by Amazon. So if you ordered Ask for Mercy, which is free to read if you have Amazon Prime, or Comixology Unlimited, $5.99 every month, 2 months free right now. This is a book that was printed on demand, as well. This is the most recent Elephant Man, The Death of Shorty. And the quality
looks fantastic.
Amazing. The binding is amazing. And this is the future of comics. I was asking Comixology when they were going to start doing original material. Something like 10 years ago, I said, when you're ready to start doing digital comics, call me, because I'm well aware that it's a different market. You're reaching people in markets which don't have a local comic book store, and it's Free Comic Book Day today, right? And
yes,
you can read all my comics for free, all my Comixology originals, if you have Amazon Prime. You can, you just log in, search Comixology for Ask for Mercy or Elephant Man, and you can read them for free.
I'm doing that as soon as I'm done today.
and I think Image has also made, the 80 issues of Elephant Men. I think they're just 99 cents each right now. So the beauty of digital comics is that it creates comic book readers. And even when people were reading pirate copies of comic, oftentimes people would come to me at a show and said, I read this on a pirate site, but I want to buy the trade paperback. And to me, it's not much different to borrowing my high school friends' comics when I was a kid. I couldn't afford to buy all of them, so we would trade and read them. That's the way you've got to look at digital comics. They're not a threat. They're an asset to print. And I genuinely believe that the way that books will be kept in print, in my lifetime, will be print on demand. So, I'm very happy to be involved with Comixology Originals, partly because my experience in selling fonts digitally, it didn't hurt the lettering artist. In fact, it created more lettering artists, because everybody can now have the tools if they're prepared to learn. And people like Taylor Esposito and Jared Fletcher and a lot of the lettering artists that never picked up a pen to letter a comic book are now able to work in comics because of digital comic book lettering. The same is true with digital comics. People will start reading digital comics, and then they will progress through Amazon or through their local comic book store to read comics. And I think that's the future of comics today. Is the reading of comics will probably be on tablets. Tablets will get cheaper and cheaper. Everybody will just think, oh, what's the new comic book today? But again, it will drive people to stores.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen it as a negative to have digital or like however you're reading comics, like especially for a little guy, like just like get the comic out there and let people read it, and like they end up flowing back. I think though the problem becomes people are very short-sighted. And they're like, comics, like digital comics is hurting print sales this minute, which I'm not convinced that it is. They're not thinking, well, 50 times more readers are able to read it all over the world who don't have a comic shop. And in 10 years, that means there will be 10 times the readers.
Yeah, much more awareness. You know, if you're living in Australia somewhere and there's no comic book store anywhere to be found, then you're going to read books on your tablet, on your computer screen. So, yeah, I think it's just a great time to be in comics. There's so much great material out there. And I think there's room for everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're nearing the end of our time together, and you kind of pitched your entire library of work on Comixology, and then you said it was you got 2 months free. So I think that's a good, I think that's a pretty good pitch, but I would love it if you just, for closing out, you talked a little bit about, like, give us the logline pitch for Mercy, give us the logline pitch for Elephant Men. Tell us one piece of advice you'd love us to leave with, where we can find you, and then we'll say goodbye.
Gosh, 4 questions, Russell. You do load your interview technique, don't you? So, Elephant Men, human and animal hybrids, 200 years in the future, designed to fight a war between Africa and China. A terrible and bloody war is fought after a virus wipes out half the people in Europe. And now they live amongst us. That's Elephant Men. I mean, it's pulp science fiction. Sometimes it's a murder mystery. Sometimes it's a buddy cop movie. There's 110 issues to choose from. You know, a dozen trade paperbacks. You can find those in most comic book stores. You can find them on Amazon. The Beef is, let me read one of the quotes from the back of The Beef. That's the best. A fantastically weird comic that is equal parts Silver Age fun and indie comics attitude and execution. A modern day Hulk for the food conscious, purposefully designed to crawl under the skin. That's The Beef. Wow. And as for Mercy, this is volume 1, action-packed and artistically stunning World War II fantasy horror story. Mercy is a struggling real estate agent snatched from her place and time to join a team of monster hunters who are actually monsters themselves.
Wow.
I love it. All right,
that's fantastic.
See, you did great with the first with the first 2 questions. Where can we find you?
You can find me on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. I think I'm on Instagram. You can go to comiccraft.com, comicbookfonts.com.
Yes, I think it's important that you know that it's only 1 C in Comic Craft.
Comic Craft. It's
yes,
the comic,
not 2.
Yes, I know that's a common mistake people make.
Yes, I know. I made it twice. I said comic, and I had to look it up again. So, and finally,
one more question. What was it?
Huh?
There was another question.
Yes. What is the piece of advice?
Do what you love. You know, I mean, make the comics you love. I mean, a lot of people want to work on Spider-Man or Superman, Batman. Some people want to write Planet of the Apes. Some people want to write Doctor Who. It's a great place to start, but the most interesting creators create new projects. And I think there are so many franchises. I mean, DC and Marvel now are just big franchises. And we don't see so much innovation. And I think the most exciting thing is innovation. So, you know, we need more innovators in our industry, and we need mainstream creators to create new books. And I know how difficult it is when you get sort of golden handcuffs at the mainstream publishers, but, you know, a lot of us are gravitating to Netflix because there's so much original material on Netflix, and there's a lesson to be learned there. You know, Andy Parks created Extraction. Andy Parks is a comic book creator. I think the book was called Quidad, and it's the #1 movie on Netflix because he created something new. You know, and I'm always advocate create something new, something that we haven't seen. Because the problem with working on franchises as a writer and artist is people have expectations that they will apply to you whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I've been very fortunate in my career in that I don't encounter very much negativity, and people are so warm and receptive to my books, and the kind of creators that I am drawn to are people that create their own books. People like, J. Scott Campbell was working on Danger Girl. I'm good friends with Mike Mignola on Hellboy, Eric Powell on The Goon. We've gone out there with our own projects and we're enthusiastic about them. And we're the only authorities on our properties because we don't even know how some of the stories are going to end.
Awesome. I love it. And that brings us into our next panel on Kickstarter. So don't go anywhere. Well, not you, Richard. Richard, you are going to go somewhere. We're going to say bye to Richard. Bye, Richard.
Bye, Richard.
Thank
you so much.
Thanks,
You're
guys.
awesome.
Thanks, Russell. I really appreciate it.
Yes,
Happy
I
Free
appreciate you being
Comic
here.
Day.
Yes. Right. So,
right.
Neo,
Wow.
we've got only one big chunk left. We've done like the first three or four big chunks out of the way. And now,
4 hours.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. This is my favorite topic in all of this stuff, which is Kickstarter. I make no bones about it. The only panel I knew for sure I was moderating was this next panel, 100%.
This is 100% you, man.
Yes. And so I am going to quickly change the banners, and then we're going to bring on Amy, Camilla, and Roy. I actually don't know. Roy Akupe is the only one I don't know. And we're going to talk about why he is the perfect person to be on this panel, according to Camilla, when we bring him on.
Nice.
So let us do that now.
Cool.
Hi, Amy.
Hey, guys. How you going?
Hi, Roy.
Hi, Roy.
Hey. How's it going, guys?
Am I saying your name right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. We just want to make sure, because I've never heard your name out loud before. We just typed it back and forth. So I wanted to make sure.
That's cool.
And then, hi, Camilla.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Awesome. I just wanted Neo to have a chance to say hello to you.
Hello.
And then now we're going to say goodbye to Neo. And he's going to go and have his break.
Well, you guys do your thing.
Okay, bye.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
This is so exciting. I am a huge Kickstarter fan, supporter. I've backed over 400 projects, created 10 projects. And so this is my absolute favorite topic in all of comics. So I cannot wait to have this panel. But before we get started, I would love to kind of go round robin from Amy to Roy, then Camilla, to just talk about who you are, projects that you've created, and what you're working on. Amy, take it away.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm Amy Goff, and I'm the wife and partner of Aaron Alexievich, and together we have a small press called 9 Volt Entertainment. And we have done 2 successful Kickstarters, which were successful beyond our wildest dreams, honestly. And that has allowed us to really kind of jumpstart everything as far as having our own business empire that we're running right now. And so it's been a really good journey that Kickstarter has made possible for us.
Awesome. How about you, Roy?
Yeah, so my name is Roy Okupe. I was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. I moved to the United States in 2002. And for me, I've always loved superheroes and fantasy stories. Grew up watching every single one of them: Batman, Superman, Ninja Turtles, Transformers, like many of us. But I always thought that, there was an opportunity to create these stories, from the African perspective, inspired by African history, culture, and mythology. So 5 years ago, I started my own studio called Unique Studios. And most people know us for the Malaika Warrior Queen series, the EXO series. And our focus is mainly, promoting African art, African stories, and using comic books and animation to really, for the most part, lift the stereotypes on the continent and also provide entertainment, education, and inspiration as well. I currently have a Kickstarter running right now for Iyanu Child of Wonder. It's our latest project. It's our 8th project on Kickstarter. I'd like to say that without Kickstarter, honestly, I wouldn't be here today. It's a great platform, and happy to really dig into it today.
Awesome. Yes. Actually, before I go to Camilla, I'm going to tell a quick story because I had Camilla and Amy on this panel, and Camilla emailed me and said, "What do you think about adding Roy Akupe to this panel?" And I looked you up and I was like, Youneek. I wasn't saying it out loud. And I was like, what is this? And then I looked at your website and I was like, oh my God, this is gorgeous and beautiful. And then I emailed Camilla back and I said, Camilla, you are from Kickstarter, so like you get one choice. You get one person you can put on this panel. Is Roy the person of all the people that you want on this panel? More than Shelley Bond, more than Margot, more than anyone else? And she said, yes, if I had one choice, I would put Roy on this panel.
Oh my God.
So that's a true story. Camilla can attest. So Camilla, why don't you take it away and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm Camilla Zhang, and I currently am the comics outreach lead at Kickstarter. Essentially, I am a curator, an advocate, a advisor, and a kind of like I provide a lot of guidance for all the creators that use Kickstarter for comics. And yeah, I also am a creator myself. I've been published by Top Cow. I used to work at DC and Marvel, not in the creative capacity, like editorial and legal, but I've been working on my own graphic novel and prose novel for quite some time. I'm sure all of you know that it's really hard to juggle a full-time job in addition to creating. Oftentimes it requires sacrificing the day job for the creative one. So I was in a position prior to Kickstarter where I was creating full-time, but I love my job and I love helping other creators learn how to use the platform to like best spearhead their own stories, properties. I think that the seed of an idea can really grow from just a single comic into a whole line of comics, animation, just like Roy has done for himself, and it's just amazing to see all of the work that's being put out there. And I'm glad to be a part of helping it make it happen. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I am so excited to have you here and answer the burning question that all of us have. I think all of us creators have, actually you and Roy, which is the world's on fire now, man. Why should I run a Kickstarter now? Is it a good time? Is it a horrible time? Like, what should I be doing? Like, shouldn't I be holding up in my house and like never talking to anyone again? And both of you have two different perspectives on this. Roy being one who is running the Kickstarter and Camilla being behind the scenes. So let's just talk about it. Get it out in the open. Camilla, is this a good time to run a Kickstarter?
Yeah, I think it's a great time to run a Kickstarter. Projects are down by around just under 30%, but backings remain steady. So the rate at which people are backing is the same as it was before COVID. So it's not that backers are less likely to back now. It's more that creators feel a little bit antsy, or maybe they feel guilty asking for money during this time. But I would challenge that thought, because creativity during crisis, I think, is very important. A lot of politicians and people in power like to say that the arts are not necessary and that, they're one of the first things to get cut from government funding. But at the same time, art is power. Art expression is power, and they know that. And so art is usually the first thing to get cut, but it's also the first thing to get weaponized against people. The narratives, the dominant narratives that get put out there into the world, if they strip that away, then we get brainwashed. We get, easily crushed, whether metaphorically or actually physically, so when I say that crisis, it is important to not forget creativity during crisis. That's what I mean. creative work will always be valid. No one can tell me any different, and I certainly would never tell anybody different. And, you know, it can be, you know, scary because you think, oh, well, a lot of people have lost their jobs. They can't afford to back my Kickstarter right now. But on the other hand, you know, Kickstarter, first and foremost, it's an online platform. You know, most people are stuck at home. They're online, you know. And I think that also usually people who are backing from Kickstarter, they come from a little bit better means. You know, they tend to be office workers. You know, so right now the job market for that you know, demographic is pretty steady. And I would also say that there are people, even when there are people who can't afford to back a Kickstarter, there are people who are willing to help. You know, like there's a few Kickstarter campaigns up right now that are doing their best to actually provide relief for folks who have lost their jobs due to COVID. So they have honor system based reward tiers that are like much lower. They also have reward tiers where people can donate a book to someone who has lost income to COVID. So like there are so many ways that creators are coming together to help the community, both readership and creator wise. So I think that this crisis will be in this crisis for quite some time. So it's more about adjusting your expectations and, you know, your strategies for how to engage your community and how to give back to your community in the way that they would give back to you.
Awesome. I do have a follow-up question for that because it is against the rules usually to do any form of charity on Kickstarter. Have you guys loosened your opinion on that due to the crisis, or how are people doing what you're talking about?
Well, so you can't raise money for a charity. You can't raise money on Kickstarter and then donate all the funds to a charity. But what you can do is, like, for example, if you have a reward tier that's donate to a library, it's still, you're not donating money to a charity, you're donating a creative work to an organization. That's kind of the line. And so if you actually look at a prompt that we have, a creative initiative that we have right now, it's called Lights On, and it's designed for small businesses, brick and mortar businesses, to get funding for their space. You know, there's a really successful one that's on right now by Vitus. It's a heavy metal like bar venue out in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and you know, they're like, as reward tiers, they're, you know, a lot of musicians have donated their time to like teach drum lessons or guitar lessons. They're making these like special shirts, like so it's the Vitus logo, the skeleton with like a mask over it. It's like, you know, it doesn't have to be like, it's really about how you word your campaign. You know, does that make sense?
Absolutely. Roy, I'd love for you to sort of take a look at the question underneath here about whether you should be telling people that they sort of prompting them that they are not don't need to back, or and then talk about like your experience with your book while I try to troubleshoot this banner and get your book pulled up.
No problem. Thanks. First of all, I just want to add a little bit on what to what Camilla said. First of all, I think it's very important to know that Kickstarter is a community. I think that's the biggest part of why the platform is so strong, because it's one of the best places where you can go to people, not necessarily just with an idea, but it's a place where you can start to build a community as well. So I wanted to make sure that people understood, because this is something that I didn't necessarily really get until I actually spoke with Camilla. Until then, and not that there's anything wrong in wanting to get your project funded, I never really looked at Kickstarter as a place where it's like, okay, I'm actually not only going there to ask people for, okay, not necessarily help and support, because at the end of the day, you are when you do finish a project, it's something that you have to fulfill that. So it's a product that you're selling, but you're also building a community. And I was one of those people that went back and forth for almost a month and a half, I believe, in terms of, should I actually launch this? Because literally my launch date for the original launch date for Kickstarter was right at the onset of this entire pandemic. Like literally, like when, I think it was, I can't remember what state first started doing the whole lockdown thing, but it was literally around that time that
it was Washington on the 6th of March. I know, because I ran my last Kickstarter starting on Super Tuesday, and I was like, Super Tuesday is going to be a bad day, but I got to do it. And then slowly, as the Kickstarter was going, every day it got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. I was freaking out more and more and more.
Exactly. So I was due to launch. I was due to launch at, I believe, a week after that. So right off the bat, I all those things that you were talking about, Russell, like, should I be even launching now? Like, what are people going to think? Like, and these are things that I think most creators, whoever it is that was also trying to launch at that time, was feeling. And I took these feelings to Camilla as well, and she remembers me freaking out a lot. I spammed her email, I can't remember how many times in a row, I mean, how many days in a row. But I think the one thing that sort of I would say gave me the push to move forward with it was, again, the understanding that Kickstarter is a community. And I saw that, also saw somewhere, I can't remember who said this, somebody was asking this very same question, like, when is the best, is this the right time to launch a Kickstarter? And someone in the comments answered, the best time to launch a Kickstarter is when you're ready. And that's the most important thing, is like, are you ready? Like, are you is your fan base galvanized? Like, do you have a product that people can actually believe in, where it's like, it's not just a cool product? Like, what is the why behind the project? What's the reason why you're launching this? Like, people don't necessarily buy great things, people buy emotion. So how do you strike that emotion in people for something, not in a manipulative way, but in a genuine way, where it's like people actually feel connected to something? And it was me reminding myself that I actually had those things. First of all, I was ready. I had been prepping this character and this new book for almost a year now. And also, it's like, it's something, something that I felt like people would connect with. And it wasn't until I went back to understanding that I felt comfortable in saying, okay, you know what? I've done everything that I can do on my own end. This is sort of like our new normal now. Like Camilla said, this isn't something that we're going to just go back to normal in the next 2 weeks. Even when businesses start to open up and people start getting their jobs back and things like that, this is something that's going to change the world. Like, dare I say, moving forward forever. Like, there's going to be a new normal. So for me, I just, went ahead and prepared the best I could, and then, put it out there. And funny thing is that this launch has actually been the best, out of the gates. Like, it's the most successful Kickstarter launch that we've had. Like, we've raised over $10,000 in, just this week since Tuesday. We've doubled, we're trying to raise $5,000. So that's over 200%. This has never happened. And again, this is my 8th Kickstarter. To answer the question about whether you should reach out to your backer, I think backers and tell them if they can't pledge, they shouldn't. I feel like this is something that if it makes you comfortable, you should. But personally, for me, I'm always transparent with my backers. I feel like the more communication you have with people, again, like, you're not just going to people to ask them, please give me money. You're actually creating a product that people want. And you also have to trust your backers that they are going to make the best decisions for themselves. If they can't afford it, then they're probably going to share it. If they can't afford it, they're going to, support your project. And at least that's just the way I see it personally.
Absolutely. So Amy, to you, because if there's a person who has the most amazing and supportive and like excitable fans, but is completely nervous consistently every time I talk to you about whether you should launch a Kickstarter or like do anything for them, I would absolutely love you to answer this question, because I'll tell you the backstory. Is last time I saw Amy was at Emerald City, And right before then, she's like, I think I'm going to launch a Kickstarter Emerald City. And I was like, well, yes. I was like, okay, well, I'll back it when I get home. Like, I'm not backing it Emerald City. Nothing. There's nothing that you could do to make me like want to back it now, because like I'm doing Emerald City. And then it launched, and I saw it, and I went. I said a bad word that I'm trying not to say today, and then I immediately backed it because, like, I was like, well, this is stupid. Of course I'm going to back this right now because, like, it's literally a perfect gift for my nephew who, like, literally likes scary things, but like creepy things, but not scary things. Like, words, Amy, words.
Words. Yeah. So we did launch during Emerald City, which we've made some interesting choices as far as when to launch Kickstarters in the past. And that was probably one of the more interesting ones. But it did offer us an opportunity to actually do some in-person marketing. And we were able to actually take copies of some of the pages for the book and actually have them at the table and show them to people. And that conversion rate for that was incredible. But the majority of our backers were actually existing backers from our last project, which was Serenity Rose 10 Awkward Years, which is a webcomic that Aaron did for 10 Awkward Years. And we put it together in this 500-page giant volume, this hardcover behemoth. And we had such an amazing response from his fan base. We literally, before we did that Kickstarter, had no idea the breadth or depth of how many people were into this thing. But the response that we got was just phenomenal. And we did something like 600% of what we set out to actually to bring in.
How did you utilize that for that new campaign? Which, by the way, Serenity Rose is still to this day my favorite comic I've ever read in my entire life. And I've read thousands of comics. So sorry, like how did you take those people and sort of galvanize them for the new campaign?
Right. So we did have a mailing list that was from the previous campaign, and they were the people we reached out to first. In fact, before we even launched the project. So we had some early feedback from those people that was very exciting. But yeah, it was a lot of it was sort of just trying to galvanize and rally his existing fan base and let them know that, you know, we have a new thing. Come look at the new thing. It's finished. We just need to get the money to publish it. So yeah, I think it was the right time to launch, even though it was Emerald City, because we had a finished product and we had done all of our prep work and we had, you know, written the Kickstarter page and everything that was going to be on it already. And we were, you know, just ready to just hit the button and go. But yeah, that's.
So I have this question that I have that came in is specifically for Roy, but I think that I would like you, Amy, to talk about not the unique verse, but like how Kickstarter has influenced the production and distribution of the stories that you tell and the kind of stuff that you think. And then we'll go to Roy, but
Okay.
like you first, Amy.
Okay, cool. Well, as far as production and distribution, I don't think we could have gotten this book made because it's sort of risky. It's horror for small children, and I'll show you the picture of it. It's called "It's Not Scary," and
Yes.
so it's all about this excitable little monster kid named Sonny Von Schock, who lives in this horrifying castle full of nightmares. And one day, this little neighbor kid Milo is dared to ring her doorbell and discovers that not everything inside is totally scary. So it's kind of, we made it for kids that might have anxieties or are interested in things that are a little bit creepy, maybe, you know, kind of, you know, it's not mainstream. So it's very hard to make people like producers and publishers excited about something that has a fairly niche market, or at least the perception is that it's niche. So as far as Kickstarter and the distribution model really allows us to tap into those people that we already know are into our product and take it directly to them. They're our perfect audience already. And we just need to let them know that we have a new thing. And thankfully they just have been so supportive and so forthcoming with backing everything that we were able to pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels like it gave you a lot of confidence. You guys went from like not knowing if the book would do anything, literally like the week before we talked or 2 weeks before we talked. And you were like, I don't have to raising $40,000. Like this wasn't just like it made some money. Like it like not only blew past its funding goal, but it funded so much that you guys were able to create an app.
That's right. Yeah, we actually
like then hire like full voice cast and
Yeah.
then do full music. Like it changed. Like it went from a project that you had no idea if it would work to a project that was so successful that you were putting on 10, 15 stretch goals and like making it bigger and like talking about games and other stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and that's been kind of the story of our Kickstarter success is that every time that we meet our initial funding goal, we do something that's just bananas and just kind of next level, and we try to like make it a bigger thing. Like with the original Serenity Rose, originally we were asking for about 5,000, and we were just going to do a soft cover volume, which would have been fine. It would have been really nice to have. But ultimately, we ended up raising about 60,000. We put together this, giant hardcover, and it's got like a slip case, and it's got a little bookmark and everything in it. But yeah, that was just because we didn't have any way of gauging the initial reaction to it. We just sort of like, well, let's make a cooler and cooler and cooler thing every time, just because we so want to please the people that we're reaching. We just want to give them the best product possible. But yeah, the story about the app was that we had initially planned to do it under our own funding. But then we sort of realized, we're like, well, if the book really picks up, we can actually just sort of roll that into the same Kickstarter. So why don't we just try to do both of them at the same time? So I worked out the budget and everything that it was going to cost to actually produce the app. And we just, put that up as one of the tiers that you could back at. Just, if you don't want to get a physical book, here's, $10, you can get a copy of the app. And, but as it kept going, it was like, oh, well, now we can afford to get this musician, this wonderful guy, Ronnie Sharon, who did all of our music. We can get a full score for the app, and we've got, professional voice actors, like you were saying. And yeah, it's just, it ended up kind of taking on this huge life of its own.
Absolutely. So before we get to Roy talking about it, because I want to hear from you too, I feel like I forgot to talk about something very important at the beginning, which is, do you see this link underneath that says Kickstarter special, bit.ly, that's KSFCD. Kickstarter has made their first anthology, like they're like sort of highlighting the best of Kickstarter, and it is literally launching this weekend in conjunction with Alt FCD. So like if you were on this panel, it will go to this link and you get there. Camilla was telling me last week who is on, what stories are here, and it sounds incredible. So pause for you for a second, Roy. I want to hear what you have to say about Camilla. Could you talk for just a second about the anthology?
Sure. Yeah, so it's collecting 12 Kickstarted stories. Most of them are from anthologies. Some of them are excerpts from longer works. Among the creators are Shavana Sibdeo, Henry Barajas, Yuko and Anant Hirsch, of Johnny Wander, A Wave Blue World. Their anthology is represented via a story called Day at the Park from All We Ever Wanted, which is an anthology about like futures that are actually non-dystopian. So it's actually anybody who signs up for Kickstarter Reads, which is our publishing newsletter, will get a free copy. The newsletter actually already went out this morning. So anybody who had signed up prior to today has gotten it in kind of honor of Alt Free Comic Day / what would have been Free Comic Book Day. But we will likely include it in a future send of the newsletter. So if you haven't had a chance to sign up today, if you haven't had a chance to sign up before, like follow the link, the bit.ly link, and it'll take you to a sign up page, and you'll probably get it in the next couple weeks.
Awesome.
Thanks for letting me talk about it.
Yes, sorry. I was just so excited to get into Kickstarter. I forgot. Then we were so deep into it. So now, promised you, Roy, you get a chance to talk about the unique first. So let's do it. How has Kickstarter changed the production and distribution model of the unique verse and what you're doing with it?
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Deidre. He's been a longtime supporter and friend. So thank you for tuning in. Kickstarter changed everything for the independent creator. You have to understand that before Kickstarter, it was really, really hard to get your work produced, in terms of trying to raise money. And dare I say, you were forced to sort of pitch to the bigger publishers and try to get your story made that way. But the interesting part of that question is how the distribution model of Kickstarter has influenced what stories you tell. Again, it's no secret that we at Unique Studios, we focus on African storytelling, inspired by African history, culture, and mythology. And honestly, I don't think we would be where we are today without Kickstarter and the platform. You have to understand 2014 is the first time, the first book that we released, EXO, The Legend of Wally Williams, that was released in 2014. And this is a story, it's a superhero story that takes place in the futuristic Lagos, Nigeria, where I was born and raised. And just pitching that type of story to a publisher at that point in time, it just wasn't something that people were trying to listen to. This was pre-Black Panther and the wave that came after that with everything that happened. And Kickstarter just allows you to tell your story your way. It allows you to, it's a platform that allows you to do as a creator what it is in your heart to do and not have to conform to whatever it is, whatever outside pressures they are in terms of trying to get a book made. Every time you have to pitch to a publisher, or most of the time, you sort of have to look at what that publisher is producing at that point in time and sort of tailor your pitch to that. What Kickstarter does is it actually allows you to do what it is that you want to do. So it's really changed everything. I've published at minimum one graphic novel every year, some years 2 or 3, and we've done 7 now, and all of them have been published via Kickstarter. And it's part of the business model right now, and it's something that will continue to be part of the business model, not just for me, but for independent creators out there who want to tell their story their way.
I love that you said that. And I think that I was going to say, when I was thinking about this, I was like, well, it's like African mythology, and that's not a thing that like most publishers would have taken a chance on when you were starting doing this, or any publisher. So that is my absolute favorite part of Kickstarter, is it gives kind of similar not story, but like, yeah, I was told by every publisher that my book has no audience, and I said, that's weird. Like I am, like, I'm not unique. Like I'm a human that like likes comics, and like if you just like, I'm a white middle class man, like everything's made for me. So like I'm lying. Like, I don't think that's true, and I'm gonna prove it. And Kickstarter kind of let me prove that there was an audience, and it allowed me to get by with a much smaller audience than probably a big publisher would have laughed at. Like we've sold our best selling book is sold, I think, like 4,000 copies, and like a big publisher would be like, that's barely like anything. But for me, I'm like, I literally can live for every year on like the sales that we make from Kickstarter. So I have a couple questions for you, Camilla. And I think that the comic that you're making really, the comic Kickstarter is making, the one that's on the special, really highlights like just the range of amazing projects that probably never would have existed without Kickstarter. Probably no one on this panel's work would exist in the way that it did without Kickstarter. I would. So David Avalone asks, is there a day, a week, time that's best to start a Kickstarter?
Yes, the best practice is to launch on a Monday or Tuesday and end on a Thursday or Friday, and to never launch or end on or around a holiday. And I usually include big conventions like New York Comic Con, San Diego Comic Con as holidays. I know that Amy launched right on ECCC.
Well, we violated that rule twice. We actually also launched on Halloween the first time.
I think that like if you know what you're doing, and if you already have an existing audience, like it sounds like you had built an audience via webcomic first, and that is a really excellent way to build a community before you come to Kickstarter. And so, but if you don't have an engaged community, I would not recommend launching on a panel, like the day of the panel, convention. I
assume you would include elections and such as holidays as well.
Yeah, elections. Yeah. You just want to think about when are people most likely to be online, whether it's in front of their computer or in front of their phone. during an election, like people are, the primary story is like the results, right? People are not paying attention to Kickstarter. People are not even paying attention to, I don't know, The Bachelor, whatever. They want to know who's winning the election, right? And at, conventions, they're taking photos, they're being in the moment, and if you happen to be, I like to suggest actually for creators to have, if they are going to be tabling at a convention, to have that sit right in the middle, either in the second or the third week, because every campaign has what you would call a mid-campaign slump. And so if you want to keep the momentum up, it's really nice to plug in a convention in the middle of the campaign so that you can kind of like hand sell while you're at the convention. And like bring more awareness via postcards and QR codes and things like that, so that, in the hopeful case that they keep the postcard, all they have to do is take a little, picture of the QR code. And, another tactic you can use while you're at a convention during that mid-campaign slump is to, offer incentives. So for example, if you back the campaign right now, I can give you this ash can,
So how would you do that in the world of COVID then? How do you keep that? And I have David saying he tries to do it right before or right in the middle of the campaign, which is my best practice too. And thank you for saying launch on a Tuesday, end on a Thursday, because I've been saying it for years and people are saying, what data do you have? And now I can say, well, I mean, just the comics lead at Kickstarter said it. So
to back it up, but it's almost like, it's a chicken or an egg. It's kind of like hard. Is it only true because we've been telling people? Is it true, or is it true because it's really the best way to do it?
No, so I have a theory on this. Is Monday, you get back to work, you've got 1,000 emails. It's like busy. You've got meetings, you've got your board meet, you've got all of the things. Plus, like a lot of big stories launch on Monday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You've got the weekend competing with it. Tuesday, you got nothing. Like there's nothing to like. There's like everyone is looking to be bored. Everyone's looking away out of the boredom. And what you're looking for me, when you're first doing a Kickstarter, is you're trying to find, and you don't have like the audience already who are going to be like, I'm in. You're looking for the people who are like, when are they most bored to scroll and look for something cool? Because you're really looking for the new. They're all new backers to you. So your friends, you want to hit them sometime when like they're bored, so they like do it then, because you don't want them to think about like, oh, I'll do it later. And then you want to make sure that when you're in that new and notable, it's not called new and notable on Kickstarter, but on Apple it is. You're in the new thing, and you have the most drive to like get used by the Kickstarter algorithm, to like be seen by as many people as possible at the top of feeds. You are doing it when people are most looking for a distraction, and that is Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. I don't know. Does that make sense, Camilla? Do you think you do, guys?
I completely agree. Yeah.
Me too.
Because like on Friday, people are sort of like, oh, like I'm looking forward to the end of work where I can like go have happy hour with my friends, or like go to a movie, or like, that's Friday evening is kind of like the time when people aren't really online, like they're usually not online during that time, but now everyone's online all the time. So that's good for Kickstarter,
Right.
Yeah, and so I want to ask, I asked the question kind of in the middle of that before I went on a rant, which was, so we talked about conventions. We talked about what we're doing. Amy talked about conventions. Camilla talked about conventions. Roy didn't talk about conventions, but I'm sure it's part of their strategy. Like, what do we do to keep that sort of like slump going? And could you, before you talk about that, sort of talk about how a campaign, Camilla, kind of looks with like the loop at the bottom, and like how generally a campaign like bump at the top and then it like lulls and then it goes back down, and sort of the graph way that a Kickstarter usually works. And then how can we fight that now that we don't have conventions?
I think that, the whole comics community is trying to figure that out right now. But before I go into that, you said you wanted to kind of like look at the graph. So essentially it's like a spike and then kind of like a plateau and then another spike towards the end. And that's actually a very healthy graph, like in terms of like the projection of a campaign. It's very, very rare for any campaign, no matter how successful, to just have like the straight line like that. And, you know, it's some people run shorter campaigns. Some people just run campaigns for 2 weeks because they don't want to deal with the mid-campaign slump. If you're a new creator, I would not advise that. If you're Spike Trotman, go ahead. You know what you're doing. Like, but, you know, I think without conventions right now, things like Alt FCD are being put together. ECC Online was put together very quickly. Spike Trotman actually put together PajamaCon. And the Very, Very Shopping Network came out of the Emerald City cancellation. And it actually is going on right now also. It started yesterday as well. So there are people, you know, the community wants to get together. You know, there's nothing that's really different in terms of a human desire to connect pre-COVID, like, and during COVID. And it's just more about like how. So these kinds of events, I think, are a good answer, not a direct replacement, because, you know, having that face-to-face interaction, reading visual cues, it's so important, you know, to make connections. But, you know, we're going to figure it out. But we got to keep on going, you know, with these kinds of events, digital events.
You know, before we move on, and I have a couple of other questions for the rest of the panel, I just want to second that, because I had Emerald City in the middle of my campaign because I'm like the good little creator, and I like had my little big con in the middle to like get the lull. And when that went down, it was my first convention that I did. I did WannaCon to like draw attention to like wannabe press and give people a reason to like go back. And we like had a big bump. We had like an Emerald City level bump in the campaign, like $1,000 more than we had raised in the days prior. Like during the big convention that we ran for 3 days. So I just want to second that like sort of live convention experience that you can do to bring fans. A streamer lets you put graphics on here. You can bring your convention team, people that you think are like the same kind of stuff you do at conventions, just like online. I know neither of the two of you have that experience, Amy or Roy, of like running their con. So I just wanted to second it. And we're running out of time, so you can feel free to follow up on what Camilla said, but I want to run through as many questions as possible. So Roy, as a one-person team, it's tough to come up with all the tiers, let alone milestone stretch goals. What could you do that's easy to generate buzz while not making too much work for yourself?
In terms of like rewards, or
in terms of like best bang for your buck? Like what kind of marketing do you do that you think has the best ROI? What kind of stuff would you not recommend people doing?
I think the best thing is your newsletter. And unfortunately, that's something that you do prior to launching a Kickstarter. And one thing that I always try to tell creators is, even though you're an individual, you have to think of yourself as a business. I think it's very crucial. And sometimes like creative people, we don't want to think about the business side of things, marketing, advertising, PR, and all that kind of stuff. But it's really crucial, because at the end of the day, you're selling a product. And if you're selling a product, then you're a business. And if you're a business, it comes with other sort of responsibilities. And I think for me personally, one thing that has really helped is, so I've been building my newsletter, I would say for about 4 or 5 years now. And that's really my number one go-to when it comes time for Kickstarter. Right now, I would say, 30 to maybe 35% of the money we've raised is just from the newsletter. And the newsletter was like, it accounted for like maybe 50% of what we raised within the first 24 hours. So it has become so crucial. So what I would say is, and it's best practice for Kickstarter, there's a lot that you do before you go on Kickstarter. And one of the things that I would strongly recommend, even if you're not, planning on launching a Kickstarter, just as a creator, you have to start a newsletter, and and it's not just so you can spam people with, oh, come and buy my product, but it's a chance for you to actually connect with your audience. It's a chance for you to find out what they're looking for. I do surveys with them all the time. I do giveaways on my newsletter. I reply personally to people when they email me and they ask questions. People give suggestions in terms of story ideas and different things and characters and all that. So it's really, really crucial, especially if you're just a one-man team, to have a newsletter and to have somewhere where you can continue to grow your fan base, because that's one thing that can't be taken away from you is your email list. Like, God forbid, if Facebook goes down tomorrow or Instagram, all those people are gone. Well, not literally, but you can't reach people on like your Facebook page or Instagram page, or if you get suspended by Facebook or Instagram or whatever, TikTok now, whatever it is. But your newsletter is something that is always going to exist. It's a place where you can be, you can get to know what the people that are supporting you actually want. So yeah, I think the priority is making sure you build that list, and again, not to spam people, but to inform them, to inspire them, to educate them, and to communicate with them.
All right, Amy, taking newsletters off, because I know you've run 2 campaigns with 0 newsletters. What do you do that's most effective?
No, that's absolutely true, but it is important to set up some sort of a direct marketing pipeline, whether that's a newsletter or just a periodic email that you send out to previous backers. That's incredibly crucial. It's important to have that lined up before you launch your campaign at all, because you don't want to be trying to do that in the middle of managing something, especially something as big as a Kickstarter. But to talk about the tiers specifically, don't do what we did. Please don't do what we did. The first time we ran a campaign, we were just sort of so overwhelmed with the response that we really wanted to give people just cool art objects that they could have to take away and feel like, I'm part of this. I contributed to something in a big way. So we did these 3D printed pendants that the main character wears in the comic. And I think we manufactured something like 200 of them. They all needed to be individually strung on chains. So we spent several weekends just putting together these beautiful little objects that I'm sure were really appreciated by the backers, but that was a huge output of time and energy when we could have been doing something that was like on our latest campaign, like character stickers. Which was something that we just sent off to a printer and we got those back, and those were a nice object that people could also have. So don't get too carried away with trying to make really unique tiers. I think take your cues from other campaigns and see what other people have done successfully. For us, the most success is just to have a product that we're trying to give you directly. In that case, it was just the book or the app. You can have one or the other or both, and those were our main tiers, and that's it. And I think it's important just to focus on your product specifically and to not get too wound up in the idea of providing too many goodies at too many different levels.
Absolutely.
Sorry, if I can just add to that very quick. I know we're short on time.
Sure.
You also want to try to stick with things that, if possible, that are flat. So posters, buttons, stickers. Those also coincidentally are actually also cheap as well. And then if you're gonna do things like Amy said, that are intricate or 3D printed or whatever, make sure you actually weigh them before you calculate your shipping costs on Kickstarter, because that's one mistake I made personally on, I believe, my second or third Kickstarter. I can't remember exactly what the reward was, but I didn't weigh what it was before I put the shipping cost there. And lo and behold, when it was time to start to ship out those things, the shipping price was double what I actually imagined, not to even talk about international shipping as well. So you need to be very careful. And if you're going to go with, metal casing, or you want to put in toys and different type of things like that, make sure you have a prototype and you weigh the package plus the whatever comic and book and whatever it is and packaging, and make sure you actually calculate the shipping price. But I would say usually try to, at least on the cheaper tiers, stick with things that are flat, that can really just go and slip in with the comic. Like I said, posters, buttons, and stickers, and you should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's it. And that goes for the product itself as well, because when we were running our initial Kickstarter for this giant brick of a thing, we got a weight estimate on what it was going to be as a soft cover, But as we continue to upgrade it, we kind of dropped the ball on getting an updated weight estimate on what it was going to be when it became this. So this is a 3-pound book, and we ended up actually eating the cost of the international shipping. So
well, international shipping has doubled in the past 3 months. So like it's getting so high. Definitely want to co-sign what Roy said about shipping stuff in the book, and like everything you can ship in the book. And like I don't do anything that I can't ship in a book anymore, especially when it's hardcover. I want to give Camilla a chance to respond, but I also want to deal with this question. I'm going to deal with it personally on the air because I think it's so important. It says, what's the best way to create a newsletter when companies want you to pay for their service? 2 things. MailChimp lets you have 2,000 emails for free. More importantly, the mailing list is the only thing that I can guarantee you will be a profitable part of your business. Like literally guarantee is 100% chance that it will be the most profitable part of your business. 100% chance. So like use it and pay for it. And like, if you're not going to spend money on your newsletter, like you might as well not be in business. Camilla.
I will challenge that. I think that you can totally start with like as you grow your business, definitely invest in it. But when you have nothing to invest in it currently, as a one person team, just starting, just like Russell said though, like MailChimp lets you have 2,000 emails for free. So that's how you start building it up. And once you get those 2,000 max, then you start investing in it, and that's okay because at that point, having 2,000 people in your newsletter would ideally be giving you some revenue so that you can reinvest it into the business. So I hate getting like, oh, like creative work, business, it sucks to like kind of think that, but at the end of the day, we live in a capitalist society. Maybe that'll change someday, hopefully, but you know, while we are in this, this is kind of like the mentality you sort of have to switch into a little bit. And I don't want artists out there to feel like they're selling out or like not being as true to their craft just because they're thinking this way. It's important, first of all, to recognize that your art has value, and you know, more than just emotional value. Your labor should be compensated. You know, you are working to create a thing. And so it is okay to sort of pivot a little bit and think about your art as a career, as a business. And so when you are starting out, and if you're just a one-person team like the other person who made the question, I can't remember their name.
MJ.
So MJ, you know, you can start out with tiny letter or MailChimp. It just depends on your style. Like you don't have to include a lot in your newsletter. You can just include some behind the scenes. You can include some doodles. You don't have to put in like paragraphs upon paragraphs every newsletter. And you don't even have to send it once a week. You can send it once a month. You can decide what you are willing and what your bandwidth is for how much work you can take on.
Camilla, can you, before we're about to run out of time, and I really want to ask you one question because Roy and Amy have seen a couple of Kickstarters behind the scenes, but you have seen thousands of Kickstarters behind the scenes, and you have the data from thousands of Kickstarters. So I would love for you to talk a little bit about across all of Kickstarter, like what generally works. Well, knowing every campaign is different, like what do you see like are like the best practices that you're at?
Okay, so the best practices are certainly to either use your comic, like build an audience before you bring it to Kickstarter. Kickstarter is a great way to grow your audience, but it is not necessarily the place to build one. You want to build it beforehand, either using your webcomic as a community builder by putting it out there, getting interested readers, getting their email addresses, you know, always prompting them to either follow you online somewhere or to sign up for a newsletter, you know. From there, I would say that you want to launch when you have your ducks in a row. Do not just hit the button without a plan. You have to have a plan. And it is okay to take your time and build that plan, you know. And then, you know, come with a generous attitude. You know, most people, like I remember when Archie Comics tried to run a campaign a couple of years back, and they did not do well because they didn't really respect the backer. Like they weren't talking to the backer as if they were, hey, you guys are special. You're coming in on the ground floor. We want to give you access to this stuff. We want you to be involved in building this new universe. Please don't include shout outs on social media as a reward, because that's just so condescending, So like, try to put yourself in the mindset of a backer. Like, campaigns that I find work really well are always looking to contribute back to the community in some way. Whether that's buy the story with the book, or like there's one that's online right now called Firelight Isle. Like I mentioned, it was doing the donate a book tier honor system based. People who lost jobs due to COVID get a much cheaper rate, literally £1 for a book. Please don't take advantage of that though. So yeah, I think that, and like we said earlier, launching on a Tuesday, ending on a Thursday, those are the best practices that I can think of that are generally speaking. And if you want some more advice, just follow me on Twitter at Illa the Killa, and I'm always spouting off best practices and advice on that.
Yeah, we're wrapping out of time, but I like what you guys all said about sort of like, come to Kickstarter with your ducks in a row. I don't know why Kickstarter people always seem to want to really like go like, I got to launch it next week. I'm like, why? You worked on this thing for 5 years. Like, why you have to not launch this? Like, because I want to also say something about Kickstarter because it's my show and I can. Kickstarter. So I use a lot of different ways to sell our books, Amazon and Comixology and almost every way. And Kickstarter is, aside from some shows are really great. Generally, they treat you like a meat locker, but some shows are really great. Kickstarter, I have never reached out to a question, even when I didn't know Margot or hadn't had her on her show, and not gotten an answer and not gotten somebody back who actually wants to help you and give you the right answer. In fact, person who does 10 shows, who's done 10 of these, literally every time I do a book, I send it to Margot to make sure that it's okay. And every time I do a comic, the last couple of comics, and from now on, I'm going to be sending it to Camilla to make sure that it follows the best practices, because like, they're incentivized to like make it the best. Like they're making 5% of all of the money. So like in a very real way, they're like, they want it. They have a monetary incentive to make it good, but more importantly, like they want the community to be good. Like, and like they will answer your questions. And if they don't answer your questions, you can message me and I will then message them and say, why aren't you answering their questions? Because I've never seen anybody, any company that is so open with all of their data, who wants the backers to be happy and like gives you all of the information you need to be successful. It's like a master class in building a business, a creative business. So I love Kickstarter, not just because I've made $170,000, but because they're the only company that I know in all of technology that I use that actually treats me like more than a $20 bill. And that's very important to me. So we are nearing the end of the time. So I want to, this question came through and I can see that it's probably a good way to end. So I'm going to give you each one place to send people, and tell them why you're sending them there to that book, and then where people can reach you. If you're open for consulting, then you can give an email, or you can give Camilla, you can give your email to just reach out to you if you want. But we're going to start with Amy and give Camilla the last word and run around that way. Amy.
All right. So please check out our book. It's at itsnotscary.com, and you can look at both the hardcover edition and also the app, which I really recommend you check out the app because it's super cool. We put a lot of heart and a lot of work into the thing. Yeah, it's fun for adults and kids. And keep an eye on that and sign up for our mailing list there, because we're actually going to be doing more stuff in that universe very, very soon. Erin's actually in the other room working on it as we speak. So, it's going to be really, really cool. So yeah, keep an eye on us and on 9 Bolt Entertainment. And and I'm available on a really limited basis to answer questions on social media because I have a job in the animation industry currently, but always happy to chat with people.
Yes, and you are at Gofflin on Twitter, right?
That's correct. Yes, at Gofflin.
And I have backed that campaign. I've backed that campaign and post-backed the Serenity Rose book, and they're just both amazing, and the app is incredible. So,
thank you.
And now I can say I've also backed Roy's book because I just did it while we were here. So now I'm on the Roy train also. So Roy, take it away.
I was just going to say mission accomplished for coming on the show to get you to back my project. But all jokes aside, the best way to follow my work is at Unique Studios, and that's YOUNEEK, and then the word studios. On Instagram and Facebook, you'll be able to get access to everything that we're doing, not just the project on Kickstarter, but you can also check out our app as well. But we have it's Instagram and Facebook is the fastest way to get to know exactly what we're about and the stories we have to tell.
Awesome. And this scroll at the bottom here is directly to the And I just want to also applaud you for just like the best pun choice of words that I've seen this month of like Unique Studios. I just love it so much. And Camilla, I'm going to give you the last word.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. So basically, I would love for you guys to head over to the bit.ly link that's right below bit.ly/KSFCD. That's where you can sign up for the Kickstarter Reads newsletter and get a free copy of our anthology, a free digital download. So definitely get that if you want to explore some more stories that are coming through Kickstarter. And for Kickstarter advice, you can just follow me on Twitter at Illa the Killa, so it's ILLA the KILLA. And I mean, I'm always kind of giving advice out on Twitter, and unfortunately I'm not a consultant. I work for the company, and a lot of what you will be getting from me if you email me directly. My email is camilla@kickstarter.com. And if you email me directly, I can't run the campaign for you, but I can steer you in the right direction.
Absolutely. And you always do. Like every time I reach out to you guys, I always am told something that I've forgotten or something that is good or something that I've overexpanded on. And like, I think last time you guys told me like, you can just cut these 6 paragraphs here because like it doesn't too much. Like I know you love words, but like it's too much. So, but it's always something. Then you can email me at russell@wannabepress.com or the Facebook group, or email me the emails that I sent you this morning. If you're on the email, if you're not on the email, then go to altfcd.com because you will want to replay this panel for sure. As you're thinking about your own campaign, and I will be sending replay links on Monday. That's altfcd.com. We are preparing for our next panel, so I literally could talk about this forever, and I might be reaching out to you to do another like specific Kickstarter panel or something like that in the future. But thank you guys so much, and I'm going to bring Neo back in so we can. Neo, you are muted. I'm just going to tell you now.
You did.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hey, there I am.
All
Guys,
right.
that was an awesome panel. Thank you so much. I learned a lot.
Awesome. I'm glad. And thank you so much for having us. This was expertly executed. So well done.
Thank you so much. So we are going to say now bye to the 3 of you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
And we're going to bring on Matt and Jonathan.
Cool.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
I'm bummed. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever, and I haven't seen you in forever. In con years, it's been like 50 years.
Oh, I've missed 9 shows that have been canceled just to date, and we're not even in San Diego yet.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
And now we're going to bring on Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan.
Jonathan.
How you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
Good. I am going to be on a panel with you next Thursday for the LA Book Fest. So it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you here. And now I am going to go take my break. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Neo to talk about how to work with Hollywood. And there better be like 1,000 questions, because I swear to God that we're put this panel on together specifically because y'all ask 1,000 questions about working with Hollywood, and these are two of the absolute best humans.
Don't pull this car over if you don't ask questions.
I know, right?
Exactly.
So I'm going to now go, and I hope I give you guys a great time. I'll see you in about 50 minutes.
Cool, man.
Thanks, Russell.
Sure.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Neil. How's it going, man?
It's going, man. We've been on this train for 5 hours this morning. We were on for 8 hours yesterday. I mean, it's been pretty incredible, and it's actually nice to be like sort of in a con situation where I actually get to talk with you guys, and we actually get to sort of have panels and people ask questions. It's actually been nice after being in total isolation for a while now, a little longer than we'd like to be, but.
Well, thanks to you and Russell for putting this together. It's quite an undertaking, and I've been impressed with what I've seen so far. So
great, man. So let's start it out. Why don't you two? I mean, you both require very little introduction, but if you guys want to do a quick intro on yourself, or Matt, are you on like a treadmill?
No, I was just turning my laptop so I could better light. I didn't realize it was a video.
Cool.
So
Cool.
it's better light there. So
there you go. Cool.
Yeah.
Do you want to go first, Matt?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Matt Hawkins. I'm the president of Top Cow and have been since 1998. I started at Image Comics in April of '93, so I've been there for almost the entire time. Started writing comics in '95. I think I wrote my 600th comic about 6 months ago, which was kind of a weird number to achieve. So I have bookshelves full of stuff I've written. It's kind of narcissistically fun.
It's narcissistically awesome, but.
And I'm Jonathan Mayberry. I'm primarily a novelist. I write horror, science fiction, fantasy, thrillers, all sorts of stuff. But I've also been doing comics since 2009. Started out with Marvel. I did some work with Dark Horse, IDW, and now I'm about to do a project with DC. So, big fan of comics, and big fan of storytelling in any of its forms.
And I think you just had a show or something.
Yeah, we had V-Wars on Netflix one season. We only got one season out of it. But we're actually going to be shopping it to another network, actually other networks pretty soon. There's a lot more story to tell. And so that was a bunch of fun. I've got a film in development based on my books and comics with Alcon, based on my Rotten Ruin books and comics. Something else that's being considered for pickup. And then there's something in development based on a short story up in Canada. So there's a lot of different things happening right now with Hollywood.
Yeah, right on. He says only one season of his show. Everybody wants a show. One season is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we had good numbers, but Hollywood's going through some rough times right now with COVID. So
yeah, everything's a little weird right now. So it's interesting. Originally, I think I first met Matt when I worked at Platinum Studios when I was in development. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, man. It was a little while ago. And my first week there, they had just made that deal with Top Cow to develop some of the shows. So that's where I really got exposed to so much of the Top Cow stuff. I mean, I was poor at the time, so getting a lot of comics wasn't easy for me. And then the office was full of them. So I just got to read everything you guys did, which was awesome. But that was my first exposure to really working with Hollywood on the production development side. And it was a real eye opener to how Hollywood really works. So I was hoping people would chime in with some questions here. I'm sure they will soon. But you guys, it's really hard to find a point of entry for this discussion. So you guys got any first reads on maybe your first experiences trying to set up a Hollywood deal or something, and the shocking sort of eye-opening moment that happened, where
yeah, I got a couple Hollywood weirdo stories. My first Hollywood, first thing I sold to Hollywood was actually sold to Disney. I co-created a horror entertainment web show called On the Slab. Basically you'd have a goth girl standing there, giving entertainment news with pop-ups and word balloons and trolls and everything. And Disney bought it, and we were developing it. It was going to be fun. It was right in the beginning of when the word webisode was first appearing, so it was going to be kind of a breakthrough. And then the producer who bought it left, and the new producer came in, completely cleared house. And instead, even though they bought it, the check cleared, but never got done. Right around the same time, my novel series, my Joe Ledger novel series, was optioned by Mike DeLuca, producer Mike DeLuca, on behalf of Sony. Sony took it to ABC. They developed a pilot. We had they were talking to Jeremy Renner and Kate Beckinsale, and it was going to be great. And then the president of ABC had to decide between that or the remake of Charlie's Angels with Minka Kelly.
Oh my God! And that was it.
Yeah. So I've had a couple of bizarre things, but the V Wars one, I wrote I did a series of shared world anthologies for IDW, and then was doing the comic book run for them. And they started shopping because they had developed their media division. A lot of comic book companies are doing that. Dark Horse has one, and others have it. And it took like 5 years for it to get any traction, mostly because it would be an expensive show to do. And then Netflix picked it up for a year, and the numbers were huge for it, but weird times.
Yep.
So now we're
one of the things sorry, go ahead, finish.
Please.
No, I'd say one of the things I like about comics and novels is that the work you do actually comes out. I've worked on countless films and TV series and various things, and been paid a lot of money for stuff that has never materialized. Although it's nice, like you said, to get the check, it sucks to not actually have anything that you can show to any of your friends, your family, something that you're proud of. So I very quickly learned to not want to be in TV writing, because I worked on the Power Rangers for a few years and switched almost full time over into comics in the early 2000s to write, because I realized that you work a lot on a lot of this stuff. They just changed it arbitrarily on the set without any notion or giving two shits about the writers whatsoever.
Yep.
So I grew to hate sort of the actual writing process for film and TV, because you're sort of at the behest of other people. And sometimes that's good if you trust and value those people. Like I have my own internal network of people that I go to for notes and feedback. And I value them, even though my reflexionary response is usually screw you for the first minute, and then I realize they're right. But I'm sure most writers come through that. But no, I became really disillusioned. We had the Witchblade live action TV series on TNT in 99 and 2000. I produced the Japanese anime that came out in 2004. We had the Two Darkness video games. We had the Wanted feature film. Those are the things that have actually come out. I can't tell you, there's another 60 or 70 option deals that we've negotiated and been paid for of stuff that has never come out, including stuff I created, which is always frustrating. Like Postal, we've sold it on television 3 times. Think Tank's been sold as a feature film once and as a TV show twice. And so far, we're 0 for 0 for 0 for 0 for all of those. So
wow,
it's really frustrating sometimes. It's just sort of. Go ahead.
No, so it really is, and it's not that much different with novels being adapted for TV as well, because I've had a lot of options for TV and film. Of those, I have 1 show on so far.
Right.
Granted, I currently have 6 in development, but in development is not the same as in production, and in production it's actually going to be seen anywhere. So I've learned to adjust my expectations. Luckily, I had a couple of friends in the business early on who gave me some heads up about what to expect. Steve Susko, who did the screenplay for The Grudge and Grudge 2 and a few others. He like you, Matt, he had done a whole bunch of stuff that he got paid for really well, and it's gone. Or it went through so many writers after him that the version of it got to screen didn't have his name attached to it. He's kind of glad, because that version didn't reflect what he thought was going to be the best version of it. He did a really great, like, true crime version of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, sticking closer to the end. But that's not the version that actually came out. And that's got to be frustrating. With me, I'm writing my 37th novel now. I actually get to see those on bookstores, and that changes the reward, phase of this, the gratification that the writer wants to have actually have the physical thing. And comics.
Literally, the reason I got into publishing and started writing books is, like, even my Red Riding Alpha Hunter series, you know, that was originally a pitch. I had it at Henson. Disney liked it. We went through 3 years of all the great things and all the worst things. And by the time I was done, I'm like, screw this. I'm going to write this as a book. I'm going to publish it. And it was probably the best choice I ever made. And what's interesting is then once you own that IP, suddenly those people who said no to you before are coming to you, you know, going, oh, what are you doing with those books? So I keep telling everybody, you know, screw the spec market and just write books and comics, you know, and a lot of people don't want to hear that, but.
Yeah. But at least when you write a comic or a novel, you know, and I'm envious of novelists because the prose is the only real unique written art form. I mean, comic books is a collaboration between a writer and an artist and an editor, you know, and novels and prose are sort of the only pure written form, I think, you know, or poetry, you know, and so I've actually taken my hand at my first novel just now. I just started it about a month ago. So we'll see, you know, I've never tried one before. Do what?
What's genre?
It's called Think Tank. It's based on one of my longest running graphic novel series. It's kind of a military science fiction, kind of Tom Clancy meets kind of Hard Crichton.
Okay.
You know, so it'll be fun. That's kind of in my wheelhouse.
When you're done, hit me for a cover quote, because that's definitely my wheelhouse too. I have a whole series of military films I've been doing.
Awesome. Awesome. We'll do.
So cool. Well, connecting up people here. I guess we have some questions here. Let's see what we've got going on here. One question: is Hollywood even the way to go anymore? I wouldn't say no deal, of course, but how long should we sit on a property before doing it ourselves in some way? I mean, my answer is immediately, but.
I don't do film myself, you know.
Right.
If I have a property that my agent sells to Hollywood, or if a producer comes to me and I want to pitch to Hollywood, I'll let that process work. But if it doesn't sell, I'm not going to go make the film myself. I'm not a filmmaker of that kind. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I'm the same. My son has aspirations of being a YouTube filmmaker, but I absolutely do not. And you know, the costs and sort of that business are completely foreign to what I do. And so I mean, people say that all the time, and I'm like, yeah, go do it. You know, people talk all the time about how easy it is to make comic books, you know, but there's only about 300 people that write them in the U.S. on a regular basis. That's about half the people that play in the NBA.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty good perspective there. I mean,
can I just throw one last thing in there?
No, please.
Tags what Matt said before, but IPs. IP, if you don't know what it is, intellectual property. If you don't, if you have a good idea, so you know, I wouldn't go with writing a script first and trying to break in that way. Write a short story, write a novel, write a comic. You know, try to sell it through some conventional market so that you have that kind of an IP, because that's where a lot of people in Hollywood are going to mine for the next thing. I don't know how many times since V-Wars first got announced that I've had producers reach out and just ask me for a list of my IPs.
Right.
Because they're you know, it simplifies the process, and they can actually see a completed work. They see not only your idea, but how it's developed. So I would.
Oh, plus you get paid 3 times. You know, you get paid for the intellectual property, you get paid for producing it, and you get paid for writing it. You know, so you know those are 3 different pay streams. And if you're the guy that created and wrote it, then you might as well get all 3.
Absolutely, exactly. So yes, this is why I just keep telling people to stop writing spec scripts and just make books or comics or short stories, publish a thing. I mean, we're in an age where, you know, you can do that, you know, and you can even create professionally produced content on your own, you know, and it's great to work with a major publisher, but if you can't get there, I mean, I just say, just make it happen. You know, that's my advice to everybody. Just stop waiting around for Hollywood. Stop waiting for their permission to do the things you want to do, and just figure out how to do them. So
I would say if you're not an artist, you might want to focus on the prose word first, because the one thing that a lot of up and coming comic book writers have is they can't draw, and it's a significant cost to often pay for an artist. I mean, I'm sure you and Russell have talked about this ad nauseum in other panels, but it's not always easy to find artists, especially, you know, to do creator-owned work for free or to do work for hire, work for a page rate. It's not an easy thing to do. So,
and when pitching the comics, you know, generally you don't need the artist anyway. You need a script. You need a pitch. I have never brought an artist to the table in any of the comics I've written for anyone. I've pitched ideas, and then, you know, if the editor likes it, I'll give a synopsis, a beat sheet, whatever. Then eventually the script. But I'm not the guy that brings the artist to the table. So if you have a script idea for comics, go pitch it to a comic book company. Their websites will have some submission guidelines up there. Just follow them.
Right.
So Matt.
Yeah.
So if somebody was to say, come to pitch you, not that I'm asking them, I'm going to come pitch you, but in general, would you prefer to see that they have done something before, even if it is an independent comic or something? I mean, something to show
well, it's
that.
Always, as a reader, gatekeeper of these kind of things, I mean, it's always better to get a comic than it is to get a script. You know, it's better to get a novel than it is to get a script, because there's always in the back of my mind, if I get handed a novel or a comic, there's the novel idea that I might actually be entertained, you know. And if somebody hands me a screenplay or a script, to me, that's just work, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be fun. And maybe 1 out of every 1,000 of those I read is actually enjoyable to read. So, and I know that seems like a horrible statistic to quote, but it's true. You know, so much of what is submitted and is read is so bad and unprofessional, and just the level of craftsmanship done by pitches has declined in the last 2 decades. I've been reading pitches for decades now, and they're much worse than they used to be. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, what's interesting, because one of my first, go ahead, Jonathan, I'm sorry.
To that, I've actually been teaching some workshops on how to pitch, because I have noticed a decline in pitching, and pitching can be fun, and you can cut yourself out of the pack with a good pitch, but you know, there is actually a skill set to it. So, you know, go out of your way to learn what the skill set is, so that you're not just another part of the mob.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, when I worked in development, especially, I mean, I had to read query letters all the time. I had to read scripts all the time. And especially when query letters came in, if they didn't have me in the first sentence or two, I was already done, you know?
Right.
And even sometimes if I opened it up and it was just a massive amount of text, I was like, oh, I don't know. You know?
Well, see, here is, I could tell you, as a guy who has read thousands of scripts and submissions, I will let you know in on the little deep, darty secret of someone on my end of this equation. I am looking for any reason to stop reading it.
Sure.
Any reason. Absolutely any reason. So don't give me one. You know, I mean, that could be as something as bad as indicating I'm the wrong person at the wrong company. You know, if I'm in a bad mood at that moment, I know that 1 in 1,000 of these is good. If someone can't put my name correctly, then they're probably in the 999, right? So I don't waste my time, you know. And I've, you know, there's a lot of, it's very rare you see a sloppily submitted anything that is good. I mean, it's so rare that I can't remember it ever happening, you know. So there is something to brevity, you know, conciseness, cleanliness, use of white space in your pitches. I'm always amazed. Walls of text are always the wrong way to go, you know. Yeah, don't, you know, less is more. You know, back when I was a Christian and a kid, my dad used to always tell the pastor, KISS. I always thought it was keep it short, stupid. I guess it was keep it simple, stupid, but either one works. You know, most people that are reading these things or listening to these things, you know, they tune out very quickly. You know, I always tell people, you gotta, you know, that whole elevator pitch idea, you know, you need, it's legit. I mean, I could pitch you right now a property in under 2 minutes, and I guarantee you I could have you interested in it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I could do it right now on the fly, no prep whatsoever, because I have 30 of them that I do all the time, you know. And so you have to be able to do that at any given point, whether you're at a comic book convention. You know, it's like I've seen you guys, Neo, I've seen you do it, I've seen Russell do it, where you guys are at your booth, someone comes up, you give them the super quick pitch, you know. And you got to be able to do it. You know, this is it's equal marketing and business as it is to creative. And if you can't do the business side, or you can't self-market, you need to find someone or ally yourself with someone that can, or you'll never make it.
Yeah, if I can't sell it in 30 seconds, I'm not going to sell it.
Yeah.
So, no.
That's the nice thing about the art, is sometimes you can use art or really good key art to sell a story. You know, like one of my favorites, Aphrodite 9, is literally about dragons dogfighting spaceships in the future. And a couple of, you know, really sweet, fully painted Step and Say It pieces of art. It's an easy sell, you know. Some stuff is much harder.
Yeah. When the whole pitching thing, people go into it without actually practicing it as well. One of the things I like doing when I teach pitching of any kind is I'll have them give me the genre, subgenre, title, and a crisis. I'll make up something and pitch it on the spot to them, and show them how not only this is what a concise pitch is. This is a pitch that understands that it's not a love letter to whatever you're writing. It's an actual business approach.
Right.
And how
It's
to
an equation
as a person, as well as how to make what you're pitching engaging. And like some people come in, they want to tell you the entire plot of their story. Who the hell cares?
Oh,
nobody cares
no.
about the entire plot.
Not only do we not care, it's a turnoff. I mean, no one gives a shit about a lot of your specific scenes either. I got to tell you, in every case, every single time I've ever bought something somebody pitched me, it was all about some single character that I'd never thought about, some person who had this really interesting job that was going to do this really interesting thing. And it was all in sort of an area that fascinated me that I'd never thought about before. Those are the kind of things that I'm personally attracted to as pitches. Unfortunately, I'm very well read, so that's hard to do. But but it happens, and those are the kind of things that I'm personally gravitated to. And pitching. Here's what I can tell you, and I don't know if you teach your kids this, and I'll tell you it does work for me. I pitch 4 or 5 family and friends, either on the phone or in person, because I'm always surprised at how sometimes I work out things while I'm pitching it, while I'm doing it, because my brain is unraveling it. Secondarily, before I go out and do like an actual pitch, I'll actually look in a camera and record myself. And I've always done that. And that way, when I go out and do the series of pitches, I know exactly how long it is. Like a film or TV pitch, I mark it 10 minutes tops, and to go through the entire thing, you go through the first act, 5 minutes, you go through the second, third acts, and the other 5 minutes, you just very quickly set up, boom, action, payoff, what's the payoff? But I think you have to know these things. And the other thing is, and this is why I always subscribe to what I call the iceberg method of writing. You as the writer need to know everything, okay? You only ever show the reader 10%, if not less, and they don't care. You know that your guy is a Star Trek fan, and he doesn't say goodbye to people. He says, "Hey, live long and prosper," because he's a nerd like me. Okay, but that tells you a lot about that person, and either gives you an affinity or a dislike to that person in a way that you don't have. And maybe in his bedroom wall there's a photo of him with Spock. Or with Leonard Nimoy. Little affectations like that can give your characters interest and depth that I think are woefully lacking in a lot of modern storytelling. Very archetypal, cookie cutter bullshit. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, a lot of folks when they're pitching that they want it to they understand that they need it to land in some recognizable area. It's so that they can they're going to have to go to producers up the line and investors and so on. So it has to have somewhere to land. But at the same time, a lot of people just want to do another episode of something they've seen, but they're calling it their own. Like they'll create something that looks like Star Trek. Well, yeah, we had that. It's called Galaxy Quest. We've moved on. Let's not do the same thing over and over again. Find, in that genre, every genre is endlessly elastic, but you've still got to find your corner of it and make that shine like a supernova. It's got to be unique, not just another. Here's another zombie movie that's just like Night of the Living Dead. Well, we have that and about 300 others. What's new? Then we get a Train to Busan, or we get something like that. Bring something new to it.
I couldn't agree with that more. And I think the other thing that I really strive for in my work is authenticity, and you get that through research. And a lot of that is valuable to me, not so valuable to a lot of people, but like I said, know your characters. Knowing your characters inside and out is going to allow you to respond correctly, how they would respond to things, which may not be the way that you do. So that's one of the hardest things I've tried to explain to people is how people react, and how they react and respond to dialogue tells you a tremendous amount about them and their psychological profile. And one of the things I've always done is there are 32 different types of psychological profiles as identified by psychologists. And I almost always indicate in my notes of what my characters, which ones they are, because in the back of my mind, that little point is like, oh, okay, this person is an aggressive type A who has mother issues, inferiority complex. Those are the kind of things, just a little marginal note affects how your character will respond. And little tidbits of things like that, I think, are what attract us to things. I always tell people, what characters do you like and why? It's not because the plot was seamless and there were no coincidences in the story and it followed the 3-act structure perfectly. It's because they were fucking cool and you liked them. You know, it's why we can drive a train wreck, a huge truck through all the plot holes in so many films and TV shows all the time, and no one gives a shit. You know, and I do. And as writers, I'm sure we all do. And coincidences and bad plots always drive me crazy. But no one that reads or watches these things ever seems to really care, as long as the character's cool and they like it. There's millions of examples of this out there. So it's kind of shitty, but it's true.
Yeah, it's also useful to look up and see what a pitch looks like, or there are pitches, you know, successful pitches on YouTube. There are podcasts about it, you know, by people who have been doing this. Research the form before you do it. Don't just try to, you know, invent it as if it's, you know, something unique to you. And also, when you're pitching, think about what the follow-up questions would be. If you've just done your pitch, what questions they might ask and how you would respond to it. A lot of times, you know, when I'm talking to producers, and we talk about, you know, what a concept, you know, what the concept is. We talk about what would be a first season arc, and you know, what would be the second season. What would make the second season worth coming back to after months or a year of it being off the air? What's the growth of it? Where's it? Where can it go? Where's the hard reset? Maybe where are the elevated stakes? These are all little strategies within pitching that if not only pitching to Hollywood, but pitching the original material to the comic book companies, because a lot of them now are thinking of which pitches coming across their desk could also be the thing that gets them, you know, one of their comics on the screen.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you, while pitching, have you ever had any experiences where you've been hit with really weird questions that just completely derail you? And how do you deal with that? Because I've had that happen where people will just ask me the most absurd stuff like, you know, can we just, instead of making it the sister, we'll make it a dog? And you're like, wait, what? You know?
Yes. I've had a few of those. Early on, when when Patient Zero was first being shopped, or first being developed for ABC, they wanted to make some changes. And they had Javier Grillo-Marxuach writing the script, and he's fantastic. I love the guy. He wrote a great script. ABC wanted like 5,000 rewrites because everybody who worked there had to have their input and had to be visible in the script. So eventually, there was nothing left of my original story except the title.
Wow.
I mean, the characters had changed. They had changed genders and races. I don't mind that, but changing the nature of their character, then if you want everything changed, why did you want the idea in the first place? What about the idea was the thing you wanted? And they couldn't answer that question. Oh, well, they said it was good. And that's when a lot of writers realize that people in Hollywood don't read novels. Real pain in the ass. They'll have an assistant read it, give a treatment, and then they'll read that. With graphic novels, at least, comics, they're more likely to actually read the entire thing because it's storyboarded out. Like, you know, every page is a scene, is a shot. So you can, you know, it gives them it's a little easier for them to visualize. But when you're pitching novels, they only have what's in your pitch, and they're probably not going to read the book. So you have to be able to adapt to the weird questions they ask that clearly originate with the fact that they don't know what the material's about that they supposedly have read.
That is unfortunately such a true statement about the people who pay for these things not actually understanding or even bothering to read the content. I've had a few books, graphic novels that I've written that I specifically use the visual aspect to counter what was really going on, so that it looks like one thing is going on, but actually something else is going on. And it's very clear to me when I'm dealing with writers or executives in Hollywood, if they actually read it or not, on how they interpret a couple of those scenes that I've used in my storylines, because the interpretation is very different from if they actually read all the dialogue of the narrative or if they just flip through and look at the art. And I've done that in a few key scenes, and it is shocking to me how few people. But when we first started pitching Witchblade as a TV show back in the late 90s, it was fairly common when we were asked if we could make it a guy. You know, and that happened to a lot, because if you recall, Top Cow in the late 90s we had Fathom, we had Witchblade, we were doing Tomb Raider, we had Magdalena, we had a lot of really high-end female sort of superheroes, supernatural heroes, and we were having difficulty setting any of these things up back in the 90s. Now they're a dime a dozen, but back then it was really, really hard, and it was common for us to get that question. can we make this a guy? And we were always like, well, no, not Witchblade. You know, it's basically. So it's so we sort of stuck to our guns. And I'm glad that we have. I mean, you know, the one thing that people also get trapped in is you don't want something to come out for your property if it sucks, because there's no quicker way to kill your franchise. You know, it took Vampirella almost 20 years to recover from that crappy Talissa Soto film that came out in like 1996 or 7 or whatever it was. You know, it was only Dynamite Entertainment licensing it back, bringing it back from the dead and trying to make it super sexy again, where that it found an audience in today's age. You know, that movie was such a heinous piece of crap. You know, it almost killed that property for decades. It's why, you know, we've had multiple, you know, Neo, you may remember this. There were a couple of shots, scripts, and various things with Witchblade and stuff like that when we were working with Platinum, where there was stuff brought to the table, and Mark and I were like, no, not only no, but fuck no. You know, I mean, we don't care that some movie's going to get made in Australia because it's going to kill our franchise and suck. And I think that's the difference between having creative people who are in control of their own properties and business people who are in control of properties that they had nothing creative involved in, because it's very, very different. I've seen some of the streaming on the side. It is absolutely different when I'm working on a film or TV of a Postal or a think tank, something that I came up with and I originated and I wrote, versus something like Witchblade, which I've written a couple issues, but nothing substantive. You know what I mean? I had nothing to do with the creation of that character. I've been involved, obviously, in the company for the last 22 years, but you know, working on that is very different. You know, it's there's a lot less personal history and stake involved. That's why Silvestri gets really involved in like Witchblade in the Darkness, because he really cares about those characters and those properties. And you'd be surprised at how many people in film and TV, they just don't give a shit.
Yeah, they don't care. They just want to sell something and get a check, and they don't care what happens. So they just want their upfront.
Yeah, they're executives in the industry. They're not fans of the genre.
Yeah, exactly.
Significant difference.
They're just trying to sell whatever they can. I mean, yeah, I've literally had people go, I got this brilliant idea. We'll make Red Riding the first male Red Riding, and you're like, fucking shut up, you know. I totally cursed, and I was not going to. That was my first one of the day. But
I had a discussion with producers about this graphic novel I did with Dark Horse called Bad Blood. I did it with Tyler Crook, who's this fantastic artist, and it was we had a really great run of it. It was a 5-issue limited series, won awards, and first producer came out and started talking about it. Very excited. I love the story. I love the story. Just have to have vampires. It's a vampire story. The whole premise deals with vampires. The premise, in fact, doesn't work with any other monster. It's about a kid with leukemia whose blood is toxic to vampires because of chemo drugs. Where else would you? I mean, how else would you change that? You know?
And, I don't know.
From the potential optional map, it's like if you can ask that question, there are so many other things going down the line that I know we're going to hit that are going to drive me to heroin. So
right.
well,
and you could tell.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was saying, you could tell pretty quickly when you're
where you start. Oh,
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You finish.
It's cool. You're the guest here.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry. We were talking over each other, but no, I was going to say, you know, you can learn pretty quickly in talking to people in film or TV if you're dealing with someone who actually understands the material and gets it and has a coherent thought. You could figure these things out in under an hour by just talking to them. And those people are rare and magical. And I think, you know, they're like unicorns. They need to be massaged and kept in their positions because they're very rare. And I'm always amazed at the people who give you a little bit of trust and creative freedom. And, you know, the one thing I'll say is if you look at every piece of entertainment, whether it's film, TV, whatever it might be, that is amazing. And this is a generalism, and I know it's a very broad generalism, but there usually is one individual who championed that thing from day one all the way through, you know, and had the enthusiasm and the power to sort of force its way through, you know. And creativity is one of those interesting things because I think people are much more creative and interesting when they're poor and hungry. They're much less interesting creatively when they're rich and living in a giant house, you know. So Every creator I've ever fallen in love with, once they've achieved extreme success, they just lost their edge. And you take it from Steven Spielberg all the way down. I mean, there's just so many examples of this, that the poor starving artist is actually part of the genius of creativity. And it's an interesting thing. And I know it's maybe a controversial topic, but I think it's true.
Well, I just want to throw one other perspective, a little ray of sunlight going through this cloud. Every once in a while, you do run into some people who are so not that it's such a refreshing change. I was they're Alcon Entertainment, who did Blade Runner 2049. They did the Expanse TV show and so on. They invited me up, kind of on a fishing expedition, to see what my which IPs they might want to grab, and they did grab. They grabbed my Rotten Ruin, which has been a series of books, comics, and it's now a webtoon on that network. Not only did they option it, but when I came in for the follow-up meeting, every one of the office had copies of the books with like 1,000 Post-it notes in it. Even the secretary, was being asked for her input. And they sat down and they asked me what I thought the 7 to 10 most crucial scenes need to be to make the movie mine. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
What?
It's the kind of question I've been told never to expect. And we sat down, and as and we're talking with the vice president there, and we also had both CEOs, the two CEOs who founded Alcon. And as I'm talking, they're like fist bumping each other. I'm like, what's going on? It turns out they made a list, and it's almost identical to the one I gave them. So they actually read the novels and understand where it's going. And I felt like I was almost hearing angelic voices. Oh,
I'm dreaming, right?
Yeah, and they now just hired one of the I can't say the name right now, but he's done comic book adaptation movies that have made $1 billion.
Cool.
And he is doing the screenplay right now. It's like they hired the perfect guy to do this too.
Wow.
And so if this is all a dream, or if I'm in a coma and dreaming this and somebody wakes me up, I'm going to fucking kill them. Because this is the kind of thing you would want from Hollywood. This is like the movie version of Hollywood. What somebody encounters in a movie when everything goes great. So knock wood.
Well, I think when you find those scenarios and those people, like you could say, I mean, you're inclined to work with them again, right?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! In fact, I'm now doing a second project with them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just sort of how it goes. You find people you collaborate with, that you trust, that you like to work with, and I've had more success in comic book to graphic novel and working with artists that I can collaborate with than I have in film and TV. I've had experiences in TV where I've written episodes of the Power Rangers that listed me as the writer, but the actual episode that came out had nothing I wrote in it. There was nothing. Wow. It's interesting how certain teleplay laws work in conjunction with different things. But, I got to tell you, creating your own comic book is a Machiavellian effort, but you own it. It's yours. You'll always have done it. And, I look at Think Tank. Like I said, I've sold Think Tank 4 times. Okay. Yeah. Top Cow and Think Tank, or Top Cow, myself and Rasan Ekadal, we own Think Tank. So there's only 3 people that whose opinions matter about that book, and it's me, Mark, and Rasan, and we go set it up and we try to get it going. I think that's key. The fewer hands, it's the very rare, awesome movie, TV show, or anything that's written by or developed by committee. Almost always stuff that's good. People like Stranger Things. It's the Duffer Brothers. That's the name you remember, right? There's always certain people involved that elevate things.
Yeah. And one of the other aspects of working with Hollywood is when you do a licensed comic, like I've worked for Marvel for quite a while, and unless you're really big when you first sign that contract, you sign away a bunch of rights. Like, if Marvel does anything with the stuff I did for them, because it was early in my career, there's maybe I'll get a credit on the screen, but that's about it. It's not like they're going to come and consult me. For example, the patterning on the Black Panther's costume was out of my run on Black Panther. I'm not in the credits anywhere for that, but it's a bit of trivia you see on IMDb. I'm hearing rumors that the next Black Panther film is going to use a lot of elements from my Doom War comic.
Wow.
But again, I'm hearing this from people who are hearing rumors from people who work inside the industry, but nobody's picking up the phone to call me because that was work for hire and it's done. I will still go see the movie whether I'm in the credits or not. But nowadays, I didn't have an agent at CAA then. Now I do. My agent now would negotiate that at very least, either an EP credit or something, but I would have to have some sort of recognition in the credits. And that's something that sometimes you don't get as much, you almost never get when you're writing for a big brand. But if you're doing creator-owned, that's why I switched to creator-owned, you own it. It's yours. And
you own it. You have all the control in the room, and they can't kick you out of the room.
Right, and you don't have to agree to any deal that doesn't involve you in some way.
Yeah.
Right.
And I always tell people who have creator-owned stuff, if a big publisher wants to pick it up, really pay attention to what they're going to take. As far as when they republish it, you need an agent or a lawyer, because everybody who wants to pick up my indie stuff always wants like 50% of the IP rights or something right off the back. And, even in cases where I'm like, I have the Hollywood deal in play, and they're like, cool, we want 50%. And you're like, to republish my book? Like, no. So, which is why a lot of my stuff has remained indie, the stuff that I own. So, and I can, do the license stuff for the money. But it's a really interesting experience working in this town. And I think a lot of people come with a lot of illusions. They think it's like, oh, I got this thing, it's going to be great. And, and then 5 or 10 years later, if they're still around, they're very disillusioned.
Or they think that having a deal like a TV series is suddenly going to make you a millionaire. It's
sure.
Not going to make you a millionaire right away. It'll put some money in your pocket, but you're not going to wind up with George R.R. Martin level money.
Right.
That's an exception to the rule. When V-Wars came out, I was really excited about it, and still am. But it didn't make me a million. I make more money from my novels than I made off the show.
Well, you probably saw a spike in novel sales when the TV show came out, though. I mean, that's the one nice thing about this other media is it's a nice ad for our the content we actually do care about. I always from the marketing announcement to that's one of the reasons why everyone announces their development deals and their option deals, because it does spike comic sales. I mean. Sure. I know absolutely every development and option deal I enter into is maybe a 5 to 10% chance of actually being on air. Okay, think about that, 5 to 10% chance. And that's, it's not a great chance. So you try really hard and you do these things, but just the announcement that gets out, you see a spike in sales because people, they react to what they read and what they hear. And there's always the belief that if someone else is adapting it, then it's worth reading. So,
there's a really important thing about that it was told to me by several people, friends of mine who have shows like Charlene Harris with True Blood and Jeff Lindsay at Dexter and so on. That if people watch the show and they want to see your version of it, your version still exists. No matter what they've done in the show, your version exists. They can go find that version, and there are those sales spikes. So I see a lot of jumps in sales in my comics and my prose. When these things come out, which means it's great. People will actually see the version I intended. I don't mind most of the changes in the shows, but my book is still there, so they get to see my version of it. So I'm that satisfies me because I wrote it for the readers. The fact that it's being adapted for film is a different audience, but the readers will come and find my version of it. That makes me happy.
And I have to say that I am a fan, Jonathan, and your novels are better than the adapted version. So I encourage everyone to go read your novels.
Thanks, man.
So
all right on. That's the notion of Hollywood made your thing and they ruined your book, and it's like, no, my book's right here. It's like now, like Matt had noted in Vampirella, they could damage your IP if that's people's only perception of it. Like if that's their point of entry to it, so there is some risk to that, but I mean, you got to decide, if you want that Hollywood upfront money or not. So,
well, and I'd say a lot of it is, there's a lot of predators out there, people who jump on. There's even now people who are jumping on people who are kickstarting, trying to get them to sign, option deals and stuff like that, just to lock up rights. There's all kinds of film producers that will see that you're developing something that's similar to something they want to develop. So they'll convince someone to option it and just sit on it. That's happened to me half a dozen times.
Yeah, me too.
I've had things optioned from companies that were developing something actively that was similar enough to something that when they did it, we realized why they had done it. And that's always very frustrating, you know, but, you know, everyone has their own agendas, and it's not always to actually develop it. So, you know, I like I said, I've kind of gotten run around a little bit, but I'm not really that jaded. I'm just trying to take control of my own destiny, and I'm always able to sell these books, you know, and I do, with the exception of the coronavirus world we live in, you know, I do a lot of conventions and I sell a lot of books to fans, and I make a good life doing that. And I'd like to continue doing that. But if, you know, if some TV show comes on and helps me sell more books, that's great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Like I said at the beginning of this, my main gig is writing novels and comics. So, you know, that's where my money is, my lifestyle comes from. Hollywood is fantastic, but to me, it's kind of that fantasy world part of it. You know, that said, I just wrote my first script. I wrote my first pilot script. A producer asked me to do it. And it's like, okay, do I really want to write for Hollywood? I'm not actually sure. I'm not, you know, I might be one of those like writers who, okay, if they're doing a next season of something, maybe I'll write an episode. Yes, right. I don't want to be in a writer's room the whole time, because the time it would take me to do that, I could chunk out a couple of novels and guarantee I'm making more money off my novels than I'm going to make off the show. So, you know,
I think TV writing, at least you know that episode's going to get produced, very likely. Feature writing, I always tell people, like, you may actually make some money writing features, but chances are 99% of what you write is never going to get seen. So if you want that gratification of seeing your stuff actually produced, that's the last place you want to be. So
as a writer, I'm much more drawn to television for a couple of reasons. One, for the one you just mentioned, and also for the fact that TV allows you much greater character development. And I'm now this stuff's character driven, even though it's action, it's character driven. So I want to be able to see that nuance and the complexities. When I watch, you know, anytime I watch something, because I go to conventions all over the freaking world, and I'm always on airplanes, always binge watching. It's almost always television, rarely movies. And I think, you know, comic books and TV, you know, that's a very natural step. That's why, you know, there are some really good TV shows that have been, you know, based on comics. Even you know, a lot of the superhero stuff works really well because you have all the depth of character development in those comics, and you have the comics themselves are pretty much storyboarded, you know.
So let's see, some advice for people maybe going in their first time or maybe facing their first deal. What's like the pitfalls people should really look out for?
Not having representation.
Not having,
I mean, some of that certainly will help. I would say some of the things, no reversions. You know, I mean, there are things that I'll look for that you'll see if there's got to be some out if they don't ever do it. I mean, there's you know, having a good lawyer, having a good agent, having a good manager, those are all important things. But you should know the basics of, at least in my opinion, people should know the basics of the contract law in the field in which they work. And there are things like reversions are important. You know, who actually controls the rights, you know, who administers the rights. As a writer, you should know that words have meaning. Meaningful consultation means nothing. Approval means everything. Okay. So when someone says you're a consultant, even a meaningful consultant, that means jack shit. You're just going to get the runaround. So, you know, so there are certain things you can look for in these deals that it's all about control, you know, and a lot of times we've actually taken less money to maintain more control.
Oh yeah.
And many times done that, and never regretted that, not one single time. You know,
and that's actually true in the novel world too, because sometimes, you know, we'll negotiate a smaller advance in exchange for better rights. You know, higher royalty percentage. You know, tons of other things. But if you know what the details of a contract are, you know, you can strategize. You know, with or without your agent, you can strategize on how to make sure the rights favor you and not take advantage of you. And most people do not know how to do that. Should. Well,
it's the reversions, the turnaround provisions, and these are the things that will cause people nightmares for decades in Hollywood. And there's a lot of little ins and outs of it. And I can't think of a single good book to read about Hollywood contract law, but I think if you Google it, I mean, there's probably enough sites. I mean, I've read enough contracts and dealt with enough deals and lawyers that I kind of know what to look for, but I'm sure someone out there has written something.
Yeah, actually, if you look up Hollywood podcast contract, there are a couple, and I can't remember the names of the podcast, but there are a couple out there that do go through the breakdown of the contracts.
Wow.
Well, there you go. There you go. And
that's
and usually
fantastic.
people that do stuff like that are usually well-intentioned, because lawyers don't do that for free. You know, there's one of the big things I learned back in the day when we used to do these trademark searches for names, where you'd give a name to a lawyer and say, hey, is this name available for comics? And $250 later, they would say no. And then I finally found the USPTO.gov site that runs it for free, where you can just pop the name in yourself and find out if the class 16 is live or dead or whatever it is. So did I need to be paying $200 a pop to these fucking lawyers? No, you know, it's free. Just a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, you know? And so, you know, we're paying thousands. Go ahead.
That's why I go with agents, because they only get a percentage of what you make. And the agent, you know, in order for that to be worth their while, they need to negotiate better money. And, you know, I have actually two agents. I have a literary agent who handles all my book work, novels and comics, and then I have a book to film agent at CAA who handles just, you know, exactly what it sounds like. When it comes to something that is likely to have film interest quickly, because we've been able to spot which projects that I have that I'm selling are going to get interest pretty quickly. Usually the film agent will advise or coordinate with my literary agent to make sure that any contract that we deal with has both sets of eyes on it. So it's really favoring heavily, you know, me, and of course the rights that we get that will then also make their paychecks worthwhile.
I would say the one other situation I've seen that people should be aware of is producers stacking the projects to where the rights fees get diminished in exchange for their large producer fat fees. And that's the kind of thing that people may not really understand. But if you're going in with a property and it's an appealing property, and you're expecting, I don't know, a $250,000 rights fee, sometimes what a producer can do is they can come in and as attached to that project, and you may not even know this happened, they will then go to the studio and say, hey, we're just going to give them $50,000 because I need to make my fees on this. Because there usually is some sort of a pot of money that the studios are willing to pay all the producers and the non-writing creatives involved. You know, you got to make sure you're at least knowing what you're getting. And if you're giving something up, you should be giving it up for a reason. You know, I mean, if you're partnering with Jerry Bruckheimer, it's different than Joe Schmo, who's never had a movie made. You know, so the deals are radically different. So I just, to me, it's just knowing. And even though it's a contract and there's boilerplate, and this is how nuts I am, I read all of it every single time. I can't tell you, I've negotiated leases with my landlords where almost every lease contract on the planet has something in there about how they're able to move you out at any point if they want to. And I have gone in every single time and said, there's no way I'll ever sign that, so you might as well take it out. And then they immediately take it out, but they leave that in every single contract. And 98% of nationwide rental agreements for businesses have a clause in there that the landlord can kick the person out at any time for any reason, you know? And
most of the elements of these contracts can be Googled too. You can look them up and you can find articles, you know, National Writers Union and others that, you know, there are people who will be able to advise on it, sometimes for free if you're in different writers unions. But just Google the boilerplate and the contracts. You'll be surprised that almost everything that's in there, someone has started a discussion about because they've taken the time to learn what it means and what the implications are down the road. And also what kind of statement it makes about you. Because if you're signing a bad contract, you just might as well tattoo Rube on your forehead, because you know, that's now the standard of what you're willing to accept. But if you negotiate a good contract, they also realize, well, hey, this person is a player. This person actually is a business person. We don't have to do as much hand holding. We may pay them a little more, but now we have someone who understands this is a business.
And that's the key Hollywood term is called precedent. You know, that's your precedent, you know, so.
we apparently are all, I've just got the notice, we're almost out of time here. It's been almost an hour already.
Oh, okay.
Down to our last couple minutes. I had no idea it went so quick. You guys just kept rolling with it, and I was having a good time listening to you. So any last minute things you guys want to say, where people can find you, people can look up your stuff? I mean,
you go first, Jonathan.
Well, I mean, Jonathan, it's scrolling at the bottom of this, jonathanmayberry.com. Just don't put a Y in the middle of Mayberry. It's M-A-B. I'm all over social media. You can find me everywhere. I've got a slew of books out there, all sorts of products, books and comics, and I've got a ton of stuff coming up, including some really cool stuff with DC and other companies that we'll be announcing in the next few months. So come find me.
Very cool. I'd say my most active is probably my Facebook, which is just if you Google Matt Hawkins Top Cow Facebook, it'll pop up in a heartbeat. And I'm on Instagram and on Top Cow. We have Twitter. We have all these things. You can follow the corporate feed. You can follow me personally. You can follow Mark Silvestri personally and get the whole Top Cow experience. But TopCow.com has probably 50 books I've written that are listed there that are there for free. If you want to go sample some of my work, you're welcome to go to the free comic site on TopCow.com. And there's several full-length graphic novels I've written that are also there for free.
Awesome. Hey, Russell, you here?
I am here. And
Cool.
I am so excited for what we just learned. I will tell you, Jonathan, the struggle is real. Literally this morning, I still typed in with a Y. I don't know why I can't. I was looking at the social media link as I was doing it.
My very first comic from Marvel, a Wolverine comic I did, name was spelled wrong on the cover. I'm still not quite recovered from it.
No, well, as a person who always gets his name spelled with one L, I absolutely understand that. So, Jonathan, I will see you next Thursday at on that panel. And Matt, I hope to see you soon at a panel or on the interwebs.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks
take
so
care,
much
guys.
for joining us, guys.
guys.
You guys are awesome.
All right.
Boop and boop.
All right.
We're in what they call martini, I believe, in the movie industry. It is
the final hour.
The final hour, and so I bring on for the final hour my final hour headband.
You got your final hour headband?
I do. It makes me feel like rock.
This is the final hour of almost 15 hours of content by the time we're done.
Almost 15 hours of content. And
wow.
I am so excited for this next guest. Now, you know this next guest quite a bit more than me. I've been on one panel with her and talked to her at a couple of conventions, but this is your publisher for the big free comic that we're giving away this weekend, right?
Yes. Sandy is the publisher, and she's the person who put us all together. Me and Renee Delise, and she's the grand master of all of it, the Grimmstown Terror Tales story, which is available for free download right now.
Right there where we have. And so make sure. I'm going to make sure you're that we're ready to send that last email, and we're going to bring on Sandy, who has absolutely amazing glasses on right now.
Hi.
Hey, Sandy.
How are you?
Fantastic. We've been on this thing for a while now.
Is this like they shoot horses
about
now
2 weeks?
Yeah.
A little bit. It's a little bit.
I have to say, I think Neo's holding up a lot better today than he was yesterday. He was a little bit punch drunk by that last panel. I was also punch drunk. I think it's kind of switched because I've been up since 3 a.m. and Neo feels like he's ready and going strong after that last panel.
I see.
Yeah, I think yesterday I was
pretty awesome.
Thank you.
More nervous maybe, and today, I'm just chill.
Evil Empire. Yeah.
So, how are you, Sandy?
I'm fine. I've got my beverage standing by, and this is a real comfortable way to do free comic book day instead of at a card table under the sun in a parking lot.
Absolutely.
Though I would sort of rather be doing that, honestly, but we would all be at Golden Apple right now.
I'm just looking for color out in Ontario or any of those places.
Yeah. Cool. So we've been giving away the Grimmstown comic, which I did with you. We originally talked about that just in pitch form in September. So that's when I originally pitched it to you at September 1st at Long Beach Con. So I mean, in less 6 months, we have the first issue out in the world. I mean, Sandy doesn't mess around. When she's just like, we're doing this, let's go, hit the ground running.
I tell a quick story about you, about like this whole thing, because Neo told me that you don't mess around. And I was like, well, like everybody says they don't mess around. Like that's like the thing. It's like, we're going to do it and it's going to be done. And then like a month later, I feel like Neo was like, oh yeah, we finished the first issue. And I was like, what? Like, oh,
script,
like
yeah.
when she's saying she doesn't mess around, like you mean she doesn't mess around.
Yeah, within a month of that pitch.
You know,
exactly.
If it's good, do it.
Yeah, within a month of that pitch, I had finished the first script, and you had Renee drawing, like within 1 month.
Well, it just with the story that you told me, I felt like if she was available, she was the obvious fit. I'd seen great fairy tales done by her, and it seemed like a great sensibility matchup between the two of you. And the timing was right, so it worked out.
Yeah.
So, mind if I show some of the interior pages as we're talking? I won't show the end, just the first couple. Or do you want it to be a surprise?
Whatever Neil's comfortable with.
It's online, so we're giving it away. So
yeah.
People are downloading it. We've already got reviews on it. So, and they've been good, which is nice. So,
oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, super positive reviews. So, hey, you know, you just never know. You write, you do your best, you throw your best stuff out there, and
I've always felt that you just do good work and stand by it. That's
let's back up really quick. How about Sandy? You could tell us a little about yourself and what you do.
Oh yeah, that'd be
good. Since maybe some people here may not know who you are.
Oh, gee,
I don't know why they wouldn't.
Well, you know, I produce movies and television shows, and then at a certain point, my husband and I decided, for some reason known only to God, to do a comic book. And we had a story that for years had been considered too dark for television. This was in the pre-Breaking Bad days that kind of broke all that mold. But during some TV pitch, everybody started talking about softening it and doing all these other things. And it was just a pain in the ass studio meeting. And someone said, well, it's not like we're matching to a graphic novel. And I said, actually, we are. And I came home and John had said, so how'd it go? And I said, great, we're doing a comic. And he said, what do we know about comics? And I said, absolutely nothing. And so we spent 2 years researching the business and the art of comics, because every storytelling medium is its own art. And with the help of people like Bruce Jones and Steve Niles and Tim Bradstreet and Jimmy Palmiotti, we learned about comics and what that took. And that's when Asylum came to be. And then that was so much fun. And Kiss of Death, we won an award, which just made me grow fangs and think we needed to do more comics. We wound up having Storm King Comics and going on to do the Halloween Nights anthologies every year at Halloween, where a bunch of writers and a bunch of artists all get together and do an anthological horror thing. And then we wound up with Tales of Science Fiction. Comes out monthly, all different science fiction stories. And now we have Storm Kids, which Grimmstown Terror is part of. And we're also now going to start Night Terrors, which will be mostly graphic novels, which will be all the horror that doesn't fit anything else. So I guess now we're a comic.
And what? And what made Sandy King and John Carpenter decide to do a line of kids comics, kids-friendly horror comics?
A couple of things. One is I didn't really, outside of Goosebumps, I wasn't really seeing great kids horror. And I thought, we kind of over-sanitize kids' existences, in my opinion. And we didn't give them an outlet for their fears. because horror is allegorical tales, in my opinion. It's how we process the world. And I wanted them to have good writing and great art. So I brought in writers who, some of whom write our adult comics, but mostly I just wanted great storytelling for kids. And one of the reasons was I would have the adults at my table, but they almost always had a little kid in tow at the conventions. And nothing was appropriate about my books for kids. You know, it wasn't supposed to be appropriate. Adult horror is more existential. It deals with our fears. It deals with the things we're grappling with as grown-ups, which are and should be above their heads. It didn't deal with the fundamentals of what's going through their little brains. And it occurred to me we're missing two things. One, a way to distract the kids from the adult books, and the other is something appropriate for them to read. So that became kind of something I got fascinated by. So I started out writing a kid-appropriate story for one of the Halloween nights, tested it as a mini comic, and sat back to see if the kids actually dug it, and they did.
Cool.
Awesome.
I like it. We'll see.
So I would like, when you say kids, are you talking first reader, middle grade, YA, or somewhat all in the middle there?
It's more middle grade and YA. Though we have one that's going to come out this Halloween that Jeff Balke did, because it occurred to me he has these great little forest creature characters, Stanley the squirrel and his friends. And I started remembering DuckTales from when I was little with Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And I asked him if he'd do one with his characters on a Halloween night that was appropriate for little kids. And he has, with Paul Story writing it. And so that'll be our concession to the little kids.
Awesome. And I love what you said. That feels like exactly what Wannabe Press does a lot. Does our book Cthulhu Was Hard to Spell, our all ages anthology, because our stuff is very not appropriate for kids. In the violence and language category, it says shit twice in two of our titles. So like we wanted something to both distract and give them also to indoctrinate kids into reading comics more. Also, like we started to understand that our audience was aging and we weren't sort of refilling that pipeline with like new kids to like grow up and become the next generation of fans. And so we sort of wanted to encourage new like little wannabes. And I'm wondering, how did that go into your reasoning for doing the Storm King Kids book?
Not so much breeding the new audience as just really wanting them to have something age appropriate. I've raised two boys, and your biggest dread is that they're just getting into something over their head, or they don't understand, or you're putting them in the deep end before they learn how to paddle. And it was just mostly trying to find great material for the right ages and put it in the right spots. And seeing them when they go, oh, it's okay, watches Walking Dead. And I thought, what is wrong with you? Why is your 6-year-old watching The Walking Dead? And why do you say his favorite movie is The Thing? Our kids weren't allowed to watch that stuff until they were like 12 and 13, for which they hated us because their friends were watching things. But I just think there's an appropriateness, and let them work out their age appropriate stuff. So it was more of that. It was just to have fun.
Awesome. Sort of follow-up question is, how do you decide what is appropriate for middle grade and YA and first reader? Like, is there a way that you can talk a little bit about like how each of those categories breaks down?
Boy, I wish I knew. Mostly it's how big are the words? Can they handle it? Do I think they'll understand it? In the case of Neo's book, I really felt that it was accessible to the ages that the characters were in his story. though I think that it can be read to any age kid. I want a book that a kid can pick up and handle on their own. In the case of Balky's, I think that the book is geared to a littler kid. You know, it has ghost rabbits in it. I think as soon as they're hitting 10 years old, they're going to think that's too babyish for them. But I think it's still funny because I'm a highly immature person. But it's mostly just a sense of what my kids were into at what ages. And then, you know, we make sure that each of those demographic, you know, you can't have them bleed, you can't have too much violence in them, and you can't have them swear or everybody gets mad at you. Like I found with my kids' haunted house story, they got upset because they said damn, and I thought, what kid isn't sneaking damn and hell into their vocabulary away from their parents? But that didn't work out so well.
I understand that feel. Yeah, there's a couple of questions. Do you want to go to the question board?
Sure. If you want to pick one, and
how about this one? This one I think is it will be a quick one.
Do these comics have a host character like the old EC horror comics did?
No.
Like a host? No. Yeah.
I figured that would be easy, so we could get it out of the way quickly.
No.
They're just storybooks.
Yes, and this is more about an artist. How do you go about finding indie artists to bring on board for your project?
I hunt the conventions, and a lot of the times the writers have favorite people. I see a fellow creator creeping in behind me to say hello to you guys.
Oh, who is that? Oh,
hi there.
That's Mr. John Carpenter. Hello, John.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
And
you.
that's it.
That's his free comic book day guest shot.
That was his cameo pop-in. Wow, that was very generous. Sandy told me that's what was going to happen if John popped in. Like, yeah, he'll probably pop his head in and walk away immediately. It's like, okay,
yes.
And he did.
That's he supports the notion of what we're doing this weekend. He supports the comics all the time. But where were we?
Hunting the conventions?
Yeah, I haunt the conventions. A lot of the times the writers have people they like to work with already. I try and put together teams the same way I put together production teams. If I just think something will bring out the best in the written word. You know, money's tight for everybody, and I like to reassure the fans that they're getting their money's worth. So I really try and balance the unknown and the known for them. I noticed that they really look through in the horror anthologies, they're looking at the back of that book to see who's in it and make sure they're getting their money's worth. You know, they really want to see the names like Neo's and Steve Niles and Jimmy Palmiotti and Frank Thierry. And I can sneak in a few new discoveries, but you know, money's tight. Everybody wants to know what they're getting. And then mostly I'm just looking for really, really quality high-end work. So it's more a matter of me going out and finding it than it coming to me.
Yeah, I mean, look at these pages from Renee. I mean, they're just gorgeous, you know. When those pages first came in, the first few pages came in, I opened them up and I was just sitting there like frozen for a minute, you know. And it's just like, well, I did not expect this, you know, level. So, and I knew we were going to get good stuff, but I didn't expect that level, you know.
No, I love to do that for the writers. I like it when I can surprise you. I did that with Dwayne Straczynski. I brought in young artist Jason Felix, who's just a mind blower in a whole different style than somebody like Renee. But you know, Dwayne is real gritty and, you know, noirish, and that turned out to be a great matchup. and I've got a couple of Mexican artists that I teamed up with, David J. Scow, and they just rock it together on stuff. So it's
as a writer, I appreciate that, and I'm sure Neo does too, because more often than not, you turn in your pages, and what you get back is I don't want to say this nicely, like it is not quite the quality that you expected when you signed the contract.
No, we keep this a real integrated process where I have the writer and artist in contact from the get-go. And we make sure that everybody's in sync. And if they're falling out of sync, we rethink it. You know, I want this to be a real integrated process and integrated mindset so that everybody's getting out there what they expected to see.
Yeah, what was super fun about working with you actually is after you approved that first script that I wrote and you said, cool, and you sent it to Renee and she liked it, you sent an email to both of us and you're like, okay, guys, have fun. And I was like, well, this is different. Like, you know, and you're like, connect up, have fun. And it was like, have fun. Like, oh, this is now on us. Okay, cool. And then Renee and I exchanged a lot of emails and we talked and we got on the same page about style. And then she just started making pages and I'm like, this is really different, you know? And I think you had the right, you seem to have the right instinct where you're like, I'm going to get out of the way and let the people do their thing now. And as long as everybody's doing their thing, I'm not going to, you know, micromanage people. So, but I do remember that email that was like, you were like, you guys meet each other and have fun. It was like, oh, that was actually really refreshing and sort of like, oh, you know.
Well, that's the joy of having your own company. You don't have to follow what's expected.
Yeah, for sure. So
I find it works rather well. And what I find is that we're serving the reader. We're serving the experience, the storytelling. The whole point here is to, you guys have a story to tell and you want the audience to have that great ride. And we just have to find the best way to get there.
Yeah. And I remember specifically when those first pages came, I did text you and I was practically weepy because they were so beautiful. So I'm just like, Sandy, oh my God, have you seen these pages? She's like, of course I have, but like, you know, like,
yeah,
oh my God,
is part of that too, because she's such a master letterer that you want that to integrate and not just be stamped on there. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was fun because when she was lettering it, she was messaging me on Facebook and being like, I'm lettering this script right now and doing the book, and I'm actually laughing out loud and having a lot of fun while I'm lettering this. And I was like, you know, that was super cool. So I think the experience with Storm King for me has been like, it's like sort of this family, you know, of creators just doing this thing and, you know, and making great stuff, you know, and
that's the goal.
Doing out of the box stories. So it's been such an incredible experience working with you guys. So, and I'm just grateful. I'm so grateful.
Oh, we're happy. I mean, I'm really looking forward to unleashing this one in a big way because I just I mean, come on, man, booger trolls. Better than that.
Sandy really loves the booger troll.
I love the booger troll. I mean, as soon as you hit
There's
that,
a booger troll in the story.
there is a booger troll. I mean, the first time Renee goes, she said something about presenting the booger troll, and I just went, "Whoa, yeah!"
The booger troll.
That
he literally hacks a key out of his nose. I mean,
what was the other one where she had prepare yourself for pink fury, and there was that other little monster who
right.
Has nothing but pink glowing eyes.
Oh, it's the second issue, I think.
There's a fair amount of fun to this.
Yeah, and you can get the first issue for free at this link below, bit.ly/Grimstown, and see the booger troll yourself. I saw it this morning, and it was wonderful. I was so excited. I feel like this is a question that most people are going to get, that most people are asking. So I figure we should just answer it now. I don't know what your policy is, but I'm sure every creator is asking this question. So how can you reach out to possibly submit a story or art to Storm King for a chance to work with you?
Usually,
or is there way you may have not, like it may be you find we don't find you, you find we find you.
It. Yeah, I pretty much find you. You can try if you can catch me.
I mean, I would think at a con might be the best chance to catch Sandy, but because Sandy and I met originally, we were on a panel together at a con.
Yeah.
I don't remember which con, and I don't remember the panel, but I know we both didn't know why we were on that panel. It was one of these like, why are we? I'm like, I have no idea why I'm on this panel, and Sandy's like, I don't think I know either, but we're here. Let's do this. And then we were up there. I specifically remember I had no idea what was going on this panel, and I kept, like I do, cracking sarcastic things under my breath. And then Sandy's like giggling, and then that just roused me to be more ridiculous. And there was literally a point where the moderator stopped and looked at both of us and was like, it was like one of those, like, is there something you guys would like to tell the class, share with the class? And we kind of looked, we stopped and we're like, no. And
well,
we've been
some of those are just like being sent to hell. I mean, there's times where you just go, why? Why are we here? And this is just being even worse than what we thought it was going to be.
But that was probably, I'm making this example because that was probably 2 years before we decided, before we started working together on any of this. So, and we talked at a lot of different cons and such. But in this case, Sandy, I was talking to her at Long Beach Con that time, and she's like, I'm going to get you writing something for Storm King at some point, Neo. And I'm like, okay, like right now? Like, I'm like, what are we doing? And she's like, pitch me something. And I'm like, oh, okay. And that's kind of how that happened. So I feel like, it's sort of one of these things that's got to maybe be a little more organic and natural, like, so.
Yeah, for me, that's usually it. I rarely just kind of cold read anything. It's usually a matter of getting the sensibility of, there's certain creators I know I vibe with. I know the kind of stuff they come up with. Dwayne Swierczynski always has something twisted going on in his head. I know something cool will come out no matter what it is. Frank Thierry always has some real old school cool ghost story happening somewhere. Amanda Dybert always has a really different take on something going on. It's real modern and fresh. So there's certain people that they just go, is there a space for me? And I'll just say, yeah,
right,
anything. Balky had never done something like what I asked him to do for the Halloween little kid story. But he's got that sensibility. So sometimes it's me going up to people who are really great writers who never do this kind of thing and just going, so you can do this, right? I know you can do this. Try this.
I mean, it's like you saying, telling Steve Niles to write a kid-appropriate horror story or something,
And we've got Monica Blue.
Right, you got Monica Blue, exactly. But like he would have never probably done that, And
yeah,
so I've got Sandy having the instinct that you have, apparently.
Yeah, I think so. I think it works out really well. I like to take the guys who would never think of doing kid stuff, or the people that normally do My Little Pony. I mean, Alec Worley is just really got a great twisted inner thing that he rarely gets to exercise, and it's fun to mix it up.
Well, it seems like that you have a very strong vision of what you're looking for in the stories, and like it's very like like, you know what it is. So when you see something that you like or someone who can do it, you are able to run with it, while you can still take these chances on new people in your anthologies that you may want to test out. Does that feel kind of accurate to how what your process is like when you're trying to combine or find an artist creator to work with?
Yeah, I mean, some things just happen by accident, where you can sit there and be having a conversation. These things usually happen at like San Diego or in New York, where just extended conversations kind of turn into, well, why not? How Louise Simonson, who I would be too scared to ever ask to write for me, would come by the booth every morning for coffee. And we wound up with her doing a Hyperbreed for the Storm Kids line, which is kids sci-fi.
Awesome.
But I would never have approached her.
Right.
Because, she's Louise Simonson.
Right.
That kind of thing where I just go, oh God, I'm not going to bother her.
There are a couple of... there's a couple of comments or questions. Do you want to bang out a couple more questions, Neo?
Sure.
Here we go. Here's a couple from Everything
our
Horror
friend
podcast.
Yeah, Everything Horror podcast. So these are the guys who gave us the great review this morning. So, which I very much appreciated. Have there been any stories considered too violent that you shelf for a possible later date? Too violent for Storm King?
No.
No.
I mean, I don't shelf anything because it's too violent. I may just not. Every once in a while, there's something that. It's interesting. Every once in a while, I don't take something because I don't feel it quite fits the niche, or I've not taken something because it was a little too superhero for us. So it kind of is the other way. I don't take things that verge a little too much on splatter porn. That doesn't interest me. But too violent, never.
Awesome. There's another one.
This is a great question, actually. Can we possibly see like a Storm Kids coloring book?
Well, you know what? Depending on how what the reception is on Balky's, that might hit the right age range for a coloring book. And if Balky wants to do it, everybody that writes for me, unless they're doing one of my franchises of stuff I created, owns their own IP. They retain it. I license it for the sake of the comic book. So basically they can go off and make other deals that they want to do and that kind of stuff. But with the kids' books, if something looked like it was open to that kind of deal, and if the younger stuff opened its stuff to a coloring book, yeah, we could consider that.
Well, this has been going on for a while with comics, where they are releasing comics like basically just like the inked version of a comic as a coloring book. I mean, they even did it with The Killing Joke. I mean, imagine The Killing Joke as a coloring book. It exists. You can go buy it. So it's really interesting.
Doubt I do that. But yeah, I could see in the Storm Kids line, if again, it's about the writers and in the case of the younger stuff, the artists who are creating some of these characters, have a vested interest in them. So I'd say we'd all have to take a vote, and they decide if they want to do it. Because I'm not snarking up their IP.
Awesome. All right, here's another one.
So is there a The Thing or Walking Dead for kids where it's more spooky than Goosebumps, but not outside of the age range? I'm sorry, I just killed that question.
I think unless you do the Snoopy version of The Thing, it's outside their age range. Walking Dead is basically a soap with zombies at the gate.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think you know, that is not to put down The Walking Dead. You know, it's obviously really successful and people really dig the comics and stuff. But I'm not sure where that story goes to appeal to kids, to the younger age group. I think those are both adult formats.
Perhaps.
Could you talk a little bit about the difference between an adult format and like a kid's format and like what works better in each?
Well, you know, again, it gets down to what scares us. I think when we're adults, we're thinking our mortality is starting to occur to us. The world situation is what occurs to us. It's a more existential kind of horror. When you're a little kid, you're experiencing your first loss, your first death, the loss of your dog, the various fundamental things, separation anxieties. Those are really a different, more immediate form of anxiety, sadness, and loss, more fundamental. So I think in terms of, they're not even beginning to think about their own death yet, or the death of the planet, or, you know, Donald Trump. You know, I think that it's subject matter and it's putting it into bite-sized pieces where you can address it, process it. They can read it with their parents and maybe have a little way to process that life issue for their age. And at the younger ages, you can have, are there really ghosts? Is there spooky stuff? And at the littler ages, you just have jack-o'-lanterns, ghost rabbits, and fun Halloween characters. You know, you don't try and scare somebody too young. It's not fair. For the young adults, I think then you start getting into, you know, they're more complex things, split up families, that kind of stuff, and you make a horror tale around that. So it's more the subject matter and the level of fear.
A friend of mine did a book called "It's Not Scary." We had one of them on earlier today, and her husband Aaron was always said that like what horror did for him when he was younger was it allowed him to deal with. He was a very scared child, and it allowed him to deal with that fear in a safe place, which seems sort of antithetical to like what horror is. But he said, I knew nothing was going to hurt me while I was watching the movie. It might be scary, but like I could deal with that fear and like come to terms with it. And since then, he's always like resonated with horror.
Well, I always bring up Frankenstein. You know, I read that when I was 10. And in Frankenstein, you have the ultimate outsider, the creature created as beautiful in the eyes of his creator, who doesn't realize until he sees himself reflected in others and in the reflecting pool of water that he's a monster as seen by others. It's a great allegorical tale for anyone who feels disaffected and unaccepted. I always recommend to teachers the Bernie Wright's and Steve Niles version of graphic novel of Frankenstein, because it's very accessible and you can process that to any situation.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of my favorite things about monsters specifically is how they sort of can allegorically change with the times. You know, vampires were a stand-in for people's fear of immigrants, and then it was an AIDS epidemic, and like they kind of can really mold themselves and be reinvented for whatever the time they live in. And really looking at the horror and monsters can really sort of show you what cultures were grappling with at that time.
Well, you have the horror within or the horror without. You know, is the horror inside us? Is it us? Or is it the other? And those are always interesting things to explore. And again, you can mold those per the age group.
Absolutely.
I don't think you want to freak out a small child with that there's something horrible inside him, like The Thing.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
But yeah, you're just a sadistic person, but I don't think you really promote that much.
Alrighty. Should we take another question?
I think we may be out of questions right now from the audience. So Neo, I think this is a great time for you guys to pitch a little bit more Grimmstown or other things in your line, Sandy. What do you guys have coming up?
Well, we've got, now that, Diamond pulled their little stunt of shutting off the distribution stream to everybody and not paying the publishers. We've got product that should start rolling out in June to both the stores and everybody else, Amazon and all of them. Vortex 2.0 is going to start up again. That's from Tales of Science Fiction and written by Mike Sizemore and art by Dave Kennedy. So those will start coming out every month starting on June 24th, and it'll come out in July, August, September, so on and so forth. Hyperbreed from Louise Simonson for Storm Kids. That'll start on June 24th, and that'll be interesting because we're going to do it in floppies, one a week, because I'm not yet convinced that kids have the attention span to wait a month for the next installment. So we're going to try something where it'll come out once a week, and then that trade will come out in September. Dwayne Swierczynski's trade paperback of Redhead from Tales of Science Fiction will come out in August. The first Night Terrors, Graveyard Moon from Steve Niles will come out in September. Halloween Nights #6 will come out the end of September to lead into Halloween season. What else have we got? And the Monica Blue trade paperback will come out in August.
Awesome. There's actually a couple new questions. One of them, both of them I really like, but this one I think was really relevant to what you just were talking about. How do you decide how big a single series is? Like Vortex 1 was 5 issues, and now Vortex 2 was 8 issues.
I think Vortex 1 was 8 issues as well. What happened with Vortex was in Europe, they don't do individual floppies. So when I talked individual issues with Mike Sizemore, he was writing 48-page issues, and because we're communicating, only through emails to England, I suddenly realized we had double issues instead of 4 and 5 issues. So we had to revamp, and that's how Vortex wound up being an 8-issue series instead of our normal 3 to 5. And there was enough story to go. So the second one's lasting the same amount of time because there's enough story. The second story starts up 30 years later. And it rocks, and Dave Kennedy's art rocks, and, it's fun.
Awesome.
So mostly it just gets determined by how much room they need to tell the story. It's kind of like I do with everything. I ask them how much length they need.
Yeah, that was the first thing I think you asked me. Like, how many issues is it going to take to tell the first story? And I said probably 5, and then they ended up coming in at 24 pages instead of the standard 22, and Sandy just let that roll. And I turned them in, and I'm like, well, if she tells me to cut them back, then I will. But I feel like I need all of that space, and so fortunately that worked out fine. So
it worked. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So because some publishers would be like, what are you trying to do to me? So
no, it's not neurosurgery. No one's going to die. We're fine.
Right. All right. There is another question. It's a more general question. Neo, you want to take this one?
Mention what? Skull? Is that what that is?
Yeah,
You mentioned
you mentioned
and I
Saul,
love
and
the
I love
monster.
his-
Oh, and I love his monster show. Any other recommendations reading in the genre?
I'll read anything by Joe Hill.
How do you feel about the move from quite leaning on the horror and Joe in Lock and Key and the comic to now leaning much more heavily on the fantasy in the show?
You know, I wouldn't, but it's not my show, is it?
It's true.
But the show's been very successful. So
it has, the book was really successful. The show's really successful. You never, and there's an interesting aspect too. You never want to just barf back the same thing that you had in the books.
Sure.
Then your audience doesn't have any place else to go. So it's always interesting to inhabit the same universe, but not duplicate it. So maybe that was their solution.
Yeah, it's interesting how things change. We're talking Neo was talking in the last panel about like things that are adapted. And I really I think it was Jonathan, maybe it was both Jonathan and Matt that were like, hey, the original's still there. Like if you don't like how the adaptation went, you can still go and read Lock and Key and get the original intent of the author right there. And if you like both, great. If you just like the TV show, it's there for you too.
Exactly. That's what when people ask us about remakes of our movies or John's previous movies, nobody burned the negative. It's fine. No one's dying over it. Go watch the other one. You'll be fine.
Yeah, there's that notion of like, oh, they ruined your book, or it's like, no, my book's right here. Like they didn't ruin it.
Everybody's okay. It's
they
all
made their interpretation of it, and it wasn't favorable, or what? Like, I think Lock and Key was them trying to appeal to the Stranger Things audience.
I think so. I think exactly that you're right. I think they were trying to broaden the appeal because the number of rewatchings and new clicks and stuff like that matters to their longevity. As opposed to how many times you walk in the movie theater.
Well, I also think that people don't. I'm not saying this is the case in Lock and Key, but like you were talking earlier about how you spent 2 years trying to make sure that you knew how to make comics because it's different. And I do think there is often not an appreciation for how things work in certain mediums and how certain things that are amazing in a book or a comic, when you translate them to the screen, suddenly look silly or just don't work at all.
No, because we can do anything in a comic. I can make something in a comic that would cost billions of dollars and be undoable on a screen. That's one of the fun things about doing a comic. I have no budget.
Right. Well, on top of I'm thinking of Mortal Engines, which I saw in theaters, and I watched the middle of it, and I was like, oh my God, this would be the coolest sequence as a comic or like as a book. Like I can literally see how I would enjoy reading it, but it does not look right filmed, but it would have been just the coolest part of this book.
Well, it was.
Just find the right medium to be in, and maybe they'll never be good adapted to something else, and they should just kind of stay in their little spot.
I mean, Mortal Engines was a manga series.
Right. No, I know. That's why I could see how like this was cool in the comic, and
right?
Visually worked in the comic, and it like when it was translated, that coolness factor kind of just did not translate with it. All right. Here's another kind of podcast from EH Podcasts. Is there any info regarding that idea of having a Storm Kids story become a TV series? I swear I read something about one of your products was being considered.
Yes.
There we go. I love it.
You have to understand that I think there's some clause in those long contracts that says you're killed if you say anything before they do.
Yeah. So I know that they're yes or no answers, but like people keep asking. So I'm trying to give, I don't want to be like, they didn't ask my question. And I can be like, no, I asked it. It's just like one like I knew the answer was going to be yes or no, or I can't talk about it, or like things are being considered, because like that's the thing about Hollywood. I don't know if you talked about it on this panel because I went to eat lunch, but I was like, yeah, man, like we're doing all sorts of stuff. I literally can't talk about any of it. I can't talk about
exactly.
It's not just like stuff doesn't get made. It's like mysterious because you're like, yeah, we're doing a thing. There's certain things happening with places and stuff going on, and yeah.
May or may not be things happening. The problem is if you even allude to the idea, somehow the internet's off and running, you know, and it's like,
oh, huge.
And, you know, we've seen articles pop up. I sent Sandy sometime about like supposed John Carpenter remake movies, you know, that have been confirmed, you know, and it's like, she's just like, the hell is this? You know, like,
I mean, pretty much you almost can tell when people are all talking about their big deals that they're not real, because you're really not allowed to say anything until it's gone not only through the studio deal, but then later been placed at the network, but not just at the network, with a release date, because they don't want anything said until it's coming out. So the people that all talk about all the shit they're doing, the odds are pretty good they're hanging out at Starbucks. Because everybody else is just walking around going,
I don't know. I don't know, something maybe.
I'll be honest, like that is the thing I love most about comics and books is you can talk about them when they come out, and you're like, hey, I could talk about this book because it's out. I made it. Here you go. Here's a thing. And I spent years out in LA. Well, not getting much work, but also when I was like, I can't talk about it. It might not happen. And then I started making comics, and I was like, oh, look, tangible evidence that like I create things.
Well, that is the fun of it. I mean, literally, I can talk to Neo, go, so you got any ideas? Cool, let's do it. Then I go find an artist. Then we have it. Now it's coming out. It's a lot more streamlined a process because I'm not waiting on anybody else.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it is more gratifying from that standpoint, is that there's a little bit of an immediate feedback.
Absolutely. Yeah. I made a very mediocre movie for like $30,000. It's quite maybe the most, like if you had to take the median movie in the world, it probably is that. It was like, there's like nothing bad about this movie, but it's also nothing special. And my manager years later was like, you know, you can make like a whole comic for like less than that. And I was like, wait, it looks like DC and Marvel books. Like I could do that for like a fraction of the money. And he's like, yeah, man, like you are. And I was like, oh, well, like, I think I just found the new love of my life. And sure enough, 10 years later, here we are.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I started writing books. I mean, I wrote my first Red Writing book out of like frustration over a studio thing, you know, where I'd gone through 3 years of development hell on a project, and I was so frustrated. I'm like, screw it, I'm just going to write a book. This is stupid. And people are like, oh, you know, when I was done, you should take it to a publisher. I'm like, no, I'm just going to publish it myself, like right now, because I'm sick of this process. And then it was out there in the world, and you know, people ended up liking it, thank God. But, you know, but at that point, honestly, I wouldn't have cared. It was just like I finally put something out into the world and didn't spend 3 years jacking around with other people and having them make all sorts of promises and, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, you know, and that's why it's been great working with you, Sandy. You know, they're like, we're going to do this thing, and then we do it, you know, and if something doesn't work, also you say so, you know, without any BS. You're like, no, I don't think that works. And it's like, oh, cool, great. I'm good with that, you know, because at least that's a straight answer, you know, so.
Well, it feels like a lot of that production experience and producing experience you had in movies really helped you transition to comics, where you had like much more streamlined ability to control every aspect of it. I don't know if that's accurate, but it does feel a lot like talking to you and knowing a little bit about the company from talking to you previously, that like basically you're producing comics the way that movie like everyone wishes movies could be. It was like, I have an idea, it's cool, I'm making it, I'm not BSing, and now it's out, and here you go, and it's done.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, it's the way we make our movies once a studio wants them. You know, because again, indecision costs money, no matter what you're doing. So just decide it and do it. No guts, no glory. And again, it's a manageable thing. It's a handleable thing. If somebody doesn't like the comic, it's like the old days of $4 movie tickets. You know, what's the worst that's going to happen? They hated the $4 they spent on the comic. I'm sorry. I didn't kill your mother. You just didn't like the comic. You know? And I do everything I can to make it feel like it was worth your $4, your $10, your $25, or your $35 investment, depending on which thing you bought. That's the whole idea, is to show you a good time and make you feel like it was worth what you invested, and that we took you someplace else.
That's what I've really always appreciated about John and your movies, and is you always felt like the money was, you could see the money on the screen. Like every dollar was like you really invested into making it worthwhile, whether it was $1, whether it was $500, whether it was $5 million. Like it always felt like you were trying to give the best product, no matter what the medium is, and that is all, you lay it all bare on the screen or in the pages.
That's what you owe. That's what we owe. We're storytellers, whatever the medium is.
So there is another question, which we're running to the end of this hour, but I think we have time for this one. Neo, you want to take this?
Are there types of horror that you prefer over others? Ghost stories over vampire stories, alien horror over monster horror?
No, I like it all. I just like it to be layered. I like it to be impactful. I like it to have relevance to us on some secondary level, so that there's a surface plot, but there's something it's about that's deeper, because that'll resonate more.
Awesome.
And on the other hand, I'm really a sucker for, Hammer films and The Crawling Eye and It the Terror from Beyond Space.
Awesome. Well, I think that we're reaching the end of our hour, and unfortunately, I want to be respectful of your time. Plus, we only have so long that we can record that it's still going to record it, and we're reaching the end of that because we've been on so long. But I would like to give Neo and you a chance to pitch why people should go pick up the first issue of the book, beside it being Free Comics Day. And by the way, you cannot get this in the files section of the website. Some of you have been asking, where is this book? It is only available by going to this link. That is the advantage of being on the live stream right now. You're getting something you can't get anywhere else. I don't know how long they're going to have it up, but right now you can get it by going to this link. And I would love for both of you to take a minute and talk about why it's amazing, why you made it, whatever you think will help you get the book into more hands.
Because you'll have fun. You'll have fun. You'll laugh. You'll go on an adventure. It'll start you on a great tour of the entire Grimmstown Terror saga, which will come out in January.
How about you, Neo? You're the one writing it.
I mean, this is a story that I've just fell in love with. I've had it around for a while in my head, but as I wrote it and really started developing it out, I just really fell in love with it and these characters and this brother and sister duo. I don't know, other people, maybe now that people have read it, I think they feel like organically like the way a brother and sister sort of, banter back and forth, but they look out for each other. There's a booger troll jumping out of the closet there. I mean, I think it's just all of the things I loved, about kids movies that I grew up on, and the monster movies that I grew up on all kind of married together, you know, because I was watching horror movies at way too young of an age. I don't think my parents are very responsible about that. Sorry, Mom, if you're watching. And thank you for not being responsible, because growing up on, you know, these monster movies and stuff, I think it really influenced me. And I just put it all into this book. And Renee Belize, her art is just so gorgeous. Look at that. I mean, every page, every frame, every panel, just her layouts, the lettering, everything, it's gorgeous. So I'm so grateful to Sandy for letting me do it, you know, so making it happen. So please go download it. It's free, which is, you know, you have no risk. It's free, you know.
Well, and I will say it was not supposed to be free. It was supposed to be, or not, it was supposed to be out. And you was going to debut it at Emerald City, I believe, and like then you were going to debut it at a different show. And so like this is like, as far as I know, not a thing you're just planning to keep the thing free, because it wasn't going to intentionally be free in the first place. So this is the chance. This is your chance to go and grab it now. Now, as they say in sales, once you're finished selling, stop selling. Or once you've done the main sale, don't stop selling.
Just get it, it's free, love it, or, you know,
have fun.
Have fun.
Absolutely. So, Sandy, before we let you go, I want to give you a chance to sort of talk. We want to give you a chance to sort of talk about Storm King or anything else you want to talk about. I just wanted to let you know, from a publisher to another publisher, there are a lot of horrible publishers in comics. Publishers who may make good books, but they don't respect the creator or the process. The contracts are always awful, and the pay is not much better. And I've really, I don't know all the behind the scenes details, obviously, because there are things, but like from what I've heard from everyone who's ever worked with you guys, this is going to sound really horrible to other publishers, but like you pay on time and in the correct amount, which is like the best thing that I can say to person. And for people watching, like they're like, well, of course everyone does that. It's like, no, not everybody does that.
Not everyone does
that. Almost every publisher that I can think of tries some way to either to eke out the terms or pay or slide something in that they don't that is not maybe originally agreed on. Or so anyway, I really respect you guys as a company and that what you've done and how you've treated not just Neo, but everyone that I've ever talked to who has worked for you guys. It really, as a person who loves comics, the thing that breaks my heart is how creators are treated in comics. And it means so much that, as far as I can tell, you play none of those games.
Well, it's not nice to play games. I would rather everybody had a good time and we made great products and all benefited from them. So it's just the way to live.
And I love it. So as we go out, I'll give you the last word on what you would like people to leave this this conference with, your best piece of advice, what you tell people, what you wish you had heard, whatever it may be, where we can go and check you out. And then we'll say goodbye for the whole conference.
Just remember stormkingproductions.com, stormkingcomics.com. You can find us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, on the web. Just remember Storm King, you'll find us. And embrace your comics, embrace your local comic shops, and we'll rise again. Thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you so much, Sandy. We're going to let you out there. Everyone say bye to Sandy.
Bye, Sandy.
Bye. Bye.
Awesome.
So I think we can go. We can call this martini done.
Yeah. Well, that's it. We're done.
We're done. We've made it to the end. Thank you so much for everyone that came out. I am going to take a second and talk about my books because we just spent an hour talking about your book. So I have a couple of really amazing books as well. If you go to russellnolte.com, It's /mail. You can sign up for our mailing list and get a whole bunch of our awesome comics. I have a book called Ichabod Jones Monster Hunter, which is about a psychopath that escapes a mental asylum and becomes a monster hunter, but doesn't know if he's killing monsters, humans, or it's all in his head the whole time. I think if you like Sandy Carpenter's sort of aesthetic, you'll like Wannabe Press too. We have an anthology called Cthulhu is Hard to Spell. You get some of my favorite stories from that anthology, and a whole lot more if you go over to russellnolte.com. If you are a creator yourself, which I have a feeling many of you are, I have an entire website devoted to not getting screwed over by publishers, building your own career at thecompletecreative.com. It is also a podcast, which you can get to from that site. I have free courses. I have epic blog posts. I'm really quite entertaining. If you've been entertained from the past 14 hours of this, my podcast is basically just that, and my blog is that in writing form. And I'm quite a good writer. I have usually one blog post and one podcast coming out a week, but I have literally hundreds of books of posts about my career and how you can build your own career. If you have not yet, and you have missed some of this, then please go to altfcd.com and sign up, because you will get the replay links to this. I know. I mean, there's probably a few of you who've watched every one of the 14 hours. But even if you have, you've missed something. Look, I've literally been on air and I missed a bunch of stuff because I had to go to the restroom, or I had to go get lunch, or like someone asked me a question. So I'm literally on air and I've missed some of it. So I can't imagine that you guys fully caught the entire 14 hours. So sign up to get the replay links at altfcd.com. They will come Monday or tomorrow or Monday, depending on when I get all of the links set up. And then you can watch it at your leisure. You can send it to other people. Please do tell some people about it. In that email, I will also ask you your opinion. We would love to run this again. We want to know what we did well. We want to know what we did, we could improve on. We know that was not perfect. We know there were with live video. There's always some problems that we can work that we can work on. But I do really appreciate what Tensu said, which is the closest to a real experience yet from an online event, and I think that's the best compliment we can get, because Neo, wasn't that our original intention?
That was the intention, to try to create an online con that had a feeling of being at a con, and I think we've accomplished it fairly well. So this has been a hell of an experience, because as soon as you go live, it's like the train's left the station, it's going, and you just gotta keep rolling with it for 7 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. So we really appreciate it. We will try, and if I'll ask you for suggestions of panels for future events, like maybe specialties. Maybe there was a panel you really loved, you'd love to do this again. I know, for instance, the editing and production design panel was quite editing heavy. You know, if you're like, I'd really love to just have one for production design. I really love to really spell that out. If you have other suggestions for guests, we would love to know sort of who we should target for the next time. We're thinking about doing this in a couple of months. Is that too early? Should we do it wait till next year? Like, what do you want? Because this is really for you. It is the most that we ever talk to people now that we're in quarantine. But this is really for you guys. It's an experience that we wanted to give you as the fans, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so if you've enjoyed it, we really appreciate it. Like, look, I was talking to Karen last night, and I said, like, these people could go and watch like anything. They can go and watch like Escape from New York. They could go watch Stranger Things. They can go watch pornography. And so the fact that they're here with us like means so much, because it's not like being at a convention where you're like kind of locked into that place. Like you could go do anything and you were here, and it really means so much. Neo, anything else you would like to say at the end?
Thank you everybody who stuck in with us, and the people definitely with the live comments and the questions. It was super helpful, because otherwise without that, we would just feel like we're just talking into a vacuum and having no idea if people are even engaging with this or care. So really, really appreciate all of that. And I know a lot of people have been with us the entire time. So thank you, whether you stayed for an hour or you stayed for 14 hours, just thank you for all of this. This has been fantastic. So it's been 2 of the best days I've had in a really long time. So, and thank you, Russell, too, for making this happen. Jeez.
I really appreciate that you were here and that you brought it up and that you worked with me on it. And I can't say enough about the quality of the comments. Like, look, we all know comment sections of internet posts and such. There was no trolling. There was no bad comments. There were no, I mean, I don't remember one off-topic comment.
Yeah.
There were a few we didn't get to, but we tried to get to all of them that we could. Really, like, the quality of all of that was just really high. I will say that if you want to get your free comics, it is now time. There's still a couple of creator AMAs. There's still, if you go to, I'll put it back on here. We're not 100% done with this day yet, because there are a couple of author AMAs still at altfcd.com, and you can find our Facebook group. If you scroll a little bit down, just click on the leftmost button, and you can find our Facebook group and download over 80 free comics. Neo, 80 comics.
80 free comics. That's crazy. Amazing.
That's incredible, including Drawing Blood. Including a lot of the comics from people that you saw. There is a panel going on right now, an AMA going on right now, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't end until 8 o'clock in the Facebook group. But on Monday morning, the Facebook group, I don't think I can shut it down because I think I will have to manually delete over 1,000 people, but I will be taking all of the comics down, because Free Comic Book Day is about that moment in time and that experience. And so if you want them, if you want them, go and do it right now. And David Avalone is saying that he's doing one right now. So if you are on this feed right now, I'm going to assume you've signed up for altfcd.com, because I pitched it and I'm going to stop pitching. But if you guys are looking for David was the first panel today of Drawing Blood. And so this is the link to go and find his panel, and also, find his AMA, and then also get all of the comics. You can do both things at once. And I think that's it. I don't think we have anything else to talk about.
That's it, man.
We've spent so much time together over the past year and past several years, and I feel like I haven't seen you in months. And now we talked for like 14 hours, 15, 16 hours straight. So I really appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you, and we will see you at the next one. And check your emails on Monday one more time, altfcd.com, to sign up and get your replay links. Neo, any last words before we leave?
That's it. I'm all out of words, man. Except thank you.
Bye.
Bye.